prize. To be the best, you gotta beat the best. The story of a legend in the making. Defeat the best, to be the best. Yeah, a legend in the making. History in the making.
Well, there has been a reshuffle, and boy oh boy, it does look scary. Welcome, folks. You are watching the iQOO BMPS. We are in round number 3. It is day number 3 over here, and I'm Fixes, joined along with Salty. And it was this morning we woke up, and just when we took a look at the groups, oh my god. OG, I'm feeling worried. What about you?
I mean, honestly, at this point, they will have to be starting their prayers already, Fixes. I'm not even sure without the prayers it is going to work out, because currently their situation, think about it, 4 matches, their first half of round 3 did not go their way, sub 10-point mark, and now with the group's reshuffle, of course, they've got every single heavy hitter we've had in the round 3. I'm not really sure how the apes are going to handle the pressure.
And this is where the pundits would be raising that question, right? Group T was supposedly to be the easiest one of the lot, and in that, they struggled massively. And now when the stakes are highest than ever, OG has to prevail. But it is not just OG, because we've got a couple others. I think Carnival Gaming also into the mix. What is your opinion about them?
Honestly, I feel like for Carnival Gaming, the problems are not going to be that much. Just because of the fact that I believe that these boys know how to handle themselves. The first 4 games that they've actually seen, the play style was different. But all of that, I think the conversation we will continue. For now, let's just have a look at what is at stakes right now. The total prize pool, ladies and gentlemen, of iQOO BMPS 2024 is going to be a whopping Fixes 2 crore rupees.
Bigger than ever. I think you do not get higher than this. It does not get better than this. And we're talking about the lion's share. 75 lakhs for the champions. Whoever becomes the champion of the iQOO BMPS does get that bragging right to be the best team in the country. And so on, it keeps on descending. For the runners-up, you've got that 30 lakh rupees. For the second runners-up, 20 lakhs. And everybody that makes it to the land gets something out of this prize pool, along with all those individual accolades as well.
Exactly. You know, now you talk about individual accolades, you also have our official mobility partner, Hero Xtreme, who've graciously awarded the Hero Xtreme 160R4V for the MVP of the finals, and also the Hero Xtreme 125R for the survivor of the finals. Of course, there are other individual accolades as well, like the Rising Star, the IGL of the finals. But how do you get all those accolades? By gaining points inside of the game. And of course, the points distribution is in front of our screens. Now, 10 points for the chicken, and I feel like this aspect of the game will not be very important or favorable for likes of Carnival Gaming and Orangutan. They will have to look on the right side. There is 1 finish point for 1 finish.
And considering how these 2 teams have really performed in round 1 and 2, I feel like it's still possible. But again, a very unpleasant reminder for all our viewers out there, because we'll talk more about it. But now let's take a look at the schedule, right? We're going to go with Group 1 starting things off, Erangel and Miramar. Then we have Group 2 playing their matches in Sandhawk and Vikendi. And then we move on forward to Group 3, who have got their matches again in Miramar and Erangel. Now, this is coming back to the conversation, or rather the storyline that is set. Now, all these teams have just 4 matches remaining to duke it out to earn their spot inside of the semis. And let's not forget, entirely half of all the teams are going to be sliced off over here. So everybody has to be careful. Barring just the top 10 or 20%, nobody's safe.
Absolutely. I think the conversation that we were having before the start of the day, what is going to be the cutoff? The cutoff will be around that 40 to 45 point mark, right? Now, if you are beyond that 20 point mark at the stage of the competition where we're in, I believe you are sort of safe. You're safe. But if you're below that 10 point mark, I believe there is going to be a massive responsibility on your shoulders, because we know, as a matter of fact, right now it's a time where all the table toppers, they know they're going to let themselves loose, they're going to enjoy themselves. And ladies and gentlemen, if you also want to enjoy yourself inside of the game, want to absolutely crush your opponents, you need a very powerful device. And of course, our official smartphone partner, iQOO, have graciously awarded 15 iQOO Z9S Pro. 15 of these devices will be given away. All you have to do is go onto Google and search iQOO Z9S series. And of course, the best part about it is, even if they don't win the lucky draw, it just starts from 18,999.
Yeah, you can get your hands on this sexy device. You know, I've always loved that orange color. I love the vegan leather finish on it. Makes it feel quite premium, especially in this particular budget. But now coming back to business, they have been, like I said, the upper echelon, the creme de la creme, which we feel like have already made it through. I'm talking about teams like Ignite Gaming, TWOB, Xtreme, Godlike, iQOO Soul, everybody that has crossed that 40 points barrier. I think they might be feeling quite a lot settled. But then there are those bigger names, right? We've talked about Carnival Gaming, we've talked about Orangutan. Let's talk about GENxFM, Raw officials, the ones that have not even gotten to double digits. Now this is where I feel, Salty, the ask is too high. They cannot even slip up for a single game.
Absolutely. And I believe this is the situation where heroes are going to prevail. And I believe in a very nice sports mentality, and that is the fight or flight scenario, right? This is a situation which absolutely indicates whether you're going to take up the fight or flight scenario. You can do two things. You can just go berserk and you can show your hero instincts inside of the game. No matter what the situation is, just go in. You know, all you've got to do is every single time you see a team, you just have to go in and get those finishes and eliminations on board. Otherwise, you're going to put pressure on your shoulders. You're going to crumble underneath it.
Well, a lot might say these are the caster predictions, but for today, these are the caster hopiums, because everybody wants Carnival Gaming, Orangutan, Gujarat Tigers to make it through. It's just Ravan. I do not know for what reason he wants to play it safe with TWOB, but it's understandable. All right, Ocean, Salty, Fixes, we've, I think 3 of us. We are going and we're rooting for the Apes. For Necro and Spiro, it's going to be Carnival Gaming. For Maisie, it is Gujarat Tigers. I don't think that's for any right reason, though, considering what we've been seeing on social media. But anyways, moving on ahead, Salty, I think Carnival Gaming, GENxFM, Raw officials, OG, we've talked about that. Barring them, we also have the current BGIS champions, Team X-Park, 24 points. Do you think it's going to be enough for them to sail through to the semis?
I believe the Team X-Park have actually managed consistency throughout all the games that they've played. Yes, they are not scoring as much they used to. They're not displaying the same flashy level of aggression that they always used to. But I believe in terms of consistency, Team X-Park have had no problem, something which Team Orangutan is dealing with. Same goes for Carnival Gaming, as a matter of fact. I don't see them actually in struggle. What actually points out the difficulties is Orangutan. They are being knocked out time and time again. And I believe that will be kind of displayed in the overall standings as well. Let's start off from the top. Ignite Gaming, 47 points, 4 matches played. This team has broken everyone's hopes and dreams in terms of the bigger names who want to actually snatch that top spot. TWOB, they've also performed phenomenally well. You've got Team Limra and you've got Inferno squad. Top 4 teams, and they aren't really the biggest names of the all. This is what we're looking for from the Pro Series itself, right?
Yeah, this is where the legends are forged. And we've been talking about the iQOO BMPS being the part 2 glory, and especially in Kochi, where the legends will collide against each other. That's going to be fun. So, till top 6, I think we can be rest assured that they've cruised through inside the semis. They've earned their spot there. But this is what I was talking about. Anything and everything could happen. Now, after this reshuffle, we do not know how they're going to particularly play in their respective groups. So, you even have the likes of Reckoning eSports. Now, they placed 3rd in the BGIS Grand Finals. And look at them, still at 18 points. For Gujarat Tigers at 19. Even the likes of Blinder at 19. So, a lot of question marks over there. And let's not even forget that Global Esports and 8-Bit, they're not even completely out of the woods yet.
Exactly. Even for them, I believe the elimination axe is going to be hanging on top of their necks. Now, as we flip pages, this is where the problems really start, right? Carnival Gaming on 14 points out of the 4 matches that they've played. Now, Necro used to say that this is potentially the best team that we've seen inside of BMPS so far. The struggles have begun, and it seems like their run has sort of been stopped, but we'll have to find out if they can come back in form today. Orangutan, 9 points from the 4 matches that they've played. I believe this is the time when this team really has to break that curse, because again, I believe so many things will be coming into their minds once again, right? The horrors from the last official tournaments, time and time again. Every single time they perform, there's going to be that one stage where they choke massively, and their hopes of actually reaching the finals and playing the LAN finals just gets destroyed.
And the worst part is, it's always round number 3 where we've seen OG take those exits. So, really, fingers crossed, hoping that this time the curse is lifted. But let's head on to the matchup. We've got Ignite Gaming, Godlike, God's Reigns, Sarkar Gaming, everybody quite stable, quite sure of that they're going to see tomorrow. But for Team Dragons, Versatile, I would not be that worried as much as I am about Team 8-bit. WSP, they've had a very good day number 1, but day 2 did not go their way, did not secure a lot of those points, but still have that little inkling that says that they might make it through. But this is where the likes of WindGod comes into the picture, Legacy, Crore and IMPRNT. They are struggling massively, especially Legacy Esports, considering the fact they were also the BGI's grand finalist under the banner of a sister eSports, and to see them struggle like this shows how unpredictable and how quickly the scene has evolved.
It's not about how quickly or how unpredictable the scene has become. It seems like Legacy Esports, they're not playing their same game, right? We saw yesterday the debacle in Vikendi. Oh, yeah. What were they thinking, right? I mean, if you're going to play like that, you're obviously not going to make it to the grand finals. So one player taking a fight against Silly Esports, the other player taking a fight against Phoenix Esports. You always know that these are the heavy hitters. You can't go against them solo. And the sad part about it was that they could have easily collided. They could have easily come together, reunited and taken a fight if they had to go about it. But they did not do that. Problems like these, silly mistakes like these, this is what cost you championships.
And somewhere down the line, they might reconsider renaming or reswapping their names, because Silly Esports on the other side, they're having a bomb, to be honest. But for Legacy Esports, surely not really carrying forward their legacy, because, yeah, it felt like, you know, they have come in as a team, but they're playing as individuals. Yep. And still 4 more games to go. Still that comeback story could be possible. It's not a Cinderella story for Legacy Esports anymore, because they have come par of that stage. But in just a wee while, Salty, we are going to be chartering through the skies. We'll be heading to the greener pastures of Erangel. One prediction. Yesterday, Team Hero Xtreme Godlike, they had their Ganpati Bappa Moria and his Visarjan. So I'm pretty sure that today he's going to have a lot of blessings on this team. What do you think? Could be the case, especially the way they've been playing. They have been amazing.
Well, talk about amazing, ladies and gentlemen. It is the weather inside of the beautiful, beautiful tropical islands of Erangel. The weather is amazing. The flight looks amazing as well. And so are the 64 players who have boarded this flight. So far, it has been a great run for every single one of these 16 teams. But today, it seems like the job is set to try and qualify for the semi-finals so that their story for Kochi can be written in golden letters. Ladies and gentlemen, the flight path, it starts off from the southern side of Lipovka towards prison and ends in towards Quarry. Now, this flight path effectively favors all the teams who want to land down south towards the military base, but we're still looking forward towards the team who wants to go to the north. Siverny, Yesnaya, Georgopol, these are the regions which are going to be hard to attain. Where will Hero Xtreme Godlike land? Which team are they going to fight? I believe that is where majority of our audience, they have their eyes set on.
To be honest, Hero Xtreme Godlike, they pretty much have their wings out. They know that they've secured those minimum amount of points, and now I think could be a possible case where they can get back to their monkey business, try to hurt and shatter some dreams out there. But this flight path trajectory, Salty, I think it's quite default, should not be throwing a lot of those teams off. But I certainly would also be on Team FS Esports, a team that we haven't talked about much, because this team, they've been struggling quite a lot as well, especially considering their previous tournament runs, how clean it was. This time, it has been quite rocky.
Honestly, I have been sort of disappointed from the likes of Hitman, from the likes of Clutch as well. Clutch, there's been signs of brilliances, but it has always been Trace God getting more than 50% of those finishes coming in from this team. And you know, as a matter of fact, when that percentage is more than 25, a single player is just way too much responsibility on his lanky shoulders. But talking about shoulders, as of now, majority of these teams, they are going to be relieved of that stress because the circle lands in cohesion with the flight path. It is also towards the south, but I believe this is also the circle which tends to make confusions amongst the minds of the teams. But talk about this one, God's Reign, they are actually going heavy in a chase against IMPRNT Esports. Look at them, go fixes.
All they want to do is just destroy that vehicle at this point. IMPRNT still trying to make a run for their lives. One of them already picked off in Maxis. He's tucking his tails and making a run, but Fury, hell has Fury on Maxis at this very moment. It feels like it's a chase, and this is not a cat and mouse's one. This is a chase about survivability, especially for Team IMPRNT, considering how bad their performance has been in those initial phases of round number 3. And Maxis, does he survive? That is the big question.
He wants to come out of the other side of shelter, and as of now, it seems like his teammates are also prepared to actually pick him away from that danger zone, take him to safety. But as of now, Godlike, they have slowly kind of cut off that chase, gets inside the vehicle, and will try and get away from this location. This certainly was a good start to the map of Erangel. Once again, just showing the mentality between the two sides. Fixes. We've got a David versus Goliath setup today. Godlike, they've done the heavy lifting already. They are kind of safe. They know they can let themselves lose today and just absolutely go bonkers. Versus IMPRNT eSports, who haven't really done well. And now look at this, Versatile. They themselves are also on a merry run, taking shots against Team Dragons. Rana try and get to safety, but it seems like Equinox will find that knock.
Indeed, and at this very moment, especially for Versatile and Team Dragons, both these teams have done fairly well in their first half of matches in round number 3. Nothing much to worry about. This is a fall that they can take, but still not really concerned for them. But for IMPRNT, the concerns are definitely there, as it's just not Team Dragon being pincered down from one side. It is also WSP that have joined the fray, and look at this. Addy, he's also lost upon his life, and now Versatile realize that there's one other foe, and it is going to be WSP. So Versatile, WSP, everybody's got that free hand, that leeway that you were talking about, Salty, to go in, go hunt down on squads, because WSP at this point, they don't care. They have not even gone towards Pachinki. They're just scouring the land and are on a witch hunt.
I believe this is what Omega and his mentality will be. I mean, this man is an absolute legend when it comes to the aggression and the mentality. And I believe he knows, as a matter of fact, in crucial stages of competitions like these, it's extremely important for you to keep a calm on your nerves, not really overthink and complicate situations. Just try and play your natural game, try and go for those fights, and always keep a check on who is there to actually trade you. But as of now, once again, it seems like there was an extremely close proximity between Team Sarkar Gaming and Team Lolzzz. Could have been a potential fight, but Team Sarkar Gaming, they've kind of escaped the situation. But you've got to give it to the boys from Sarkar Gaming, Fixes, because their run inside of round 3 has also been extremely commendable. They've found consistency and rhythm, which I believe I haven't seen from them in the past official tournaments. But they have that slight brilliance and that slight silver lining that potentially this time they might go to the finals.
They've always worked things through under the radar. And feels like they've evolved whilst the competition was on. Because round 1 we saw them struggle, round 2 wasn't really a bed of roses. But this time they ensured that they do not want to repeat the same mistakes, and hence had a very good start. But even if you compare their stats with the previous BGIS, they've made it as far as the semis.
Yeah.
But that's the phase where they tend to struggle. That's the phase where it feels like they've gassed out. So for them, the task is clearly cut out. Yeah, the semis, the doors have been broken for them. But to make it to the grand finals once again, that is going to be their target. That is going to be their dream. But you talk about dreams, WindGod, they have also been on the receiving side of things, Salty. Every single time this org comes to perform, show a lot of promises. But it is those round 3, round 4 curses that somehow devour them.
I believe a lot of hopes will be on Savitar to lead their firing lines, to get those openings as well, because without that, it seems like WindGod, they lack that sense of direction. And this is where I would criticize a little bit about Avi and his playstyle. Initially, when they used to play under the banner of Numen Gaming, they always had that aggression and that fighting mentality on. But ever since the game has kind of changed, I believe WindGod has taken a much more passive playstyle, and I believe Avi himself as an IGL has been second-guessing majority of the choices. You don't see WindGod taking those fights as easily as they used to take initially. But talk about taking fights, then you've also got Hero, Xtreme, Godlike, and credit has to be given to Punk. We had a nice little conversation fixture yesterday while we were in the auto, where we were comparing IGLs, and Lovely work done by Punk over there. Lovely work done by every single one of these players. The amount of coordination they've actually brought into the game.
I think what really has changed for Hero Xtreme Godlike is the discipline.
Yeah.
Now the players look like they've got their hunger back and the intentions are quite clear. Something that the fans have been yearning for. They've been showing those intents of engaging in those fights. And to put everyone on the same page, I think that is where I feel like Punk has succeeded. The players are pretty much similar and that killer intent that Punk has displayed so far, that is very important. But for now, as things are, you've got RIVALZ. Now this is one of those teams that was showing a lot of promises in those initial stages. We were talking very high and loud about how good the rotations have been. And even when you look at the statistics, yes, this team does pack a punch. But somehow, Salty, in round 3, they've gone missing.
I don't believe Fix's team RIVALZ Apex have actually gone missing. In fact, they've actually shown signs of true technicality and team coordination. I still remember that fight against Carnival Gaming on the map of Miramar yesterday. I believe it was Zero and somebody from his team, maybe Lucky to Noob as well, along with him. That lovely setup that was set up on that staircase region. It was fantastic, and in fact, they have also proven themselves to be extremely technical in their 4v4 fights as well. RIVALZ, it's been their entry inside the final circles that has been a little problematic. Kind of engaged themselves in those bad fights way too often. But I believe that these 4 games that they have in front of them, they can actually be helpful for them to actually move towards the semi-finals. I have extremely high faith from this particular team because they've done a phenomenal job so far. Impressed me at least.
I think, again, that is where the discussion really comes in. Because if you really have to compare their performance from round 1 and 2, yeah, we've seen a dip.
Yeah.
Seems like they're feeling the heat of the competition or letting the pressure get the better of themselves. Because either ways, RIVALZ, this is what I was talking about, right? Them not really making it inside those final few circles. Of course, they've been picking up those fights, which they do not intend to. And yes, that Miramar could have been a one-off. Because to be one of the consistent teams, to make it inside the semis, you need to be good in every single department.
Yeah.
Your rotations have to be clean. Your fights have to be good. And it's not just about, being a really aggressive team, going in, getting those early finishes, maybe one squad wipe. That is not going to make the cut, right? You have to be good in every single department. And something that RIVALZ, this time, they've been struggling with. But what is looking really spicy is that circle shift once again, still keeping us in two minds whether the shift is going to come down south. And if it does, for Team Crore, I think they could not be happier than this.
Absolutely. And I'm getting a hunch that it will actually take towards the military base island as of now. It does cover 40% of the mainland, but the way the circle has been shifting, especially with that hard shift towards the south, it does give an indication that Team Crore might actually be celebrating a little too early. But ladies and gentlemen, if you also want to celebrate inside of your games, you need something extremely powerful, and that is going to be our official smartphone partner, the iQOO Z9 S series. Starts from a very, very pocket-friendly 18999. But coming back in the game, we've got Ignite Gaming, the table toppers currently, and surprisingly, they're actually trying to camp the bridge right now. They've got Team WindGod on the other side of things. They've spotted them, shots are being taken, but no true instinct to actually go in and take the fight to the opposition. Some peppery shots. WindGod will be rattled by them. But it seems like WindGod are also pretty calm. They will want to go in and rotate. But it seems like as soon as they're going to rotate from the other side of the bridge, Team Crore, they're going to capitalize.
The alarm bells are already tolling for WindGod. And especially have you noticed for Ignite Gaming, they've made a change in their playing form. They've replaced their best fragger, Aizen. They've gotten in Sarkar. Considering the fact that they've already qualified and nothing really to worry about, I think maybe giving some play time to their fifth man wouldn't really hurt their endeavors. But as of now, WindGod in a little bit of a kerfuffle there, stuck between a rock and a hard place, quite literally. You've got Team Crore on one side and then you've got Ignite Gaming on the other.
Since you've actually brought up the conversation about the fifth player fixes, I want to know from you, what do you think is an ideal fifth for a team? I mean, we will talk about that, but As of now, it seems like Team Ignite Gaming, they are already on the receiving end of things. A return fire from WindGod knocks down Hulk. But Ignite Gaming, it should be an easy revival for them. And I'm waiting for the payback, actually.
We all are. But coming back to the question, it's going to be quite controversial. But I feel like a fifth player should be one who's almost gone past his fifth, who could be the one who really comes in to help if somebody from the playing four is maybe sick or is having a really bad day. Because when you're young, you would want enough of that play time. You should not be wasting your time warming on the bench, really. Because at the end of the day, your value will keep on depreciating. You would be appreciated, but again, as a fifth man, and that is something I would never really recommend for these young lads who are just starting off in their careers to be at. One of the bigger examples, Joker finally, taking an exit from iQOO, that swap into TX. Gets that playing time, and we know whenever situations have arose, he stepped up for his team. And I think credit has to be given to this man because he's always been there for his team whenever needed. A little bit more of that play time, and who knows, he could evolve into a better player because every single time you're a fifth, you would always be treated as an option, not an asset.
But this is where the conversation really comes into play, right? You always need to prepare a squad that is actually ready for an entire season, not just a best playing four. And if you need that, you need the best player in terms of the fifth as well. Now, this is where I believe the support staff and the coaching system comes into the play, where you rotate your players so wonderfully that none of them actually feel like they are being neglected. That is my opinion, of course. And this is how normal sports works as well, right? Even in football, even in cricket, you've got those young lads who are actually waiting for their opportunity in the bench. And that is how you progress and make your space in the playing four.
Again, you have to talk about the lifespan of an eSports athlete.
Yeah.
If you compare it with a sports athlete, I think if it comes down to games like cricket, you can still play for around 10-15 years at when you are at the highest level. But for an eSports athlete, for what we've seen, now that span is around 3 to 4 years, but for now, I mean, here Xtreme Godlike having spotted down the players of Ignite Gaming who were fixated on WindGod. They left their backs clear, and as a result of which, here Xtreme Godlike just chimes in and gives them a bashing.
This is extremely funny because Team Hero Xtreme Godlike Simp is supposed to be the support player from the backline. This man goes ahead, gives them the opening, and I wouldn't be surprised if actually Punk gives them the go call, and here it comes possibly. They are moving in. They want to actually charge in against the table toppers. Now this is going to be a battle that I really want to find out how it ends. Hero Xtreme Godlike repositioning themselves. Shots will be fired, but Ignite Gaming just in the nick of time managed to find that escape. Never really seen this team struggle so much, but I also believe that this is because of their different approach, right? This time around, they're not really trying to preserve their manpower till the final circle. Instead, Ignite Gaming wants to take the fight to every single team trying to cross on over towards the military base island. Talking about the circle itself, once again taking a hard shift towards the right-hand side. It sticks close to the bridge, but it also sticks towards the military base fixes.
It does. And at this point, I think the probability, the chances are quite high that it goes towards a certain side. And for Hero Xtreme Godlike, for the likes of Ignite Gaming, they all can engage themselves in these battles and still would not be a cause of concern if they get eliminated early on. But for the likes of TMG, we've seen those one-off good performances where they go out, get a squad wipe, but the consistency in round 3 has been missing. Franklin, he's got to step things up once again. He's got to hit it where it matters, and up against foes like Hero Xtreme Godlike, this is going to be oh so difficult, especially a Hero Xtreme Godlike that is really running high in terms of their attitude, in terms of their intent, and the kind of momentum they carry through, and the confidence exactly that's exuding out of them. They are not forced to be messed with, because look at this. Admino, he's got a different angle. Jonathan, he's got another, and this is where Admino, he's going to thread the needle and find that opener. And look at Hero Xtreme Godlike really capitalizing on the situation.
Every single time this man is at the right place at the right time, and then of course you've got the hand of God himself, Jonathan, just laying it up with the nades after nades, and they are on point. Another 2 nades are being cooked up as well. Here it comes, the rain fire, 4 nades coming. Team TMG almost about to get wiped off as well. Franklin is going to bite the dust. FlexJod just barely surviving. This is an absolute onslaught. The airstrike is so perfect in Team Godlike. They wipe off Team TMG without even breaking a sweat from the backlines. WindGod is there as well, but it seems like as soon as Minnow gets knocked out, immediately the entire force changes. They want to preserve their manpower. Minnow will get revived. But what about Skeleton? What about FlexJod? How will they retaliate against a force like this?
Xtreme Godlike just made this fight look so easy, but Skeleton having a different angle. But again, Punk, he opens things up. And for Xtreme Godlike, all their players almost back on their feet as Punk gets knocked out. Should not be a cause of concern. Still stays 3. Can easily trigger the revive. As again, now it's going to be a little bit more difficult because now God's Rain, they come charging in. Simp goes unchecked and instantly inflicts that hurt and pain, and suddenly he needs to reposition himself. God's Rain, they've done quite well for themselves, but now Simp on real low HP, and here comes Fury. He's enraged.
He certainly is. The fall of their IGL might actually have inflicted the gods a lot of pain, and now they want to inflict the same level of pain against Team Godlike as well. Fury with the nade might actually take down the likes of Punk, but Jonathan, he's there to actually find the trade. No, wait! The nade does not connect! He moves in with the shotgun, but yet to actually find the connection. Jump shots connected! Jonathan finds the opening. Team Xtreme Godlike, they definitely are on a roll, but instant hit back fixes.
Instant hit back over there, but Punk, he does not want to stop at this. God's Rain, they are punching back. They want to ensure that everything gets cleaned up. But in fact, they get themselves wiped out over here. Xtreme Godlike showing extreme resilience. They've been taking fights not on a single front, but on multiple sides. Now, TMG did have a little bit of a breather, but seems like they have been unable to capitalize on the situation. I really thought for a moment they would trigger those revives, but that did not happen.
Exactly, it was the utter chaos of God's Rain and Godlike just duking it out against each other. Jabs after jabs, cross coming in from them as well. There was that little bit of a third party, but FlexJod just could not find his ideal position. He was way too much in the backlines, and now he has to escape from the situation once again. Team TMG, they're left with a man stranded with 0 points on the board. They haven't troubled the scorers at all. In spite of all their efforts, it's just because of the sheer brilliance of Godlike and in that situation, their bravery as well. But now with the 3 players, they will have a very tough job to actually move inside the circle. Look at the monstrosity. It's half in waters and half in the shorelines where you've got no cover at all, Fixes.
And for Team Crore, I think they cannot ask for a better situation than this. Even for the likes of Team Versatile. This is looking oh so lovely, especially with the way things are. And for Xtreme Godlike, I loved every single bit of that fight, Salty. It was such a delight to watch them play like this. The kind of confidence they are showing. Some good stuff, but for now, Sarkar Gaming, now they've shown intentions in trying to cross over the bridge. RIVALZ, they were guarding it. It seems like they've begun the breach and already have taken down one of those players. Lucky to know the final player surviving. But at least sabotage the endeavors of Sarkar Gaming. Anonymous already down and out. But Sarkar Gaming, I think the target has been completed. They've crossed over the bridge. And they've been quite mobile. Like an official mobility partner, Xtreme 125R. If you want to cruise the city safe and sound, might as well check this bike out.
Absolutely. Now, I believe every single time circles like these pop up Fixes, you've got to be extremely creative with your rotations. You take the bridge, of course, one of your players, they are going to fall. And that is exactly the same case that happened with Anonymous. Now look at this, Team Sarkar Gaming, even though they have actually crossed on over, now their crosshairs, in fact, Versatile's crosshairs are going to be on their heads because they have made enough noise while breaching inside the circle. Will they be safe and sound in that one compound? I don't think so. And it seems like Versatile, even for Somraj, his eyes are fixated. He knows exactly where these players are pinned down upon. Versatile themselves, they've got a lovely split, but so has Team Godlike. Where did they find the breaching point? I have no clue, but they actually are inside the circle, safe and sound. Shots are definitely being fired, but this time it seems to be Team Crore. They're not going to be in the best of positions. Punk runs over one of their players, but Godlike, this is the time where they actually have to shine. And Mino with the shotgun is to find that opening, but from the backlines, it was an overload. And Team Crore, they actually are dismantling the likes of Team Godlike right now. Jonathan has to run away from the situation. 7 finish points on board, and Team Godlike, they definitely do not want to bite the dust as of now, but Jonathan still goes in with the nade. It explodes, but of no use as of now. Team IMPRNT from the backlines is going to clean things up. At least 1 finish point for this team, but for Team Hero Xtreme Godlike, it was a valiant effort.
It certainly was, and to be honest, nothing really worrying, according to me, for them. Still those 7 points secured, and I'm pretty sure now they're sitting at 47 points. Now that is enough to see them through to the semis, even if there were any suspicion at all. That needs to settle the dust, at least for now. But in that particular fight, you could notice the players of Hero Xtreme Godlike were quite unsettled. Punk just comes in, gets one player down, but the other players of Team Crore, they somehow lost sight of what was happening and eventually really fired back. So that was really nice from their side. But for now, FSC Sports, as things are salty, TraceCord getting back into his old form. 4 finishes secured, but I want Wizard actually to step up.
Hopefully, his tricks are actually going to be of any use, because Team FSC Sports, once again, it's TraceCord just pulling all the triggers. 4 finishes on this lad. But look at their position on the circle itself, right? Team FSC Sports, they are right at the periphery of the blue zone right now. They are pinned down, and Team Versatile, they're making use of it. iQOO has that vantage point. Did spot out one of those players now, even Sarkar Gaming. He has been spotted. Just waiting for that pixel peak, and the Octopus never fails to hit his mark, right?
He certainly does not. And that's the beauty of iQOO, and that is how well he's been playing in this entire tournament. I'm not really going to be even surprised if he makes it up to the LAN and becomes the MVP over there. But either ways, Ignite Gaming, they've been eliminated courtesy to Team Dragons, as now absolute pandemonium occurs through these greener pastures. Look at so many of these teams trying to dive in, pour inside the circle. Legacy Esports, they're in a little bit of that trouble. RageGod already down on his knees, and Fury, it would not be it won't be enough for him to be saved from that situation. As now, as things are for 8-bit, they've come in real close to the players of Legacy, as the IGL himself, Su, he wants to back off, but look at those grenades at his direction, and now it could be an absolute hammer show that we get to see from all these teams.
Honestly, Team 8-bit, the way they are searching for pace inside the circle, it's absolutely chaotic. On the other side, Team Crore and VXT, it's a street fight going on right now. iQOO trying to hold his ground, will be unable to do so from the backlines. It's still Raiden. Team Versatile, they are exchanging the knocks, but it's just a one-man show that is yet to be seen right now. Raiden, he has a nade that was flying towards him, but a return knock is still there on the cards. I still want to see something ecstatic from Team Crore as of now. They definitely have done the heavy job, but now it's about cleaning things up. The nade, it's quite close, but it's going to explode. What?
I have no clue on what's happening at this point. You know, just bodies falling down like flies at this point. Versatile, they've made it inside of the top 5, but how deeper can they go? That's the big question. iQOO is already bitten the dust, but with 3 frags, that is going to be there. But for now, as things are, not even a single soul is inside the circle. Everybody needs to go in, and it is in those open lands. And for 8-bit, they've got the numbers, even an important game for Team IMPRNT as well. Same can be said for the likes of WindGod. They're fighting against time, they're fighting against their fate. And even for 8-bit, if they have to put a ring on it, this chicken dinner is very crucial.
Team 8-bit is like the backbenchers in a class. They don't really care, right? They will just walk in, will try to create chaos, and they will walk out of fights without even taking a beating at all. WindGod on the other side, 6 eliminations on board. They've done a fantastic job. Still 4 players inside the circle. And it seems like all the criticism, once again, they've come to fruition. This team, they definitely are in an extremely good spot. Such a nice circle control. Their position and their spread is beautiful. And in fact, they're taking the fight to the opposition. The rest of the 3 teams, they will be forced to battle it out to find the rest of the spot inside the circle. IMPRNT waiting in the backlines. It's just Madrek who is still surviving, but this player has got potential to cause upsets fixes. WindGod still moving forward. They've captured the circle as of now. The rest of the 3 teams outside. Versatile, I believe for them the job is going to be the toughest, because they will have to deal with the likes of Team 8-bit.
Yeah, but for Versatile, they've done enough of that heavy lifting in the first half. of round 3. But for now, very important chicken dinner en route for the players of WindGod. Still all their players alive, even for the likes of Team 8-Bit and IMPRNT. This is definitely gonna somehow soothe their nerves as Mighty. He gets the better out of Madrik, the final play. And there you have IMPRNT. They've also taken an exit from the lobby. Now as things stand, WindGod got complete control over the circle as Savita just trying to line the players up. From Team 8-Bit, Aditya trying to patch himself ASAP. Because now 8-Bit somehow needs to find some area of entry. Otherwise, they're pretty much done and dusted.
They will be denied fixes. No matter what, they will be denied with the kind of positioning that Team WindGod have, with the amount of vantage point that they have. It seems like for Team 8-Bit, it is going to be nigh impossible. For Team Versatile themselves, even Raiden will be the only one who has been left unchecked and untested. In the backlines, Infinity OP is still trying to go actually for the patches. This man is going in for the heal battle, but now finally Raiden has been spotted. This can be a spoiled spot for Team WindGod if Raiden finds another knock, but this is the opening that 8-Bit also wanted. But from the backlines, it's Rex and Dreams who are doing the dirty work as well. Raiden has been taken out, even Aditya has been finished off as well. Team WindGod, their sails have finally struck wind. They are cruising to a chicken dinner, but will that be broken to a halt? Oh my god, Juicy finds 2 knocks.
Juicy out of nowhere he does, and now it is going to be Dreams who wants to shatter Juicy's dreams over there. Juicy somehow managing to reposition himself, but it is all down to this 1v1 situation. Dreams on Juicy. At this point, Juicy not having the best of HPs, but certainly has cooked up a grenade, and this could go either way, Salty. As of now, Juicy inching in ever so close, somehow cutting off that HP barrier that he had against Dreams. Now it could be anybody's game to win.
Absolutely. A 1v1 on the cards, Team 8-Bit. They certainly have done the heavy lifting initially, but for Team WindGod, this chicken dinner means everything. Dreams, a player who definitely wants to redeem himself on the Tier 1 circuit, will have to get this finish in his bag. Juicy, of course, just lying down, proning himself, trying to deny as much information as possible. I believe it's going to be a game of patience fixes. And I believe it's also the circle who is doing the dirty work for Team WindGod, because Dreams, he will be forced to move into the blue. Juicy spots him out, Team 8-Bit. They snatch the chicken dinner away from WindGod and their grasps, and a wonderful game comes to an end. It certainly was a blockbuster right from the way it actually began, from the bridge itself, right?
It could have been anybody's game over there. It could have been Juicy, it could have been Dreams, but yes, Dreams just succumbed to that particular situation, especially Juicy showing those grit over there, and that really came in through. And 8-Bit securing this chicken dinner certainly is going to calm their horses down at this point, because it was required. Now with this chicken dinner, they're going to be earning around 14 to 15 points and would be inching in very close to that 40 points marker. Yes, the chicken dinner for WindGod was denied, but still they're on the right path, considering how gruesome it was for them to really try and enter in, cross over that bridge and still fight it out, still keep 4 players of them alive. I think things really broke down to the point where Versatile also chimed in. You could see, right, Raiden taking down one of their players, cutting off their flanks. That is where the trouble arose, because 8-Bit knew that this is where WindGod, they are wounded. This is the time to strike. This is where the iron is hot, and that is where they also got the remainder of the trade. Savitar also being picked off, then Avi also being dealt with, and poor Dreams, he just had too much on his plate.
But, you know, you've got to give it to this lad Juicy, because the amount of clever instincts. Yesterday we were talking about the poacher instincts. He instantly knew as soon as the knock from Raiden came in, their flanks were chopped off. Juicy knew that this is my go call, and instantly he comes up, he gets 2 knocks on his own free will and completely destroys that amount of control that WindGod had in that final circle. I believe it was like an absolute cinema, to be honest, and why not witness that cinema once again in front of us?
And this is what I was talking about, right? Raiden getting that pick off on Savitar, him getting taken down. Yes, kudos to Rex where it is worth, but then what followed was 8-Bit knew exactly where the players of WindGods were stationed. And then it was that constant poking coming in, even from Infinity, getting all those finishes from the backlines, and suddenly it was chaos all over the place. And for Juicy, he literally knew what was coming his way. It was a 1v1 situation, instantly somehow managed to patch himself up. Those barrage of that grenade followed with that Molotov was enough to kind of scare Dreams down to death. And towards the end, we saw, right, it was the play zone kind of starting to shrink in, and Juicy just steps out. He knows exactly where he is. All he had to do was land those bullets, in which he failed to get that final finish. But it is a-okay as long as you get that chicken dinner. Those extra 4 position points that 8-bit have secured, I think has to be quite instrumental in their endeavors for qualifying into the semis.
I believe that with this game, Team 8-bit will have secured their qualification as of now. At least kind of calm down the nerves. They know they are on the right track. Even for Team WindGod as well, they are on the right track. And Versatile Esports, they already were quite comfortable. Now they're going to be feeling themselves because the way Aquanox, Somraj, once again, their partnership has been performing, that was brilliant. But this was the game where Raiden actually stepped up quite a lot, and I believe that his stepping up is going to improve Versatile's confidence by quite a margin. Now look at this. IMPRNT, a team that was struggling, they finally find their groove fixes at the start of the second half of this round 3. Your thoughts if this team can actually, keep up that momentum?
I think this is where they need to take it in a positive way, that it's a good start. You still have 3 more games to go. More of this. And you keep converting such good players. I'm pretty sure a chicken dinner is coming your way. And they've got the right players also. It's not like this team lacks experience. You've got Madrek. He's been a part of Hyderabad Hydras. He's been one of their best fraggers, to be honest. And I think if he also starts hitting, if he still gets back into form, and this is the right time, especially for IMPRNT, a lesser known org out of the many T1 teams that we have inside of the circuit. I think this is a perfect pedestal for them to really showcase their skills, and can't really take them away, can't really rule them out of the competition yet. 3 more matches to go. Come with those similar mindset. You need to show that fighting instinct, and once you do, I think you should sail through.
Talk about fighting instinct. I think we saw that from Hero Xtreme, Godlike in that fight. That was ecstatic. And even against God's Reign, this team did not shake. I believe there has to be, credit has to be given to the IGL as of now, because majority of the times we've seen a third party steps in, majority of the IGLs will shake, their confidence and their fighting stance will go towards the back foot because they know this is something which we can't handle. But you look at the way Godlike have been handling things, no matter what comes, you know an airstrike is going to follow. And when that airstrike follows, you've got the hand of God, you've got Jonathan who is lining up those needs, you've got Simp, and a support player who's going to give you the openings against fights. Everything is working for Godlike in their favor.
I think the pressure really being taken off from Godlike's shoulders, I think has enabled these players to do so. But we'll talk about Hero Xtreme Godlike in just a wee while, because right now WindGod, these 15 points are oh so crucial. Same goes for Team 8-bit, 14 points for them as well. And Versatile, I think they were already doing good. This just is pretty much an icing on top of the cake. For FS eSports though, they're getting those finishes, that is fine. But I want a little bit of that position. I want Hitman to wake up. I want Wizard to start being a duo along with TraceGod and start delivering, because this tournament he's felt quite absent. But when you talk about the others, the ones in contention and the ones that are struggling quite a lot, Legacy Esports, again RIVALZ, TMG, Team Lolzzz, all of these teams really need to start to buckle up.
Absolutely. I think the only team that was comfortable in that second shot has to be Ignite Gaming. But we move on to the match summary. We just got to see that 1 vehicle finish and that 1 grenade finish. But that longest finish coming in from TraceGod, almost a 350 meters, certainly has to be extremely exciting. Look at the amount of smokes used. I believe that the number of smokes that are being used day in and day out is increasing just because the circles are also becoming way more trickier. You look at this particular circle, right? How difficult it was to actually tackle it. You had a couple of options. You have the military base bridge, you have the Nova Rupnoy bridge as well, but you know both the bridges are blocked, and if you try and take the shorelines, Team Crore is waiting on the other side. Yeah, come at us, we'll shoot you down.
You know, 158 is still an average number for me. We've seen numbers going past 200 already. And this is one of those circles which is, I think, really depend on how these teams are rotating, how quickly you can rotate. We saw majority of the fights sort of breaking around that bridge area. That was the hotspot contention point. But But when it comes down to a game maybe like a Miramar, where you have that open desert area, that is where those extreme amount of smokes are getting deployed and being used by all these pro athletes. But still, you know, with the first game already done and dusted, this is the exact sort of resilience we want from teams that have come in from from the lower order. I hope they make a comeback again in the next game.
We're talking about comeback. We will witness a comeback, hopefully, in the map of Miramar. But ladies and gentlemen, for now, we're going to push to a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll come right back.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, slider. Gonna make way for the mega tasker. Definitely know they go the ammo. Keep getting bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. I move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Xtreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the Xtreme.
मम्मी का फोन है एक बेटा
किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से टेक 63 आउच
आई एम नॉट डूइंग दिस
300
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार क्या हो रहा है कट शूट कैंसिल आना प्योर
अबे बंद करो बे आंख में छुप रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल
हार पूरी रात निकल गई अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Well, it was the game of Erangel that we just saw, but if you think you've had enough, I think it's time for the map of Miramar, where things are going to get dry. It is going to get quite hot. I'm pretty sure that is all these teams are going to be eyeing out for, because now when it comes down to Miramar, we have got some favorites, right? We've got the likes of Versatile, who are flying high with confidence.
They certainly are flying high on confidence, but I've always had this notion fixes that whenever it's the map of Miramar, WindGod certainly have an advantage. They know how to navigate themselves through the ridges really well, and I believe that is going to give them, now that they have the confidence, I believe the Miramar map can actually go in their favor. One more good game fixes and I believe WindGod will certainly be back in the competition.
I have a different take to this, honestly, because what I feel like for WindGod, yes, they have a good time in Miramar, but it is very conditional. If you notice, right, every single time it's a defaulty circle somewhere around the eastern sides of El Pozo. You've got those 3-4 hills where they take those higher grounds.
Yeah.
But if the circle sways away from that area, that is where the real problem arises. I hope this time they might have fixed it out. But, you know, there's one thing that needs no fixing and no introduction at all, is our official smartphone partner, the iQOO Z9S series, which starts from just 18,999. And we've got 15 iQOO Z9S Pro for giveaway. All you gotta do is head over towards Google, search iQOO Z9S, and then partake in a little bit of a competition, and 15 lucky winners stand a chance to win this amazing device. But now, coming back to matters at hand, Salty. Alright, so for WindGod, this is what I feel like is always the concern, because if it's a circle going towards that Monte Nuevo Power Grid area, they're still good to go. But like you said, I still will take your argument in that, yes, they have finally gotten their groove. Once they've gotten their mojo back, this is also a team that is worth to be reckoned with.
Absolutely. Now, it's not just WindGod. I believe there are going to be other contenders as well. We did get to see one lovely rotation coming in from WSB. Not a lot of limelight was actually put on them just because of the fact that not majority of their players did manage to survive. But I believe that Omega is going to be feeling himself. I always think that in the maps of Miramar, in the maps of Erangel, WSB have had a solid chance. And this one, they might actually have once again. The overall standings, ladies and gentlemen, is in front of us screens right now. Ignite Gaming still hold that number 1 spot, but Godlike, they're actually inching closer. 47 points from the 5 matches that they've played. TWOB is still there. Their matches are yet to come. Hopefully the horrors of OG might not be inflicted by TWOB. Team Limra, Inferno squad, we've talked a lot about them, but look at this, God's Reign. They are also going to be feeling themselves. Another team that actually does quite well on the map of Miramar.
Yeah, they certainly do. But now, let's talk about WindGod. That one good game, and now they're sitting at 26 points.
Yes.
Now, out of the 3 games remaining, they need around 18 to 19 points to ensure they have qualified. Because for now, with all these teams from down below, they're making a comeback. Now, this makes things even more difficult for the likes of Orangutan, for the likes of Carnival Gaming, for Reckoning. They also need to strike hard. But if you talk about the comeback story, my eyes are searching for Team IMPRNT. And where are they? Still at the 42nd spot with just 10 points. Things are looking really bad.
At least their gears have switched as of now. At least they got themselves a start. And not the best of starts, to be honest, but with 10 points, they've got that green up arrow for themselves going. Hopefully that actually brings in good luck for them. The green flags in for Team IMPRNT. But again, like you said, I believe that it is going to be on the shoulders of Madrek to actually get those finishes and the eliminations. We saw how Team IMPRNT were actually chased right from the get-go in that map of Erangel.
Yeah.
And you will have to avoid circumstances like this no matter what. You cannot blame the flight path, you cannot blame the circle. If you are being chased and you're taking a back foot in that fight, it is your problem.
And at this point, when you talk about IMPRNT, and we also have to bring in Legacy eSports into the picture, both of them sit at 10 points, and now you just have 3 more games to go. And when we talk about the cutoff, our calculations say somewhere around 40 to 45. That means you need an average of 10 plus points every single game. How do you fancy your odds, Salty?
Honestly, it's going to be 1 out of 100. It is going to be extremely difficult because, again, you know, as a matter of fact, your current run and form is not going in your favor. To manage 10 points per game, it is an outstanding task. The only team possibly who can do that is going to be Team Cosmic Fixes.
Yes, Team Cosmic surely can, but they'll be coming in the next group to come into play. A lot of those comeback kings are there in that group, but let's focus on teams as of now. 8-Bit definitely on the right path. They need a couple more points to ensure that they have qualified. Same goes even for WindGod, like we've discussed. Sarkar Gaming can ease it out a little bit, nothing too concerning, still have that cushion building up. But for IMPRNT, for the likes of Team Crore, and especially Team Crore, considering Salty, they did land at the Southern Bridge and they were nowhere to be found in those final circles.
Honestly, I believe it was also a curse on them that the circle was right on top, right? They were the epicenter of action every single time. Now, we know as a matter of fact, in those locations, in that circle area, there are only a handful of compounds that you can take, which are right next to the shorelines. You become a hot target, especially when teams like Versatile, teams like Godlike step into the picture.
Yeah.
They knew these are the compounds that we want to aim at, and they will come and hit at you. So for Team Crore, I think the options were extremely limited. Yes, they were at the center of the circle. They could have done much better, but I feel like circles like these always favor the late entrants.
And at this point, I think it also has to do with the amount of confidence that they are on.
Exactly.
They really need to start switching the gears if they want to make it inside of the semis. But that being said, I think it's finally time. It's time for us to charter through the hot desert of Miramar. So off we go.
Off we go into the flight path once again, ladies and gentlemen. Your co-pilot, Salty and Fixes, we are going to be taking control of this flight, but in the passenger seat, we have the 16 teams once again. We have the winners of the last game, Team 8-Bit, in the driving seat, but we'll have to find out if they can keep up the pressure. It is certainly going to be tough because look at the flight path. Starting off from Valadilma, moving towards Impala, it favors heavily the southern territory of the map itself. Much similar to the map of Erangel, but majority of the teams on a map like Miramar, if they have to go towards the northern turf, it will be extremely difficult. A lot of pit stops need to be actually put up. Torre Armada, Campo Militar, and even Tierra Bronca is mostly going to be out of the picture. But my eyes are going to be extremely laid upon the early collisions that I am expecting. Sarkar Gaming, though, in this particular group, they are hopefully not going to have any sort of drop collision in the lands of Picado, or even are they going to go towards the land of Picado is going to be a question. You've got the likes of RIVALZ, Apex, who are moving towards Ladrilera. You've got Versatile, who have landed on that western highway as well, so potentially looking for those vehicle spawns, trying to move in towards the north. Look at that, Team TMG on the south as well, find themselves in the Minas del Sur region themselves. But as of now, no real action. We'll still try to find out where are the teams and the clusters forming. Something near that Impala region is something that I can see Team Crore, Team Legacy Esports, as well as WindGod in extremely close proximity. Meanwhile, WSB and Godsrain, they're moving towards Picado as of now. Trying to find out if these two teams are going to duke it out against each other. But so far, everything seems to be good in the hood. Even for Godlike, Puerto Paraso, not the usual drop spot, but they're going to find themselves extremely comfortable. And there you go. The circle lands. It is on that southern turf. There will be that cluster in that Los Lunas region. You've got Team 8-bit, you've got Team Lolzzz. But of course, we know, Team Los Lunas being the largest city in the game itself, I believe they will have enough space in between themselves. But still, no real collision fixes. We're still trying to find out where exactly those clusters are, but it seems like, just as we expected, this round 3 and the map of Miramar, it is going to start off a little slow.
You know, Los Leones being one of the biggest cities, not just in Miramar, but in the entire BGMI universe, I think does have the capacity to accommodate not just one, but multiple squads. And we've seen more often than not, it is a peace treaty, which so far has been one unspoken one amongst the team. They do not tend to engage in those early battles, right? So that is where, one thing for sure, Team Lolzzz and 8-bit, not really expecting them to collide against each other. But in that very situation, let's talk about Team Lolzzz, a team that was quite impressive in round 1 and round 2. Is now starting to struggle a little bit. We want to see them get that one very good game, because now, as things are at Salty, they're sitting at 21 points. One chicken dinner, let's say with 5 to 6 finishes also, I think should be a smooth sail for them. But it is all about finding that one good game, and this could be it. Considering how the circle has centered around Los Leones, I think there's a high chance.
Honestly, I'm not even sure, because these Los Leones circles, they tend to venture out in the open in the extremities of the game itself. Right at the fag end of the game, it will ditch the urban lands and move into the open, and that is, I believe, where the problem really strikes. But for the other teams, it seems like it is going to be a massive charge at them once again. IMPRNT and Godsrain, a love story that has been made in the heavens, a match that was made in heavens, potentially are going to collide once again, and Venom is going to find the knock. This is fun stuff, Fixes.
This indeed is, especially for IMPRNT. The lives have been made hell. And Godsrain, Alto, of course, he's going to be the one who lands that finishing blow over there. The IGL himself getting that first knock, and Godsrain, this is their territory. They know how to establish their dominance. Usually tend to go down towards San Martin, but this time they did not even budge. They're on the hunt right from minute 1, and I think this is one of those mischievous lineups that once they know that they have secured qualification, just go out there and hurt everybody's dreams and endeavors.
The problem is, Godsrain, they're so sweet people outside the game, right?
Yeah.
You never really see them being so aggressive inside, right?
Have you talked to them?
I have spoken to them. They're great.
Oh my god, they are quite salty.
They certainly are salty, but they certainly are the sweetest people as well. You look at Phantom, you look at Venom. Yes, when they give out their interviews, they try and put out an image, right? They try and be extremely salty in those territories. But then, when it actually comes to them in person, they're extremely calm And it seems like that calmness has also been transferred to their gameplay as well. They know exactly when to target and when to back off. They got that one finish against Team IMPRNT eSports. They've got nothing personal. They walk away.
I think this is one of those teams. In fact, if you talk about Venom, if you talk about Phantom Fury, every single one of them, they know how to put or when to put their money where their mouth is. Because this is a team that never has shied away from a fight. Very uncommon. Yeah, in those grand finals we've seen, sometimes they tend to take a different path or not. But that time the stakes are higher. Sometimes you need to understand that, brains are bigger than bronze. So that's where they tend to be a little bit smart. But they are also sly, they're cunning. They know exactly when to inflict that hurt. It's always a delight to watch God's Reign come into action. And this time, of course, in the iQOO BMPS, I do not make those predictions, but I really want God's Reign to get that trophy because lately they've been qualifying for a lot of those official event finals, and eventually that is where they tend to mess up.
Talk about the caster's curse fixes. The trophy is extremely far-fetched. Don't wear the same shoes as Maisie does. Even I have been thwarted to sort of pulling up the same socks as Maisie does. So I really don't want to go there over there. Who gets a trophy? I hope the best team with the best gameplay will be the one to actually pull that off. But talk about pulling the iQOO MVP, the title. It was TraceGod once again from FS eSports. 4 finishes. Man landed 518 points of damage. Just absolutely obliterating the competition. But it seems like now the saturation point has struck. I mean, FS eSports, if the rest of the 3 players can inflict the same level of hurt, this team can soar through the competition.
Exactly my point. Because so far, from what it looks like, he's literally got, 60 to 70% of all the finishes that Team FS eSports have accrued. Quite in a stark contrast to the previously held BGIS 2024, where it was even Wizard contributing. And it's fine, we understand in a pro athlete's life, sometimes you have that dip in form. But the others also need to wake up. Cannot really be relying on just that one player to really carry your baton through. Because for FS eSports, yes, the recovery has been there. Yes, they're getting around 7 to 8 points. But they also need that one big game. They had also been touted as the third-party kings. And now, when you kind of bring the conversation back to God's Reign, look at their journey. They started off as pure underdogs.
Yes.
They were representing the Celsius eSports' banner. Then eventually, after they played so well, after they won a recent third-party LAN, maybe just a couple of months ago, that is where they got signed into KEMINEX Venom. And after that, we saw them making their run also inside of the BGIS Grand Finals. Yeah, that did not go their way. And then in a recently concluded very big third-party event, they were contending for the bigger prize. And were in contention, really. And for them, considering their storyline, their narrative, and how their players play, I really hope that they just not make it deep inside the competition. They actually win it.
To be honest, I think they've got the potential and they've got the amount of experience to actually win it as well. They've performed phenomenally well in certain lands, so they know how to actually handle the pressure, how to handle the pressure of the audience and the cheers as well. I believe that is going to be one of the key aspects inside of Kochi as well, because not just the fact that you've got to adjust to the audience and the cheers and of course the boos as a part of the game as well, but you've also got to adapt to different timings, you've got to adapt to different climate conditions, and you've got to play in front of a massive crowd. And I believe that is a challenge that every single one of these pro players undertake.
I think that is what you have signed up for. That's the dream. Going across various places in the world. For now it's India. Who knows? It's going to be somewhere else coming tomorrow. But for now, coming back to the game, taking a look at how the circle has shifted further down south, you got Team Dragons having a really good position, especially even Team Lolzzz, courtesy and contributing to the fact that they dropped down at Los Leones. It's going to be such a smooth sail for them to hold on to the central grounds. But when you look at Hero Xtreme Godlike also, it's going to be a very easy rotation getting in over there. You still have 4 of your players surviving, but for the ones I'm really concerned about, Salty, look at Legacy Esports, look at FS. All these teams so far from where the circle is at, they have to inject themselves and they have to take those fights.
One lovely thing which we just found out from the map feed itself is the fact that majority of the teams know that circles like these tend to avoid the urban areas, and that is majority of the reason why none of the compounds inside of Lost Linus are being occupied currently. But speaking of occupying certain good things, I believe you should also occupy yourself with one of these amazing devices, the iQOO Z9S series, our official smartphone partner. They're extremely budget friendly, starts from just 18,999, but also they're extremely power packed with features. Now, this device is, I believe, is made specifically for esports and esports players in mind, because not only you've got an amazing battery backup with that 5,500 milliamp hour battery, but also it has that 80-watt flash charge, which I believe comes extremely handy to try and charge up those devices in between scrims if you need that quick charge facility. And of course, you've got that 2000 Hz touch sampling rate, so none of your shots get unregistered.
And you know, it is especially for the ones that are on a budget and are starting their journey inside of esports. But, you know, I wanted to talk about this. This is a conversation that we were having on the desk, WindGod Esports. This is a circle where they will be truly tested, because they're really comfortable around that, you know, power grid circle or maybe around that El Pozo area. But these are lands that we haven't seen WindGod chartering a lot. These are those places where they tend to struggle. So there's going to be a trial by fire for WindGod, considering you've got Sarkar Gaming right beside you. But these are those circles. Kind of takes me back to the BGIS semi-final days where Versatile, the current Versatile, when they were known as Team Entity, they needed to qualify. And it was on this game only, a similar circle where they got the chicken dinner. That final fight was against Team Godlike, and they managed to win that. And after that, they made it. And that was a beautiful journey regardless. So for Versatile, I think Somraj, he must be quite happy. You can see him already making a rotation from that southern side. Now, he's got a lot of force, but I'm pretty sure Versatile, with the form that they're carrying, it should not be an issue.
It should not be an issue, especially with them dropping on towards that Western Highway region, right? For them, rotating so far has been an absolute cakewalk. And in fact, I believe the path that they are following, it should not come with a lot of problems themselves as well. Even Godlike, as a matter of fact, they were holding the positions of Porto Parasio, but surprisingly, they are actually moving northward towards Impala. They don't really want to play in from the shorelines. Now, usually fixes circles like these, we know it is the most roughest terrains on Miramar that is possible, right? It is extremely high in terms of topographical differences. And I believe that you have those little ridges every single direction. So you've got teams third-partying from multiple directions. You have to be extremely cautious and with your eyes open. Circles like these demand your team to actually have those 4 players on board, because otherwise it gets extremely difficult to handle the pressure. And I believe majority of the teams will want that. We still have just that one finish that God's Reign inflicted onto its imprint. None of the other teams have even dared to actually stand up to a fight right now.
The thing with these southern circles are, they're quite uncommon. Lately we've seen a kind of a rise in these southern circles, the southwestern circles. So it's all about having the knowledge of the lay of the land. You need to be topographically sound for all these IGLs to know how to play across these places. Yeah, like you said, there are a lot of those ridges, a lot of those dips. But if I were an IGL, I would take this as an advantage, because when you look at the other areas of Miramar, sometimes it is a little too out in the open.
Yeah.
And around these southern areas, you've got so much cover to play with. So an IGL that has a sound knowledge about where to go for a halt, where to make that pit stop, I think could convert this into a really big game.
The main problem fixes becomes is when the circle goes in for a toss, when the hard shift comes by, it is extremely difficult to rotate because vehicles don't travel easily in these circles, right? Teams you usually see send their vehicles on a fly, their rear tires gets blown off as well, and that is exactly majority of the team's fault. The majority of their players will be picked off in isolated battles left and right. So I really believe that for teams to actually survive in circles like these, You've got to move in tandem with each other and move in with slow paces. And that's exactly majority of the teams are doing by far. Team Crore, they landed in on towards the Lost Lunas, but now they kind of tried to experiment with that southern turf. Did not actually go real well for them. The circle shifts in a little towards on the left-hand side. But IMPRNT eSports, this time they are at the smack center fixes. And this can be that big game that they've been looking for.
I really hope so, especially considering that rocky start they had in the previous game. But look at this, Hero Xtreme Godlike already spotting out the likes of FS eSports. This is a fight they cannot really afford to lose, especially if you are FS. Hitman instantly abandons his vehicle and his teammate comes in due time, rescues him, and look at that fear instilled inside of them. Look at that lack of intent, but TraceGod left to fend for himself. This is where things might look really dire for Team FS.
This man fixes is a hero, TraceGod. He's holding his ground like an absolute Iron Man. But this time around, it seems like Simp and his flank angle might actually be problematic. The Lamborghini is not going to take all the damage. It is going to blow extremely soon. And if it does, TraceGod is going to be under enormous pressure. Now look at this. Even Clutch has been spotted out. Jonathan, he wants to push up. It's a 1v2 scenario inside the smoke. Gets the information, falls back immediately. But this is where Punk is going to fall. And Clutch finally finds the opening. Wizard is going to charge at him. Of course, he's going to run over. So the IGL has been confirmed. And for the first time, FS eSports, this side looks extremely formidable, fixes.
This is a fight not just with Team Hero Xtreme Godlike, but against their destiny, against their fate, and they have to prevail supreme. The first hurdle has already been crossed, and Hero Xtreme Godlike certainly not a team these days to back away from it. But now FS eSports, a lot of damage has been done to their vehicles, especially majority of them getting burst out, just have those couple of buggies to traverse through the desert, and they have to be exceptionally smart over here as to how they want to proceed. But if you want to cruise through the city, maybe go through a good ride, do check out our official mobility partner, the Hero Xtreme 160R. And for now, yes, Hero Xtreme Godlike, they took the long road. They managed to elope from that scene. But for FS eSports, imagine Salty, such a huge sigh of relief.
A huge sigh of relief, and in fact, once they confirm that finish themselves, they will know that they have taken one of the toughest foes in the competition. So that might actually give them that boost that was extremely needed. Standing at 25 points, FS eSports will certainly fancy their chances, but so will WindGod eSports in this fight. A lovely split. If Rex does manage to keep his position anonymous, I believe that Sarkar Gaming can actually be hurt in this fight. Now, depends how the rest of the two players, they can attract attention towards themselves. Savitar, his firepower is insane. We'll have to find out if he does open things up. But as of now, from the backlines, it seems like Team Lolzzz have also started to enter the picture. And it seems like Savitar and his spidey senses have started to tingle. If Kunal peeks out, there might be a couple of headshots that might be inflicted.
If I were WindGod, I'd better make sure that I collect enough points. At least place myself somewhere around that 35+ mark. You do not want the pressure to be surmounting over you, as FS eSports this time looking quite a lot aggressive. Do rattle down Sarkar Gaming with a load of bullets, and there you have Anonymous out in the open, almost on the verge of getting taken down. But FS eSports, they need to understand Clutch not having the best of HPs. Still stays 3 though, but he needs to patch himself up. Oh! Otherwise, he might get taken down to the circle, and he does somehow administer that bandage. But look at this circle shift. 8-bit somewhere around the center of the circle. Team Lolzzz having quite a promising position. Ignite Gaming, courtesy of that early rotation, they also have a piece of the pie. But look at God's Rain, WSB also close to each other. And for Legacy eSports, this is also one of those games where they have to go big.
They certainly have to go big. And we know, as a matter of fact, Omega and Venom, they're not going to let them take that position quite easily. The zone magnets themselves, they have predicted it perfectly. One of the first times, in fact, the circle is getting drawn towards the urban parts of the land. I mean, hopefully, there is not going to be that betrayal at the end when it still drifts outward, but this certainly is going to give up a lot of hopes for a lot of teams. They will try and make their rotation, but as soon as that influx comes in, fixes, I believe there are going to be problems. Now, this is exactly the point that I was trying to make, right? The circle goes in for a toss. Teams will try to go in for a mad rush, a mad dash towards the circle. And this is where usually majority of the teams struggle. Wait, something interesting is happening on the southern front. Team TMG, they tried to collide against Godlike. One of their players has been taken down. And it seems like Jonathan is going to be up against two players right now. Nades are being inflicted. Simp over there. A lovely partnership with Jonathan. 2 knocks in quick succession. All of a sudden, Team TMG have been brought down on their knees. It's their last final player. Comes in, gets a knock against Jonathan. Will confirm that finish as of now. Still looking for that finish. Jonathan barely surviving by that skin of his teeth. Franklin going in for the revive. But where is support?
I don't think, Hero Xtreme Godlike can save Jonathan in that situation. That decision of administering that first aid right in front of the door really did cost Johnny, especially considering Simp was already down. So the ideal strategy was for Admino try to revive his fallen teammate. As Jonathan, his work had been quite simple over there, considering Simp did lob out that grenade, made things much easier for Johnny to play around. All he had to do was just find some cover, but regardless, this is not going to hurt Hero Xtreme Godlike, considering the points that they're sitting on. As now, as things are, this situation getting converted into a 2-on-2. Franklin and Skeleton, 2 players still alive. But for Admino and Simp, they need to pull off something special. But I'm more concerned about TMG because Hero Xtreme Godlike Salty, let's be honest, they've already crossed the mark. But for TMG, this is quite a quintessential fight.
Quintessential for rival Apex as well. Lucky to Noob dashes in towards the warehouse. Makes sure that he actually goes in behind the enemy lines. But in the front lines, Pasha has been taken down. What an entry into the fight! They have done a fantastic job so far. Team Ignite Gaming, their front lines have been destroyed. But in the back lines, it's still Hulk who is standing. Sarkar is standing over there as well. 2-2 battle. Sarkar Gaming is going to find the opening for his team. But he barely survives by the skin of his teeth. From the backlines, he will get taken down. I'm not really sure who was the one who actually inflicted that much damage. But RIVALZ Apex, what is happening to them? What was that entry in the fight? But this is where I believe Team Crore really come into the picture. A third-party incident is about to strike us, Fixes.
This is getting also exciting at this point. WSP from one side, Team Crore from the other, and suddenly RIVALZ Ape, they made a heroic entry, and seems like the exit could be even worse as Arman and Zarif in tandem with each other, trying to somehow make a push onto it. Zero Viper still trying to hold his ground, but look at these barrage of grenades as Arman, he's going to take that longer route, completely trying to engulf the players of RIVALZ Ape. As Team Crore, they also size in, and look at this Viper. All that remains of Team RIVALZ Ape. What can he do? What can he conjure here?
Not much, Fixes. It does not seem like he can do much. He's managed to hide his presence. The shotgun does not connect. The movement is so good. Viper still manages to find one pick for himself. But this is where I believe WSB and their ship can actually start to sink. This is exactly what happens. The second finish almost was there. But Omega comes in to save the day once again. WSB, this was a good start for them in this fight, but could not really spot that outlier. But this third party, WSB being successful in that, they have shooed away the likes of Team Crore. Team Crore do not want to extend this fight. Yatin did find himself the 2 knocks, but this is the vehicle tumble that I was talking about.
Yeah, you need to know the right vehicles, especially in Miramar. Go for that pickup truck or the buggy. These Mirados are definitely not going to work, but for Team Crore, I really felt like they had a golden opportunity to take down WSP at their weakest, because Omega just went in for that revive and it was an open shot for the players. But again, this is what pressure does to you, right? Considering how the circle is shrinking, and now WindGod ever so close to Team Crore, who are not really high on confidence at this point. WindGod deciding to just escape them and in fact take the higher ground. Pranav just hammering down with bullets, but still could not succeed.
His magazine ran out of 40 bullets. He hasn't extended, but still could not manage to land those 45.56 ammo. Well, for Team WindGod, at least for them, they did manage to survive the scare, but for how long? The building with open terrace means that you are going to be in a funnel. You are going to be in a floor which is filled of lava, and Team 8-Bit is going to fill it with lava. But from the back lines, there is Team Godlike as well. So multiple third parties happening. WSB themselves also falling short because of one, but Team 8-Bit, they're beautifully handling the pressure. part of the problem is also the fact that they have the vantage point themselves. They have such amazing visibility, but they've got to make sure that they do not choke in situations like this. Look at this right now. Team Crore once again have an opportunity in front of them. WindGod succumbing to this pressure. Sarkar Gaming also chiming in. Sarkar Gaming have isolated fights, but Team 8-Bit, I think their task has been cut out right now. They know where exactly the team are, and the virtual heat map is going to be in their heads.
It's going to be interesting, especially considering so many of those teams contending for that top spot. As WindGod, they bite the dust, and this is definitely not good news. Considering WindGod, they were so close, they had such a good game one. And this is where it is going to hurt them, this is where it's going to bite them. But for Team Crore, they have to go big. Do they have the numbers? Yes, they do. 3 players still surviving. Team Dragons, they have a fight coming up against Team Lolzzz, and look at Drogon. He's making a move. Kunal already down on his knees. Lolzzz hooking up that grenade. I do not know what the intention was over there, but I think for Team Lolzzz, it's all about try to delay things as much as possible so as to get that revive on Kunal. But seems like Team Drogon do not want to give them that opportunity, do not want to give them that breathing time as they instantly keep charging right at to where they are.
They certainly do, Team Drogon. They certainly have such a nice little positioning for themselves. No real team to actually come in for the third party. This is happening in the extreme southern end of the circle, ladies and gentlemen. And slowly and steadily, the other team is going to succumb to that pressure. 2 finishes on board already. The rest of the 2 still managing to survive somehow. Team Lolzzz, they haven't managed to find any breathing room whatsoever. But finally, that knock against Rana has been struck. Sanchit and Lolzzz, a great partnership, but together, will they be able to exterminate the pressure is going to be the question. Their only piece of cover being that tanker and that smoke grenade. A couple of pipes come in their aid as well, but the nade connects. Lolzzz is going to find Addy. Now this is a 2v2, and they can actually make sure that they convert it. Team Lolzzz, they definitely want to breach past the security gate so they can enter the circle fixes, and it seems like they've done the heavy lifting already.
They certainly have, but look at this, look at the bigger picture. Still 9 teams remain, right? And for Team Lolzzz, just that one finish isn't going to be enough. Now Team Dragons, somehow they want to recuperate in this situation, have given those revives. But look at Team 8-Bit. They're all over the place, hunting every single 4 down. And this is a big game. Something that 8-Bit much needed. And at this point, Versatile getting eliminated. And look at it, Bly the blue zone. I'm starting to fathom what really happened to them. As 8-Bit, they continue their onslaught. And it is just not against any particular team. They are hunting down the entire lobby.
It is Team 8-Bit against the world right now. Legacy eSports, they will be their finest opponents as of yet. One of their players did manage to chime in, but the front lines, seems like Mac has been taken down juicy against Team Dragons. He does come in front of 2 players simultaneously, and that results in his fall. Team 8-Bit, all of a sudden they're succumbing to their own injuries as of now. Juicy has been confirmed. Mac is still knocked out. They're not in the safest place at all, and even the blue zone is shrinking as of now. Team Legacy eSports from the back lines. Look at this. RageGod has been taken down, but Sarkar Gaming, I believe, will be looking to gather those elimination points. Mighty still managed to keep himself alive. Aditya going in for the push. Finds the first one. Cleans up Sarkar Gaming. Team 8-Bit. What a performance it has been so far.
Lovely stop. And this is where they do not even want to stop at all. 12 finishes already secured. And everybody is spitting fire. Especially for Team 8-Bit. Getting 12 finishes, I'm pretty sure they've broken past the doors of qualification. But now, as things stand, Legacy eSports, quite an important game, have made it inside of the top 3. But are they going to be enough against these mighty 8-Bit in front of them? RageGod MJ surviving just courtesy to that little bark cover that they have around that tree. And now they have to somehow make an entry as 8-Bit. Their attention seems diverted, but Aditya knows what's coming his way.
He certainly knows, and he knows how to handle it as well. Cooking up the nade, wants to throw it at the last moment. Did explode at the right spot, but it seems like the airstrike comes in on towards him as well. Legacy eSports, they are looking to redeem themselves. Team 8-Bit want to stomp down the competition. The nade almost connected, but look at this from the backlines. Night King can be a spoiled sport, but he's been dealt with, and now it's a 2v2. Mighty going in from the flank. He does find the first connection. Aditya needs to go in from the back lines as well. Legacy Esports on a mad dash. This is going to be a clean-up crew, and it seems like they have done the job. Legacy Esports, what an amazing chicken dinner. So much pressure from 8-bit, but they dealt it with style.
When the clock struck 11, that is where Legacy Esports, they staged their comeback. A much needed one, Salty, because not a lot of games remain, and this chicken dinner is definitely gonna ease them down because the heartbeats were soaring so high. This was supposed to be impossible for them as things were looking, because they were going up against an 8-bit that is surging high with confidence, or everything injected inside of them, and still for Legacy Esports to come out swinging with 7 finishes, 17 points out of this game. I think finally we've got another contender to make it inside of the semis, and this is where I think the competition is getting at its peak, because this is just Group 1, and next we've got some of the bigger names coming in: Reckoning, Orangutan, Carnival Gaming. Now the big question is, can they prevail supreme today?
Absolutely. I mean, it seems like all the writers and the headliners will have to bring out their fountain pens right now, because the comeback stories have begun fixes. The first map, it was WindGod. The second map, it was Legacy Esports. And Legacy Esports, from a position where they were at Campo Militar, they came right down. The rotation was fabulous. Still managed to survive with 2 players. And I did not fathom that with 2 players, they are going to survive an onslaught, an urban battle like this. You always need those 4 players up, but RageGod finally proving his worth. Yes, questions were asked yesterday, but it seems like Legacy Esports, with the kind of experience that they have taken that criticism with open arms, and they have worked upon it. Today they come in with a direction, and it seems like the direction has paid off.
I think this is lovely stuff, especially when you talk about Legacy Esports. This is what was missing. Get that chicken dinner. That is going to instill a little bit of that confidence, because now today their matches are over. They just have 2 more games to go, and this is where they have to come in and convert 1 more. But when you talk about 8-bit, they pretty much have confirmed their qualification. I think there is no more doubts, because they had inched in ever so close. I'm pretty sure they're going to break past 45 already. Quick look at that winner chicken dinner moment. It got so intense, especially, you know, all these players. 8-bit was literally all over the place, right? Mac, Aditya, Mighty, everybody was on the form of their lives, especially with how they're sort of positioning themselves and all of that. Team Lolzzz, a decent game for them as well, but towards the end, MJ and RageGod piecing everything together, that was insane, especially for RageGod. There you go, gets that important knock, and Aditya too much out in the open. RageGod had all the time to sort of take that shot, reposition, peek in, once again, get that final death blow. That is how Legacy Esports did manage to win this game.
The beauty of that particular fight was the fact that they were outliers themselves as well. You've had Team Lolzzz, you had Team Dragons as well. Night King was in position, but still Legacy Esports knew how to isolate those fights brilliantly. Not a lot of time was given. Had he messed up those couple of initial shots, I believe the fight would have extended. 8-bit would have had a clean run in that particular match. But it was about that intensity of the fights and the quickness of the fights, the efficiency of the shots, I believe, that made it work, and RageGod just showing his true potential once again. Extremely happy with Legacy Esports, and just like you mentioned, I believe 17 points. I'm not really sure, I'm not going to do the math, I am extremely bad at it, but they're somewhere resurrected back inside of the competition once again. It's not like they're going to be extremely safe, it's not like the elimination axe will be completely over their heads, it is still going to be dangling, but the point being that they are slowly crawling back into the game, and like you said, this match will give them a lot of confidence, and not just them, I believe there were a lot of other teams as well, even Team Lolzzz as a matter of fact.
Yeah, for Team Lolzzz, I'm really curious to see how many points have they garnered out of this match, because here's the reality check, not a lot. 5 points, I don't think that's going to be enough. FS Esports, they're off to a really good start, but instantly the brakes were put on them. Sarkar Gaming, Team Dragons, these are the teams that have been playing quite decent. But for 8-bit, these 19 points, I think I feel it's safe to say that we'll see them in the semis. And there is never a doubt on Team 8-bit to make it inside of the grand final. Somehow they tend to do so. That is, the grand finals are always the problem. But for Legacy, these 17 points are going to be so instrumental in carving their way up, still keeping their dreams alive. But WindGod, Salty, and even Team Crore, considering WindGod had such a good game 1, Game 2 is completely opposite.
Exactly. I mean, in spite of the fact I believe they had the circle for themselves, they could not really convert this game once again. And this usually happens, right? For WindGod, they need that clean entry inside the final circle, and only then they will be able to capitalize. Otherwise, if they get into a stranded position, they completely get dismantled. But the match summary in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, once again, roughly about 150 smokes utilized. 0 vehicle finishes in this one, because we saw what the turmoil of vehicles was in this game. But the longest finish, once again, 350 meters almost, and this was once again picked up by RageGod. It has become a habit of these iQOO MVP contenders. It was TraceGod in the last game, RageGod in this one. Ones who actually will be the iQOO MVP of this game, getting the longest finish for themselves.
I think RageGod had been one of the discoveries of Legacy Esports or Assist Esports, whatever you might call them, in the previous rendition of the BGIS 24, because nobody knew him before that. And after he came in, and after Assist Esports or the current Legacy Esports had such a clean run, they did not even have to face the Wildcat, the semi-finals week, to nothing. They were absolutely pristine. And in the grand finals, you could finally see the chinks in their armors finally start to show up, and that is where they struggled. They made some huge, horrendous errors, changing their playing for that had worked out for them throughout the league stage. I do not know what was going on in their heads, but regardless, I think that is where the axe fell on them, then their departure, then Legacy Sports once again, and I do not know what's really going, but this looks a much more sound Legacy Sports. But right now, with this matchup, the games for Group 1 have ended, and next up is Group 2 after this short break.
Have you seen my phone?
Yes, I have. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, bro. Really? Hey, but have you all seen it?
Mega Taskers win at every level. iQOO Z9S Pro with 3D curved AMOLED display. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
The movie starts in 10. You can miss the beginning, or you can go ahead and challenge the clock with an all-new Sprint EBT engine that goes 0 to 60 in 5.9 seconds. Presenting Hero Xtreme 125R. Challenge the extreme.
A lot of the fans and even the esports pundits have coveted and given the title of the Group of Death to Group 2. And I think looking at all those teams, I feel like this is actually the Group of Death. And looking at OG, I really want to crawl in back to my cave at this point.
This is a heroes are forged fixes. You can't really give it to them, right? I mean, we talked about the fight and flight situation. And I believe that the kind of position where Orangutan are right now, they will have to sort of give it everything that they've got. Now, one of the difficult aspects of this is also going to be that their record on Sanhok, on Vikendi has also been the weakest. Now, let me give you a hint of things. Erangel and Miramar in this competition so far, they've scored, in fact in this round so far, they've scored more than 50 points. Not in this round, in this competition overall. Inside of Sanhok and Vikendi, they have barely managed to scrape past the 20-point mark. which just goes to show that their strongest suits is going to be on the map of Erangel and Miramar, but they will be forced to play the maps of Sanhok and Vikendi today, where they are supposed to not only go against the toughest of them all, but also it seems like their comeback journey will be thwarted once again.
They have to get past their horrors. To be honest, at this point, the idea should be set not just for Orangutan, but also for the likes of Reckoning, GUJARAT Tigers, and a lot of those bigger names, because the list continues even with GENxFM, RTGxIND, so many of those teams. You know, you've got 4 more games to play, and you have to hit it and out of the park. And you talk about trying to hit it out of the park. This phone certainly has our official smartphone partner, the iQOO Z9S series, which starts from just $18,999. And the best part, the icing on the top of the cake, is the fact that you can stand a chance to win 15 iQOO Z9S Pro devices. And all you gotta do is head over towards Google, search for iQOO Z9S, partake in a small competition where you have to answer simple questions. And if you're lucky, you might have one of these sexy babies.
Absolutely. And not just in terms of good looks, it also has a lot of power pack features as well, which will be extremely helpful if you also want to kickstart your esports journey. Hopefully one day you will be playing in the stage of the Battlegrounds Mobile India Pro Series as well someday. But coming back to the conversation of this particular group, now you did mention there are going to be a lot of those teams who are struggling. There will be the heavy hitters as well, and let's just understand the differences in the stats right between these two extremities. Now finally somebody has actually toppled down the likes of Ignite Gaming from the top. It's 8-bit and Godlike who lead the charts right now, 55 and 50 points respectively. TWOB, they are going to be coming back into this action once again, and this is the team that I'm really going to be fearing for, because with 45 points secured, they're already past that cutoff mark fixes, and now they can experiment as much as they possibly can.
You talk about experiment, I see opportunities for TWOB. Now, the cards are with them, the ball is in their court. They can decide to head anywhere and everywhere they possibly can. At this point, you also have the other big dogs like iQOO Soul also coming into play. You've got the likes of MOGO, eSports, all these teams. They've been looking quite comfortable. But when you look at the red marker, this is where concern really arises for the likes of Reckoning, GUJARAT Tigers, KARUNADU, Honored RIVALZ, RTGxIND, TCW, OG, GENxFM. Now their heads will be on the swivel, Salty. And at this point, anything and everything can happen. Like I said, you need to understand 4 more games to go. Treat it right from the very scratch. Does not matter who the opposition is. Play your natural game, because at any given day, all these pros do have the tendencies to make a comeback. And they can do it. It's all about battling the demons in their head.
Absolutely, 100% agreed over there. But battling the demons in the head also means battling the demons who are sitting up there, the scorers, I mean. For GENxFM and for Raw officials, I feel like it is going to be extremely difficult, considering they did not find their mojo at all throughout the competition. For Orangutan, 9 elimination points and 0 position points. I believe today on the map of Vikendi, they will have to fancy their chances, because they need those position points extremely bad. On the map of Sanhok, they will have to let themselves lose. AK and Wiz will have to go back into their prime form if they want to gain any sort of momentum. Otherwise, it's going to be extremely difficult. And even on the map of Sanhok, I believe it's going to be iQOO Soul and Global Esports duking it out. So hopefully we get to see that early action once again.
Yeah, that we will get to see. I'm pretty sure that has happened where either of those teams backs out. This time I don't think iQOO Soul would back off. This time the onus is on Global Esports. But when you talk about Sanhok and when you talk about OG, now yes, stats and figures do show that OG has not had the best of the tournaments in especially this map of Sanhok and Vikendi. But again, I want to take you back to where OG's strongest suit lies. That is those Bhan circles. Since considering the fact that Aru had been under the mentorship of Jelly once upon a time when they were at OR Esports, and that was one of those circles where they every single time tend to get a chicken dinner. This was one of their strongest maps, and if the gods of BGMI favor them, give them a circle like that, I see OG getting a chicken dinner in this one.
Well, a chicken dinner is extremely important for Orangutan right now, because otherwise it will be difficult. But enough about Orangutan as of now. We will have to talk about a couple of other teams as well. KARUNADU eSports. Yesterday we saw a little bit of glimpses of what this team can actually pull off. Once again, they come back into the group of death after the group reshuffle. I feel like the mentality has to be set. Yes, we did perform a little better yesterday. Today, in spite of the the competition being extremely heavy, we're going to give our best foot forward.
No, for the likes of KARUNADU eSports, I feel like it's not about how they're pulling off, it's about how they're pulling out. Because yesterday's Sanhok match, I'm still trying to process how on earth they really messed that up. Because for KARUNADU, I think they have to play really well. Let's take a quick look at the matchup in front of us. These are the big hitters, TWOB, iQOO, MOGO eSports, Hyderabad. Hydras were quite impeccable. For Medical eSports, they somehow tend to find that one-off good games, right? But then, these 8 teams, this is where the sword is hanging over their heads. They have to go big, and especially when the task is so enormous, it is going to be quite difficult.
Absolutely, and you see an example right there, right? Reckoning eSports, you've got to give it to these lads, especially to one of my favorite players currently in the Indian scene, and that has to be Viper, right? This 16-year-old prodigy yesterday took mantle on himself. Both the games was the lone survivor, not just got themselves the placement points, but also the finish points. You've got to give credits to him, but this hero arc is somewhere needed to all the teams who are struggling, because at one point when the team's morale is down, that is when the hero steps up, gets you the couple of points. And yesterday you saw Reckoning eSports, they're out of the slumber right now. They have that platform, and this is where the rest of the teammates can also step up. This is where the likes of Hunters can step up. This is where the likes of Gravity can step up as well.
They certainly can, but this is where you would want the others to also chime in, right? We've been talking about Hunters. Yes, he's been having a really good time, but Gravity IGL lately has been getting all those off picks. But I think enough talk and chatter. Let's find out for ourselves who gets to be the winner inside of the rainforests of Sanhok as it begins. All right, the flight path trajectory this time a little towards the northern side. We have it going all the way from Mong Nai towards Camp Alpha. Salty did talk to us about the possibilities of that drop clash happening around that western island, but Salty, he's had a heartache at this point, and we have to replace him with my man Necro, who's apparently a little bit under the weather, but still the passion is there, the fire is ignited, because he could not miss out from all these lovely action that unfolds for us at this very point. Because when we're talking about that western shrine Necro, iQOO and Global eSports, this is a fight we want to see, but that's not going to happen, is it?
Yeah, it seems like Global eSports have backed away this time around, and hopefully my throat's good enough for you guys to understand what I'm saying. But yeah, with how this action's now going to be kicking off on the screen as well, you've got OG looking to face off against a few more foes in the front lines. TCW, these guys still just backing away. And now for OG, they're way too desperate for the points. That's one of the main things. And OG's always going to be fighting those demons in their heads. Every single point that OG collects, that's going to be like a lifeline given to them. And these 2 points are going to be really good off the rip.
Trust me, to be honest, in a recent third-party tournament, a big one at that, we saw Orangutan, how they fought till that final game. You remember that game of Erangel where they started things off with a shebang. 10+ finishes in that very first circle. And this time, they're showing signs of that. Already 2 finishes secured, but this is one of those fights, Necro, where we can possibly say that for Miracle and TWOB, they pretty much have nothing to worry about.
For Miracles, Koya's taken down way too low, and here comes the duel. As Koya strikes down another player in the front, and for TWOB, Sarvit's now lost out. That's going to be a heavy blow for TWOB, but knowing the fact that in the overall standings, this team is already doing way too great, it's completely fine.
It certainly is. Especially when you are for Miracle eSports. Those yesterday's games that won chicken dinner. These are those moments that for Miracle eSports really eye out for. But what on earth happened to NUMENxFOREVER as he takes a plunge? I think it is a jump from the shrine.
Yeah,
feels like he's had enough.
The main problem is Global eSports is right around the Frey and Hatin, and they can easily go for the confirmation if they want. They've probably read the elimination feed, but they do not know who the man is exactly yet. They would only know it's iQOO right next to them when they do find the confirmation. Before now, it's RTGxIND charging on forward against this one last man in Team Bliss. Not exactly the last man, but last man in this vicinity, considering there's no backup available. There is one man in the back lines looking to provide that cover fire, but still Eggy. He needs to face his problems right now all by himself.
He has to. At this point, Eggy needs to find some cover as RE spots him out. Team Bliss certainly doing better than RTGxIND though. As RTGxIND, they have to conjure something special, and this is it. This is what they needed. Arif just comes out of his cover, instantly gets knocked by Team Bliss. Where is the assistance? Nowhere to be found.
That's exactly what I'm saying, right? The man was all by himself in this vicinity. It felt like he was the only man standing for the team. But there's actually the cavalry available, but way too far away. Unfortunately for this man, he was just completely stranded in this area. No teammates, no friends left around him. And that was an easy elimination point collected from the side of RTGxIND. And it's another one of those teams that is struggling to gain the points, by the way.
Yeah, for RTGxIND, this is what Salty and we were discussing about. Because, yes, you've got so many of those bigger names. There are chances that you get overshadowed. You've got the likes of Reckoning, you've got the likes of OG, even the GUJARAT Tigers into the mix. And RTGxIND, Necro, you and we were both there. And they had a glorious journey in the BGIS 24. Yeah, they could not make it inside the grand finals. But the way their journey was, they were a team that did sort of indulge themselves in a lot of those big fights. We've seen those bigger moments. But somewhere down the line, even you would admit that RTGxIND, that old RTGxIND, has been found missing
Hands
in
down.
This tournament.
Aggression's not there.
Yeah.
Confidence is missing. And this is the conversation we had yesterday as well, right? The only way you can regain the confidence is by taking the fights. And off the rip, if you do get those 1 or 2 points, that's always can restore that confidence that's left out. And maybe RTGxIND, considering they got that one single elimination point, maybe that's going to help them get the momentum back in their hands. For Merkles, making that push. For TWOB, Cyrex is going to be the man in the front lines. He sees a huge wave of enemies approaching him, and now it's time to back away.
Certainly is, because at this point, TWOB, they've already taken a casualty in the form of Sarvit, and they want to reposition themselves, find a vantage point, and then maybe wait for the players of American eSports to make one small mistake, one negative movement, and that is where they want to fight back. Because for TWOB, both these teams, let's be honest, have nothing to lose, right? It's just an ego battle going on, and so far, for American eSports, they've got a lead in this one, and now still trying to line the players up. TWOB, 2 players pushing in tandem and legit. This is the opener that they were looking for. It's a 3-on-3 once again.
They get the instant confirmation too. So that's a good thing. Once again, the man advantage, if you try and speak about it, it's now been neutralized. TWOB with 3 players, 4 Miracles with 3 players as well. All it takes is that one single instance to break down this entire standstill that's coming into fray. And here comes the push from Kyoya, but he's got no clue that there's a man right underneath him as he gets struck down with that DBS. Cyrex still doing such a great job, and now here comes the BM. You gotta add the salt on top of the wounds, right?
You certainly have to, especially if you're TWOB. You need to make sure you have that statement. And for American eSports, they know that TWOB are not the ones to be messed around with, considering how good of a run that they've been having in the iQOO BMPS 24 this time, as Adi is left lamenting for his fallen comrades. And this is what I was talking about, right? It's all about TWOB trying to reposition, then let the players of American eSports make those mistakes.
Yeah.
And the moment Legit gave them that opener, Kyoya decided to charge in. Little did he realize that Legit was still on the ground floor. And the moment he heard that step, he went out. It was again those shotguns really coming into play. And for Adi, all he can do is just swallow these painkillers.
But they're not going to be numbing the emotional pain, though.
Yeah.
That's a problem. For Miracle Esports, from here on out, once again, the journey is going to be looking pretty tough. For Miracle Esports, somewhere in that middle pack, they still do need to find the consistent points to have that solidify in the overall standings. And this is how the fight really kicked off. Cyrex, he's so lucky to find that 2-piece, all thanks to the DBS, right?
He had a little bit of that assistance coming in from Legit. So it was like a two-pronged attack. One of their players on the first floor, he also chimed in at the same time when Fomerical had their attentions fixated just on Cyrex. And that is how they capitalize, and that is literally how they managed to win that battle. But still, for Fomerical eSports, yeah, I think they've not made it past the finish line. Haven't crossed that 40 points marker yet, but for TWOB, pretty much nothing to lose. And the iconic iQOO Seoul Global Esports fight, that has been averted. Both of them going their own merry ways, but I still on Orangutan, this time making a move from that Lakavi region. We're seeing lately And I think, Necro, you would even accept that we're seeing a lot of these quarry circles recently.
Hands down we have. I'm not exactly sure what the main problem is, but we have witnessed a change in the pattern of the zone, especially when we saw that Miramar zone, which was all the way outside of the playing field. And after that, we have seen a big change in the pattern of the play zones. But yeah. Now, these type of zones, once again, it's really going to be helpful for the teams itself, considering there's a lot of that landmass still left alive that you can try and play around with. You've got a lot of those small covers as well that you can try and situate yourself right behind, that you can call yourself a safety home. But looking at the Smack Center, you've still got Team Insane playing from that area. And RageGod was the iQOO MVP of that previous game with 6 finishes and 505 damage racked up. For Legacy as well, this game's really meant a lot.
They did. In fact, finally finding that good momentum, and with them coming tomorrow once again to play their final couple of games, they have to hit the ball out of the park. No other ways around it. And now they certainly have been resurrected inside this tournament. But for MOGO eSports, I think nothing really to worry about, especially even if the opponents are global eSports. But for global eSports, I might be a little bit tensed because they also, like for Miracle eSports, haven't really gotten past the finish line.
Interesting. It's Arsalan now in the playing field instead of Mavi.
Whoa.
So for global eSports, playing 4 switched up once again. What exactly is going on here, Fixes? Because the OG playing 4 as well has been working out wonders for global eSports, but now once again Arsalan back as the IGL in the playing 4. I'm not sure what exactly is the reason behind the switch up, but our official smartphone partner, that's going to be the iQOO Z9S series, which is starting from 18,999. If you move on towards Google and search for the iQOO Z9S, you might just stand a chance to win the iQOO Z9S Pro, and 15 of those devices are being given away right now.
They certainly are, but very interesting topic you raised up, Necro, because haven't really thought global esports to make this change, especially at this junction of this tournament, because we've had this Arklin and Mavi debate, and we have seen that whenever push comes to shove, Arklin has choked. I'm talking about the recent third-party tournaments grand finals, where global esports were doing extremely well in the group stages, but when it mattered the most, that is where they crumbled. And it's not just a normal crumble, that was a big one. And for them having replaced Mavi, now that is quite a strong call. Would really love to know the entire mindset coming in from GE to make such a change,
especially when their head's on the swivel.
Yeah,
I'm not even exactly sure why did they make this call, but hey, if it does work out, if they do qualify in the future stage, then it will be all good in the hood. iQOO Seoul on the screen, and even for iQOO Seoul, 40 points in the overall standings. If they want, they can as well play a bit of that spoiler inside of the game. Global eSports iQOO Seoul, it's been quite the OG rivalry, and if they want, they can go for a bit of that target as well, as soon as they do see the elimination feed going off with the name of Global eSports. HRC, even they chime inside of a battle as the first man for TCW has been knocked out. But luckily enough, Jackson's got his back.
He certainly has. For TCW, it is again going to be a huge ask, especially considering how they've been struggling. But again, this time I really feel like iQOO Seoul should go after global esports, considering they could exterminate this threat. Considering in the further rounds, at least your Sanhok map is going to be secured. You do not need to have that seed implanted in your head every single time that we have to deal against global esports. But lately we've seen all of these players have gone through this superstition. They do not want to mess each other's games up. But look at this. NinjaJot finding that opener against TWOB. Prince already down on his feet as legit. He finds a beautiful trade. And now iQOO Seoul, they were the ones trying to rotate around, but seems like they might be on the receiving end of things.
They might be, but still the man advantage is in the hands of iQOO Seoul. And that's something they're going to try to work with. For TWOB, just a 2-man squad up against the 3-man strong players of iQOO Seoul. Knuckle is going back for that revival. Still the man's knocked out in the open. NinjaJot, is the revival possible? That's the question. As Knuckles going to pull all the way in the back lines. They are quite desperate to get the fallen man back up on his feet, because that way iQOO Seoul's going to have all the 4 players on the board itself. But then TWOB, even they're quite desperate to deny that.
This is a clash of titans, and we know when the titans collide, there will be those sparks. across the map. TWOB certainly do not want to let Ninja live over there, but Knuckle, he's going to be committing the entire smoke artillery that he has, trying to deploy it for his teammate, trying to let him come back to life. But for now, Cyrex still keeping money at bay, and he knows it is iQOO Soul, and they're not the force to be really messed up with. One small misstep, and they're going to punish you for that. But Orangutan, look at them going after the players of MOGO. This is going to be an interesting fight, and this is what I was talking about. You blink and you miss it. Show your backs to Mania, and he's ought to punish you.
Exactly what he was waiting for. Found the right moment to strike, but as you move on towards another fight between the players of OG and MOGO eSports, OG's found the striker's advantage, and now here comes the push towards the compound. Straight up ramming the vehicles, but they had no clue there's Destro in the outskirts. Eventually, Destro gets struck down as well for OG. They've still got 3 players up and standing, up against the 2 of the players off the side of MOGO eSports themselves. A 3-on-2 man advantage in the hands of OG itself as they pull out the shotguns. Shots are taken, but still it's just one single knock, but then WindGod will close on up and get the confirmation.
This is lovely stuff coming in from Orangutan. Absolutely stellar performance, especially how they're looking at each other's backs. You could see how they initiated the fight, and even when Atanki was down on his feet, they decided not to go for that instant revive. Instead, help WindGod in the process. You could see Aru is literally playing as if it is his final tournament, and that is the kind of mentality you would want to see. But Global Esports, they do chime in. And TWOB, the final player, getting exterminated over there as now NinjaJod. He's been brought back to full health, but Manya, he's lost his life in the process. What went wrong there?
I'm not sure. Maybe a third party from Global Esports, that's what happened?
Yeah, maybe.
And we had to talk about this, right? It's a long-blown rivalry between these 2 teams. And Global Esports, once again, third party and getting the advantage in their hands. As GT now, they collide against the strong force of iQOO Soul. Considering GT, they've got the man advantage, but still, they're missing their shots, and that's a problem. NinjaJod now, he needs to face his demons.
This is where the pressure really surmounts on the players of Gujarat Tigers. Harsh being pushed at, NinjaJod already brimming with confidence, but this time he messes up. As Harsh, he gets some assistance coming in from the backline as the cavalry does arrive, and iQOO Soul, down they go. And for Gujarat Tigers, they finally breathe to live another day.
Gujarat Tigers, a way to kick things off inside of the game. Striking down a formidable force, but look at what's happening with Global Esports. They're facing off against Reckoning. At Global Esports, they've already dropped dead on Ninja Boy, and unfortunately, the entire squad crumbles. Global Esports, they've been eliminated on the 12th spot.
This is an absolute shocker, Necro. We did not see this coming because Global Esports could not garner a lot of those points as GENxFM. They want to change their fortunes. They want to change their fate. Hyderabad Hydras with 2 of their players already taken down. But from the back lines, you could see the others also deciding to chime in inside this particular fight. As Termi steps out in the open, not only does he saves the day at least, he gets those important trade knocks. Quite crucial at this point. All he needs to do is get that revive as GENxFM. Karan, somehow he needs to pull off a rabbit out of his magic hat, because if he does not, GENxFM, their dreams are going to get shattered.
There's definitely a high chance. Utils being tossed as well inside of that smoke. Hyderabad Hydras completely focusing on recovery for now. As another nade's going to sail in the front. For Hyderabad Hydras, it's a bit of the stop inside of the fight. But keep this thing in mind, there's another team in the back lines in the name of GT. And Gujarat Tigers, they're quite the aggressive ones. They're not going to back away from this. These like free points for the players of GT, a third party. That can be the best possible way to collect the scrappy points. But a nade from Skillful, now that's going to open the fray up.
It certainly will. Because at this point, GENxFM, they know what's on the line. And they cannot afford to lose this one. Hyderabad Hydras, they're doing so great, but still haven't made it past through that qualification barrier. At this point, Skillful, he's got to showcase his skills over here. As Termi right in front of him, Insidious, gets devoured, gets eliminated over there. But Termi, he's being quite cautious, he's being quite calm. He wants to let the players of GENxFM make a move, and that could have been quite a sly one. In fact, a cunning move with that, getting that little bit of that high ground advantage. Takes a couple of shots, but yes, Termi, he also answers back.
Indeed does. GENxFM, Now the two players looking to make that pounce as Termi is going to single-handedly strike down both the players as Hyderabad Hydras, they come out on top in this duel.
This is amazing stuff, especially from Termi. One of the recent additions made inside of Hyderabad Hydras as they survive this onslaught. But look at this circle shift go. TCW right at the very smack center. This is one of those very rare circles that we've seen pan around that cave area. Reckoning, Gujarat Tigers both inside the circles, both have some covers to play around with. And look at this, we've already got some swimmers. It's going to be Artho from Honored Rivals. I do not know how they made that happen, but a lot of these teams that are actually contending for the chicken dinner are the ones who've been struggling. You talk about Reckoning, you talk about GT, Honored Rivals, Hyderabad Hydras, and then you've got OG. They were off to a really good start, Necro, but now they need to break past that 12 to 13 points marker barrier.
Yeah, but one of the biggest upsets was Global Esports in this game. Another game just scooped underneath their rugs. I'm not even sure what Global Esports' game plan is going to be for OG. Things have been looking quite good and dandy. Unfortunately, though, the IGL gets taken down this time around.
It certainly does at this point. Orangutan, they've lost out on numbers. WindGod and Atanki already biting the dust, considering KARUNADU, they were the ones who third-partied them the moment they were trying to escape from Quarry, but this time it is going to be Team Insane and Evil with this beautiful flank coming in for him. The big ask is that, is AKOP unaware? Because if he is, then this is going to cost OG quite heavily. Spy OP being bombarded with all those grenades. I do not know, Necro, how on earth he survived, but a retaliatory fire. And one of the players of OG is already down on his knees. Afu getting also excited, and now it is down to this Clutchmeister AKOP. What can he pull off?
And Reckoning Esports, they squeeze away that elimination point. They're here to steal the eliminations. And with that, the entirety of OG, even they come crashing down. For OG, a decent game in the office, but still, they needed a nuclear performance, and that's not going to seal the deal.
That certainly is it, but look at RTGxIND. Suddenly, they are back from the dead. And suddenly they are one of the prime contenders to maybe win this all. Considering they've got such a beautiful position inside the circle. I just hope they have got enough utility to back themselves up, as they have to be quite mobile, like our official mobility partner, Hero Xtreme 125R is now Reckoning, trying to initiate this push against the players of Gujarat Tigers. Hunter, he's already down on his knees. Gravity IGL, he goes down as well. And now the numbers are starting to dwindle. Viper and Immortal is all that's left out of Reckoning Esports. 7 finishes already secured, but Gujarat Tigers do not fancy their chances in those 1v1s. Getting some instant assistance, and Reckoning down to just Immortal.
This is the Gujarat Tigers we all wanted to see. Dismantling teams left, right, and center. Now it's time for Team Insane as well to face the brunt. Gujarat Tigers, unstoppable force of nature in this game. Reckoning Esports, they have been claimed and dusted from this game. Still one last man is standing.
One last man is going to be Immortal. He's got to pull through the baton. And for now, Team Insane. Spy OP's got some assistance, but from a different angle though. Gujarat Tigers, they're going to be elated with the way they've performed. Hyderabad Hydras, Termi being the hero as RTGxIND. A little bit of that low ground disadvantage, and Hyderabad Hydras want to do them dirty. Especially Arif trying to get Radion back on his feet. And look at all of this chaos. And then you've got Honored Rivals. They just do not care. They want to let all these other teams fight it out. And whatever remains, they will be there for the spoils.
Hands down, M416 in the hands of Termi. Considering he's got the high ground to play with, it's all looking good. But look at the players of GT. Even they're now starting to face that brunt. But Termi from the top, he's just collecting the eliminations. He's stealing them away. RTGxIND, they did so much hard work in that fight. But it was Hyderabad Hydras to reap the benefits.
He certainly is a man on mission. At this point, Termi, 4 finishes secured already. And Crypto make that perfect duo along with him. But RTGxIND, the numbers still do favor them. And right now, even RTGxIND know they somehow need to pull themselves from the cusps of getting eliminated, really on the precipice of qualification, and they have to see this through. As now, Hyderabad Hydra still capitalizing on this high ground advantage. Gujarat Tigers, though, they somehow need to find an opener against RTGxIND, as now this is where they need to descend. And along that foothills, we've got Bijlu waiting for Hyderabad Hydras. This grenade could have been quite devastating had it not ricocheted.
Yeah, Honored Rivals though. Arto is still in the back lines, constantly going for that med strat. Bijilu, he wants to find the opener against the players at the top. And here comes a nade. A little bit of that chip damage, but nothing serious. Another nade tossed in from Bijilu. He's not able to find that prime spot just yet. Top 5 teams alive for GT as well. It's just down to skips. Even for Reckoning Esports, it was Immortals in the back lines. It was going for that constant med strat. But what a nade that was from RTGxIND. They get the confirmation and put that nail in the coffin for GT.
They certainly do, but for now, RTGIND, they still know there's a task at hand. And Honored Rivals lose out on Bijilu. RTGIND looking nigh unstoppable over here, but Termi, he has been in a hot form in this game, but this time he's been put down to the ground. Crypto, the last man alive, and now Arib knows exactly where he is. He is going to toss that Molotov, and down goes Hyderabad Hydras, and seems like this chicken dinner is written for RTGIND unless and until R2 has something to say about this Necro.
That's the crazy part, right? We had to talk about RTGxIND and how they've been struggling. And yeah, they also make the push all the way outside of the blue, claim that last elimination points. And yeah, for RTGxIND, a great way to kick things off, man. Maybe a chance for them to make a comeback as well has been ignited, but they need to be super consistent.
I think today marks the day of comebacks, quite literally, because even in Group 1, we saw Legacy Esports, WindGod, 8-Bit, everybody understanding how much it matters. And finally, you can see that hunger. And this time also, the top 5 teams, everybody are struggling for qualification. Reckoning, Orangutan, they're off to a flying start. They had a lot of finishes, along with Gujarat Tigers also. But it was RTGIND that prevailed supreme. Let's not take anything away from Honored Rivals as well, because before this match, it was sitting at around 17 points. But these position points, couple of finishes points here and there, I think is certainly going to help and contribute in them trying to break past qualification.
Hands down, man. Speaking of Honored Rivals in general, right, this team was supposed to be the burning torch consistency. Now, if you try and replicate the past towards this entire performance that is happening, it's not even close. In the past, Honored Rivals, they seem much more in a top-notch form. I'm not exactly sure what's happening inside of the round 3. Maybe it's just that pressure the guys are facing, but it's a way to start things off for the day. With this entire performance, they've also reignited a chance for them to make a comeback, knowing the fact that Honored Rivals, they secured that second spot in the previous game. And now the fact that so many teams have also started to establish the comeback, this is going to be a stark statement for global esports. If they do not perform in the upcoming game itself, they would only have 2 more games to go for this entire round 3.
And the grand debate continues once again. Why Arklin instead of Mavi? Because this time, Global Esports, they had a couple of those openers. They did wipe out TWOB, just that final player surviving. Could have gotten Mania also in the process. They just had 2 finishes to their names. And this is not going to be enough, considering after this you have 3 more games to go. And it is going to be such a shame if Global Esports does not make it inside of the next round. But before that, let's take a quick look at the winner chicken dinner moment, because it was all about RTG and their hunger that is finally visible, which earned them this chicken dinner.
Once again, aggression is going to be the key, and that's what RTGxIND realized. Just pushing on forward, getting those elimination points easily in their belt. RTGxIND, they look so much more confident with this approach towards the game of Sanok, even collecting the final few elimination points against the players of HRZ, and even the Hyderabad Hydras, they could not even stand a chance because they were just overwhelmed by the man number that the players of RTGxIND had. They pretty much had all the pieces on the board, even in the final few moments, so that was quite great. And even one of the men just pushed all the way outside of the blue, claimed that final elimination point too. And you know what, speaking of Legacy Esports as well in that past group, it's a team filled with a lot of those veterans. Even if that team would have taken an exit, we know for them it's a do-or-die run in the iQOO BMPS 2024. So this comeback chance that they've reignited, now tomorrow is going to be hell of a damn trust.
I mean, I cannot deny anything from what you just said, because right now, the way we're looking at Group 2 as well, Legacy Esports Group 1, they are fighting till death, but Group 2 looks also exciting because it was the map of Sanok, and you could see the intent being showcased by the players of Orangutan. They went up brave and heavy, especially that fight against MOGO Esports, where it even did not feel like MOGO Esports, even for a single moment, had any chance. And I think if OG had not lost out on two of their players in that fight against KARUNADU eSports, who were very smart and cunning, by the way. Because after that, what really followed was Team Insane being in front of them, and we also saw Reckoning being the mischievous ones, stealing all those finishes away, and that was what happened to Orangutan. But I think Orangutan definitely on the right course. We need a little bit more of this, because after this, they're sitting at 17 points, and to cross over 40 in 3 games, they need at least an average of around 10 to 12 points per game. And for that, OG needs one big game, one chicken dinner, and that is going to ease their nerves.
Now, for OG, once again, the previous game was sort of like that confidence booster that they needed.
Yeah.
The upcoming game is going to be the map of Vikendi, and I'm not sure on this off-map OG is going to be performing or not, because if you try and look at the track record, OG hasn't really been that great on this map in general. They haven't really been able to squeeze up that many chicken dinners. So once again, for OG, it's going to be another tough pill to swallow. But let's move on towards the point standings for now. RTGxIND, 20 points in that one single game, and yes, definitely the chances for comeback, they have been reignited. You move on towards the second spot, it was GT with 12 points, decent performance. Hyderabad Hydras, consistency on the board, 11 points. Reckoning eSports as well, getting 10 points, and these 10 points, they are going to be of the essence for Reckoning.
Certainly, very important. Even Orangutan getting those 8 points over there. But Gujarat Tigers, I think they've also been showing a lot of bravery there, going up against the likes of iQOO Soul, taking them out. You know, that is something worth commending. But as we move on ahead, I think trouble again in paradise for Miracle Esports, because honestly, Necro, we've seen this happen. There are chances, there are times when you feel like you're very close to that finishing line, but suddenly something goes wrong, everything tends to fall for you, and the same thing is happening for Miracle, because before the day started, they were sitting at around, what, 23-24 points, and now they've just got 3 matches to go, and they need to break past 40.
That's the problem, right? A lot of these teams are now just cracking under the pressure. Even if one single game is left out, they need to understand how much value every single game is now having. And knowing the fact that now you've only got 3 more games to go for Miracle Esports, even for Team Bliss, even for Global Esports, the chances to qualify, it seems like they're going to be next to none. But speaking about Global Esports, still there's going to be that little bit of a hope, right? We know it's Global Esports we're speaking of. They can anytime pull off a nuclear performance, but I do want to see the OG playing 4 back once again.
We all do, because this is where experience really comes into be very crucial at such moments, because for Global Esports, you need Mavi, because you know he's also been good this time around in this tournament in terms of the fragging departments, and all he needs to do is enable the players along with him. We know Ninja Boy, he's got the caliber. We have seen Slug and his insane reflexes. Beast, he's been that clutch master. So Global Esports have all the pieces. All you gotta do is put them together, and once that jigsaw is complete, I'm talking about that one good game, because now they're sitting at what, 25 points? One good game and maybe a 15 plus points matchup, and they are past 40, and instantly that pressure gets relieved. But do you think Vikendi being that next map, can they pull that one off there?
Yes, they have done it certain times in the past as well, so I think so. They do have a big chance of making that comeback happen. But even over here, the main point of conversation should be Team Bliss. A do-or-die run for them. This is supposed to be Cinderella run for Team Bliss, but still for some reason, with the way things are going, it's not the exact Team Bliss that we saw in the round 2 and even inside the round 1. They need to replicate that same performance. With that being said, though, the previous game pretty much comes to an end. Now it's time for us to toss to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, slider. Gonna make way for the mega tasker. And fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. I move around with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Xtreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the Xtreme.
मम्मी का फोन है एक बेटा किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से टेक 63 आउच आई एम नॉट डूइंग दिस 300
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार क्या हो रहा है कट शूट कैंसिल आना प्योर
अबे बंद करो बे आंख में छुप रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल
हार पूरी रात निकल गई अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Welcome back after a very short break, ladies and gentlemen. This is iQOO BMPS 2024. Of course, I am back on the panel with me. My Mr. Best Friend Necro is there as well. But Necro, on this unlucky day, unlucky Friday the 13th, it seems like Team Orangutan, they've kind of clawed their way back. Those 8 points, they're going to be crucial. But with 17 points on board, it seems like their task is still very far away right now.
You wouldn't really exactly say it's an unlucky day for OG, right? 8 points off the rip. That's not a bad start, I would say. OG, it's a way to kick things off, but once again, they do need to find that consistency, and that's been the main problem, right? With only 3 more games left in the bag, knowing the fact that now consistency is something that's not going to do the deed, they need a nuclear performance on the board, and that's the only way they can propel themselves all the way at the top, right? And as you mentioned, it's Friday the 13th, unlucky day, even me over here sitting with a busted throat, but I'm still trying my best to get the commentary done, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. You're doing a very good job, man. But to be honest, good job done by Gujarat Tigers as well. That game was extremely important. Even their necks, the elimination axe was also dangling on their necks, but they did an extremely brilliant job to find so many points on board. And ladies and gentlemen, if you also want to find points on board in your scrims as well, in your esports journey, why not start off with our official smartphone partner, that is the iQOO Z9S series that starts at right around 18,999. It is extremely budget friendly, but what is most amazing is the fact that 15 of these devices are being given away in a Google search, right? All you've got to do is just type iQOO Z9S and maybe you will be one of those lucky 15 winners who gets their hands on a brand new iQOO Z9S Pro. But coming back to the conversation once again, Necro, this time around there are going to be multiple teams. Reckoning Esports finding themselves a little bit of their groove, Gujarat Tigers finding themselves a little bit of their grooves, but GENxFM, Raw officials, they are absolutely nowhere to be found right now.
Even Team Bliss should be added on to the conversation, right? Even for Team Bliss, me and Fixes had a big conversation about this, knowing the fact that for Team Bliss, this is pretty much a do-or-die run.
Yeah.
You've got players like Turbo, AJ in there, and these guys have been performing for a long time in the pro circuit. But still, the consistency is missing out. Still, that aggression that Team Bliss is known for, it's not exactly there. And that's why the main struggles are happening. And in general, speaking of Raw officials too, speaking of GENxFM, I just think so, that the competition's amped up so much that these teams are not able to adapt.
Absolutely. Talking about the competition, ladies and gentlemen, the overall standings in front of our screens, Team iQOO on the 7th spot, 42 points for them. Hyderabad Hydras, in fact, they've done their job as well. So these are going to be the outliers who can actually cause problems for everyone else. Even Team TWOB as well, 49 points. They're quite comfortable. But now look at this. There are no problems as such. Every single one of these teams in the top 16 have crossed that 30-point marker. Even RTGxIND with that wonderful chicken dinner have crossed the safety barriers as well. Gujarat Tigers 31 points. 4 Miracles, I believe they've done enough of the heavy lifting yesterday. Today, they don't really have that much pressure. But since you said actually only 3 matches left to go, I still believe that for 4 Miracles, they want to do it as quickly as they possibly can, go beyond that cutoff marker. Reckoning Esports, 28 points for them as well. But the second half of this page, Team Bliss, yes, cause of concern.
Not just that, you see Global Esports over there as well.
Yes.
You cannot even imagine Global Esports getting eliminated from the tournament. I cannot even fathom. I do not even want to take the odds that Global Esports will be eliminated because the amount of aggression this team brings into the LAN finale, that's a complete different entertainment that no other team is able to deliver. So I would love to see Global Esports over there on the LAN finale itself in Kochi. But now, as you mentioned about Team Bliss, right? Yes, it's a big sign of concern. Hopefully in the upcoming game itself, they can pull off a comeback because HRZ, Gujarat Tigers, they're already on that uphill climb.
Absolutely, but the upcoming game of Vikendi is going to be a problem because, again, being an off-map, you never really know where the teams are going to be coming from, right? We've seen the pattern of Vikendi. It is extremely chaotic. The circles, they don't really move that much. You know it is going to be the central shift. Majority of the teams, they will stack up at the center. And which team will find themselves the best spot? Which team will actually walk away with the chicken dinner? It is a very big question mark. But before we actually talk about who is going to be taking that chicken dinner, let's have a look at the teams once again who are going to be battling, right? I mean, of course, Orangutan, for them, the job is simple to actually get that chicken dinner on board. But just like you mentioned, it seems like even global esports wants that same chicken dinner.
Ooh, for global esports now, it is the game of Vikendi, and I'm not sure how the overall stance is going to look like. But one thing is for sure, desperation is going to be set all across the board. Team Insane as well is right there, even for Miracle Esports, even they do want a decent bit of points to topple themselves over on the first half of the board. Even MOGO Esports and a few teams like iQOO Seoul, they're definitely going to try to make sure that they're making things even tough, especially for the teams that are all the way down in the slumber, still struggling to qualify. Now, OG, they got 8 points in that previous game, but just those 8 points are not going to matter, knowing that you've only got 3 games left. They need a nuclear performance. They need somewhere around 10 elimination points and a chicken dinner, and if they do get it done in this game itself, then the climb's already done.
Absolutely. It basically means that if you actually get a 30 bomb on board, you are going to be safe and sound. But the 30 bomb does not come easy, especially when you've been in a very bad slump in form for such a long time. Even AKOP, as a matter of fact, I believe that has to be a cause of concern. We have been talking about how I believe Veyron can actually do so much better in this playing 4, because it seems like after that sickness, after that illness, whatever AKOP had gone through, his form has actually taken a massive hit. Even in that game, he was not at his prime. It was WindGod and Aru who was actually doing majority of the hard work.
Hey man, the weather's pretty screwed up, I'm not gonna lie, these days. Yeah, anyone can fall sick anytime. Yesterday I was sitting over here doing pretty great, and today, just look at me, I'm not really doing that great. But yeah, jokes apart, right? Genuinely speaking, yes, sickness is something that can actually take the momentum away from a player, right? When you're really feeling at the top of your game, when you're doing really great, but then something happens to you and you're not exactly able to feel the same way you were feeling, and then you're back after a long time after taking a break, that's definitely going to affect the momentum that you have as a player as well. And maybe that's exactly what's happening with that one single player. But you move on the conversation towards the different playing 4, right? You've got, I think, Aru, Veyron, and even another player, which is going to be WindGod. But still, even these guys are not able to perform. Now I do want to see Veyron in the mix though.
Absolutely. That is what my point is, right? I believe that when a player, definitely he can be your stalwart, definitely he can be your prime fragger, but in moments like these, when you know that this lineup has been tried and tested instead of round 2, they were absolutely brilliant, why not bring him back and give him a chance? Maybe he will be able to prove himself once again. And since we know it's going to be Vikendi, there are not going to be any trivial setups or basic setup. You will have to play on the fly. I believe this is going to be the opportunity. But, well, what the playing 4 is going to be, we have no control. But certainly, I believe that it is once again going to be Gujarat Tigers' domination, because I saw a different blood and a different fire in KLUTCHGOD and his performance in the last game.
I mean, for GT, once again, it felt like it's the OG form back, right?
Yes.
And for GT, we all know, whenever you talk about Gujarat Tigers, not just this playing 4, even the past playing 4, the first thing that pops up in your mind is the aggression. This entire banner is supposed to be super aggressive, and we saw that exact same aggression in the previous game of Sanhok. And I do want to see that same aggression be carried on forward towards this game of Vikendi.
The aggression, is it going to be amped up or is it going to be brought to a halt? We will find out, ladies and gentlemen, as we start to fly over the icy lands of Vikendi once again. And this time around, it seems like the flight path is going to be a pretty interesting one. You've got it starting from the lands of Krichas and we move towards Cement Factory. Now, again, we know as a matter of fact, Vikendi does not really cover that much territory, so you should be able to devote it and actually fly towards anywhere you actually want. But if you actually want to go towards Milnar or Winery, there might be certain problems. But again, a couple of drop collisions that we will have to talk about will be near the Mount Kresnik and the Goroka region. We have seen a lot of those happening as of now. TCW, they definitely had a little bit of a better performance on the map of Sanhok, but in this one, I believe they need a nuclear one to actually keep their semi-finals hopes alive.
Maybe. They can't achieve it. All we can do is just sit over here, make speculations, and hope that these teams do make the cut. Gujarat Tigers, here we go. Aggression off the rip, and this is what we like to see from a banner like GT. Jackson, the man's pinned down, and keep this thing in mind. It's still Jackson you're facing off against. You cannot really underestimate the guy. Jackson from the top, he finds the first strike, as now is looking to relocate. Repositioning is going to be of the essence, especially in duels like these, considering he's already found the first one. Now the second one's already going to be on the prowl.
The second one is going to be there as well. Jax OP extremely good on those duels, but this time around it's a third player and no support from TCW and the rest of their players so far. I think this is where they are going to start to falter. Gujarat Tigers, GLITCHxREBORN kind of was caught napping. And this is where TCW strike once again. But will they be able to capitalize is going to be the question. Gujarat Tigers have been brought down to their knees. It's just two players who are still standing, Necro. Harsh does buy himself some sort of time, but this panic room is not going to really fare well for him. The first knock is there. Potentially a squad wipe for Gujarat Tigers once again. Is that going to be the case? Dark Lord comes in, the jump shots connect, and here you go once again. Gujarat Tigers from the brink of death, they bring it back.
What a play that was from Dark Lord. He did not even have a lot of HP to back him up. Barely surviving on 10 HP, but still single-handedly strikes down both the players in the front. Those jump shots were crucial. And Gujarat Tigers, 4 points off the rip to kick things off, but also a big handicap. And here's the problem. GT, with just a two-man squad now, they don't stand a chance to win the game, but still they can collect the scrappy points though.
Absolutely. I think 4 points on board with the kind of position where Gujarat Tigers were in. They certainly should be feeling themselves. A couple of more elimination points, possibly going out with 6 or 7 eliminations, should be a decent game for this lineup. And again, you've got to give it to these lads for, being in a slump. They knew they had to go in aggressive, and the mentality was right from GLITCHxREBORN to try and press that finish switch from the get-go itself. But now look at this, Hyderabad Hydras against GENxFM. It's all about Mox, but these 4 players, they're going to chime in on top of him, overload him with pressure from every single direction. And GENxFM, they finally kick things off on a right track.
What a way to start things off as well for GENxFM. Now, I do understand it's just one single elimination accumulated, but keep this thing in mind. GENxFM, it's one of those teams that is struggling to find the form. And this one single elimination point is going to be restoring that form and maybe even that confidence that's been lacking. GENxFM, the playing for, they have been playing with each other for such a long time.
Yeah.
JD Gaming, Karan, SpiderJod, Skillful, all the playing for. But for some reason, struggling with that synergy now. I'm not sure what's happening.
Exactly. If you look at their points on the scoreboard, right? Just 5 points is what they have accumulated so far. Way too behind on the overall standings. And you've been talking about miracles, Necro. It seems like if a miracle has to strike, if the fearless Marathas have to qualify for the semi-finals, potentially write their story for Kochi, they need a miracle right here, right now, because otherwise they will have too much pressure on the last day of round 3. But as of now, shifting conversations, we do have MOGO eSports in front of our screens, and this team, they certainly have done a good job just doing all the heavy lifting initially. Not really a lot of pressure right now on their shoulders to try and accumulate points. But I believe if this team goes back into their prime form of playing aggressive, something that we saw inside of round 1, they can spoil a lot of hopes and dreams. And now look at this TCW, another team pushes up, but this was actually a replay. I lost my mind, Necro. What was that?
Oh my God, Salty. I guess even you're feeling a little bit under the weather, huh? Man, but yeah, for TCW to face off against GT, honestly speaking, at the start with the way Jackson was playing, it really restored a lot of hopes in my heart for TCW to actually come out and top in this duel. But then later on, Dark Lord just comes in as a savior, and he saves the day for the entire team. Just look at the man, bunny hopping across that window.
I mean, honestly speaking, Jax was phenomenal over there. He had no vest. He had, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, a level 1 helmet. No healing utility whatsoever, but I believe had he had a first aid kit in his backpack, potentially he could have gotten himself the 3rd knock as well. And for a team like TCW who has been struggling, it's commendable. But now look at this, GENxFM, they have been ambushed by the likes of Team Insane.
What?
And in a flash, Team Insane are going to bite the dust. GENxFM, are they back in form, Necro?
Shadow just ejected outside of the moving vehicle, and he got knocked out. For Team Insane, it was an absolute blunder. I'm not even sure what exactly just happened there, but Team Insane, they messed up big. And keep this thing in mind, even for Team Insane, they need the points. It's not like they're on a comfy side anyways. For Team Insane, they need whatever they can get in their hands. And look at the car as well. Man, it was an heroic entry, but they were 0 in that fight.
How will I explain my kids in the future that a car actually went upstairs and got stuck like that? I have no question. I have no answer to that question, right? Team Insane just expected to actually chime in with a heroic entry, a Bollywood entry to actually speak things off. And then I'm not really sure if they had the information of GENxFM being there as well. What was the idea of a fight like that? And just like you mentioned, of course, players ejecting out of a moving vehicle, basic mistakes once again, and Team Insane getting taken down. It's more like finishes handed to GENxFM on a silver platter, but GENxFM need a lot of these silver platters, honestly, right now.
As I mentioned, right, it was an heroic entrance, but they were 0 in that fight. I'm not even sure what exactly went through their minds to make a pounce like that towards the house. But yeah, for Team Insane, Global Esports, GT, these are some of the teams that are sometimes really weird, man. And there's one of the main reasons why I love them as well. It's because of these type of moments. They provide the entertainment.
Exactly. And finally, GENxFM are going to retrieve that vehicle and talk about being weird. I feel like Global Esports, you did mention them, and it seems like the 2-2 split that they're playing, it's not going to help them too much. It's still very early stage of the game, but they need to find their rotation inside the circle. We've seen Global Esports make those late entry inside the Vikendi circles, and that never really fared out well for them. Need to find that central position. Even Orangutan, as a matter of fact, a team that we have our eyes set on in this game, they need a blockbuster performance, just like you mentioned, Necro. 10+ finishes and that chicken dinner. 20 points on board, I think Orangutan will start to feel themselves.
20 bomber is more than enough, considering they got 8 points in that previous game. It's going to be more than enough to satisfy their needs. And considering they've got 2 more games to go tomorrow itself, things can be covered over there as well. But this is how the previous fight really kicked off. Team Insane, I think so they just never saw GENxFM over there in that area. They straight up came from that cliff, and the Weeko just rammed in that house. And then they just found himself in the big spring trap.
You know, this is why I feel like people can actually learn a lot through sports and video games as well. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are driving in your real life as well, please make sure you drive safe and not like Team Insane, because you never really know what obstruction is going to come up to your face. But as for now, another team that's going to feel themselves is going to be RTGxIND. Done a fantastic job in the last game. Deployed a lot of their resources, got themselves a lot of finishes on board as well. Should be extremely confident.
I mean, hey, Salty, looking at that previous moment, now you can successfully say that stunt was performed by professionals. So do not try it at home.
You wanted to say that for a very long time, did you, right?
But hey, Global Esports next to OG. Shots taken from AKOP. Good shots as well. He's going to find the eject on the slug. It's not a good news for Global Esports, especially struggling on the points table as well. And once again, it's not the same playing four anymore, Salty. It's Arslan in the driving seat.
Yeah. And talking about Arslan, it seems like he's the one who actually leads this team to an aggressive front. Mavi does tend to hold back a little bit, but this lad, when he actually steps in as the secondary IGL, he knows he goes all in. But talking about Orangutan, those peppery shots are doing so much damage. Slug has been confirmed, and Team Orangutan, they are ruthless. Will they go in and take this fight is a big question, but I think Team Orangutan, they are going to be satisfied and happy with that opening. Wait for Global Esports to actually make another mistake.
I think so. It's the opposite way around. When Mavi's playing, he takes the guys on a complete aggressive side of things. Now, I do understand in the iQOO BMPS 2024, especially in the Season 1, or especially in the entire Stage 1 itself of the tournament, things were taken way too passive by Global Esports. But we had a full-blown conversation about this. It's just because they were testing the waters. And now, when we saw a little bit of that glimmer of Global Esports in the round 2 itself, you saw how Global Esports was.
Yeah.
In the first 3 games itself, they pretty much solidified that slot towards the round 3. So Mavi's the man who takes the team on the aggressive side of things, and Arslan is the man who likes to play on tactical.
Talking about tactical, I believe they need a lot of those tactics right now to actually qualify. Look at that. 25 points on board for Global Esports. Still about 20 points shy from qualifying. 25 points shy from actually solidifying that qualification. And this is the third last game that they're playing inside of round 3. So definite causes of concern. But at least when they come back tomorrow, they're going to play the maps of Erangel and Miramar. So that is going to be, they're going to be feeling at home. But talking about feeling at home, this is TWOB and their turf as well. And they're coming in right from the back lines of Orangutan. and they can be their biggest horrors. They can actually make Friday the 13th a reality for OG.
Let's see if that's going to happen or not. Looking at how the entire game's shaping up, though, so far. As you mentioned, right on the tracks of OG, there's TWOB. Even GT's there on the left side of the thing. So on the northern side, you've got HRZ. Down south, Team Bliss. Reckoning eSports as well towards that southern side. And a big cluster of teams in the SMAC Center. Global eSports wants to be part of that. Unfortunately enough for Global eSports, a man was knocked out. But now it's time to look forward to the future instead of crying over the past.
I feel like Slug has been that one player who actually brings in a lot of flair and natural ability to clutch out in situations, right?
Yeah, he's been that X factor, right?
Exactly. Of course, we know, as a matter of fact, you've got Ninja Boy, you've got players like Arklin, Mavi who are individually very capable. I get that, but Slug brings in that X factor, which I believe was extremely important to bring out Global eSports from their slump. But now that he's been taken out, I believe once again Global eSports will resort to a little bit more tactical approach. Now they're going to play even more defensive, is what I personally feel. What Arklin has in his minds, well, that is a question that only he can answer.
But generally speaking, I don't understand this reason behind this entire shuffle that we're seeing now.
100%.
Why has Mavi taken the backseat? Why is Arslan over here? I don't understand this, right?
Maybe he's also under the weather?
That's what I was about to say. You literally just stole the words out of my mouth. But yeah, maybe there's a high chance it's not feeling great. There's definitely a chance. That's why Arslan is now the man to take the entire pack in his hands. But so far, with the way things are going for Global eSports, it's not the exact performance we all wanted.
And honestly, Necro, I don't really believe that there is going to be any sort of handicap even with the change in the IGLs, because in a recently concluded third-party tournament, we just saw how well Arklin can also lead his boys. They certainly were fabulous.
But here's the thing, right? Global eSports was qualifying easily in the previous stages, but they choked in the grand finals, and they choked big.
Yeah.
Arslan usually chokes under pressure situations.
Fair.
And
Fair
once
enough.
again, right now, the pressure's a lot. 3 games to go. You need a lot of points to move on forward in the upcoming stage. That's already a lot of that pressure. And of course, the young guns can't crack under it. That's why you need someone as calm, as cool as Mavi.
We'll find out. Well, this game being so crucial for Global eSports, a lot of conversations happening, a lot of headlines being written as well, and potentially a lot more will be written if Global eSports crash out from round 3. One team that certainly is not going to crash out is going to be iQOO Seoul, but currently they are going to be thwarted by Team TWOB. Legit. Beautiful connection. iGil has been brought down. Now he's looking for more connections coming in from Cyrax, iQOO Seoul, and the rotation has been completely cut off, Necro.
That was such a good trace, though. The first man instantly finding the eject, which was legit, getting that confirmation squeezed up as well. The man did not even take a lot of shots. All it took was one single burst to find the knock. And for TWOB, now they've made sure that iQOO Seoul's not going to be facing off against them. They're on the run.
They certainly are on the run, but for iQOO Seoul, it almost seemed like even the second player is about to fall, because we saw the connections, we saw the hit markers as well. For Team iQOO Seoul, this has been a problem which they have been suffering for a while. They do get a couple of their players being taken down mid-rotation, but now look at this. Tasting the same medicine. Ninja Jor was about to hand up the knock against Legit, but now he's up safe. Ronnie up close and personal, cooking up that nade. It seems like he's still looking to find that opening, but nades have been exchanged by TWOB as well, and it seems like the war horn has rung. Team TWOB starting to circumference Team iQOO Seoul. Prince OG already in the backlines. Look at that flank, Necro. This is so brilliant.
Yeah, iQOO Seoul, they've got no lay of the land. They do not know what's happening around them. And keep this thing in mind, there's another team in the sidelines too. Even TWOB, they need to be wary of that factor. And as I mentioned, there's another team in the sidelines, and they strike. Prince OG gets knocked out. It's HRZ on at RIVALZ themselves. As now the fight's taken down to even Steven. iQOO Seoul, they're going to have same amount of advantage as the players at TWOB. And TWOB, they just completely flee away from the fight.
Yeah, they have to. Do they go in for a safety mission to try and save Prince OG is the question though. Or will Prince OG be sacrificed for the greater good of the team? Honored Rivals really capitalize on this moment. Almost felt like TWOB, they had the greatest of advantage because Team iQOO Seoul, they were still in the blue zone. They were taking in damage, but now look at this from the backlines. Legit, once again, hands out the death blow. And this man has been relentless so far. Cyrax, is he still going to survive? It was almost magical, but Knuckle turns around, almost hands a second knock to him as well. Ninja Jordan needs to step up. Team TWOB, it's all down to Legit, and he's going to hand that death blow to Team iQOO Seoul. They will crash out of this tournament. They will crash out of this game. But Team TWOB, they're still growing extremely strong, legit with those 4 eliminations. What a performance it has been so far.
Yeah, he completely takes down the entirety of iQOO Seoul, by the way. He wipes him out single-handedly. A nice 4-piece on the board from Legit. That too, again, such a formidable squad. And talk about a Cinderella run. TWOB is having one of those.
Yeah.
For sure. I mean, we've been looking at the same banner, even BJ's 2024, but the performance they're showcasing over here in the BMPS 2024, it's been incredible. A Cinderella run indeed. And the same amount of performance we expected even from the side of Team Bliss, but unfortunately, that's not been the case.
For Team TWOB, I believe this is the pinnacle of them all, right? Their communication is absolutely fire. Their individual players are performing, stepping up, especially when it's required. Yes, they do not really care if they lose a couple of players in the process, but look at the way they're cleaning up fights, right? Against a team like iQOO Seoul, to be one of the best in the country, they do not really hesitate at all. Now all they've got to do is to try and make their position inside the circle. If they find that empty region near Goroka, I believe this team is going to be safe and sound. Just need to play for the placement points. But talking about placement points, Necro, again brings me back to that question. For Team Orangutan, who are yet to open or kick things off in this game, they've just got that one finish against Slug. But apart from that, they've got nothing. Playing for placements is not going to help them. They need those 10 eliminations, 10 plus eliminations on board, and the chicken dinner. With the kind of a cluster that is happening inside the circle, I believe it's going to get a little difficult for them.
It indeed can. But it's not going to be difficult if you get your hands on our official mobility partner, and that's going to be the Hero Xtreme 160R4V. And Salty, would you want to go on a test run with me on Kochi?
I would love to. I mean, I'm not really sure how good of a rider you are, but considering you have a couple of bikes yourself, I believe I have faith in you, Necro.
Of course, man. Just imagine, right? We're on a nice cruise just like this man, Manijod, from the beaches of Kochi, enjoying, taking the test ride as well off the bike.
I would rather actually take the 125R myself and go on a ride myself along with you, because the way you say it, you make it sound romantic, Necro. I don't want to be romantic with you.
I mean, of course I don't want to be romantic with you as well, man. Come on. Who would want to be romantic with you, Salty? Not me.
It's bromance, bro.
Yeah, now it's you saying the same thing.
We will come back to this conversation. Let's not continue this conversation on broadcast. We'll come back to this later on. But have a look at this. Global Esports in front of our screens once again. They do have a couple of their teams just rotating underneath their noses in the form of Gujarat Tigers, in the form of GENxFM as well. And GENxFM themselves have had an extremely good start in this game. Really want to see where they can extend it to, because currently if they're on 8 points, if they finish this game on 20, I still believe they'll have that one chance to come on the last day and still make that magical entry inside the semifinals.
GENxFM, the only thing that's going to save the day is a 20 bomber right now.
Yeah.
That's the only thing. Simple. If they do not get a 20 bomber right here, then all the chances for them to make a comeback are pretty much going to be down and dusted. The zone's going to move on towards that Gorka side, shifts away from Villa. And a lot of these teams are now going to be caught off guard. Team Bliss, at least they find themselves in the smack center. Even for GENxFM, it's a hell of a spot to play with. Global Esports, unfortunately, the man number not exactly there, but they still need to be a little bit more proactive.
They need to be proactive, because look at this. I mean, Honored Rivals coming in from the north. You've got Gujarat Tigers coming in from the backlines as well. So they have to be extremely wary. But this is the team we were talking about, GENxFM. They've got the likes of KARUNADU eSports right next to them. Now, This is not going to be a cold war. I believe this is going to be a full-fledged war. Because KARUNADU eSports, they themselves are an extremely aggressive outfit. And I believe they themselves also need a lot of points. 23 points on board. They're also not out of safety themselves. But look at this. What just happened? Arklin getting taken down by the play zone. Global eSports, slowly and steadily, it seems like they are succumbing to their injuries.
Oh my god, are we really going to see Global eSports take an exit from the round 3? I don't want to see that, man. It's one of those teams that has showcased so much brilliance in this tournament itself. And knowing the fact that they're capable of much more greater stuff, but still, for some reason, last moment changes is now hindering the team. Bichelu, DBS up close and personal, the man sprayed, as now he spots out the foe in the front, but still the first shot connects. Unfortunately misses with the second one though.
Honored Rival still managed to hold on to this position. Team TWOB just making quick work. Rushing this fight way too much. Legit is going to fall down, of course, but now they're left with just one man standing. Phoenix and the rest of Honored Rivals are completely unbothered by this presence as of now. But I wonder if they are not sure of the fact that the last surviving player of TWOB is not even engaging in this fight. But there's someone else in the form, I believe, Global eSports. They're still smelling, they're still sniffing around, trying to find an opportunity to get a couple of finish points on board. It's going to be tough, but it seems like it's not Global eSports, but it's 4 Miracles who actually make the pounce.
Kyoya nicely done as he finds the knock on to Phoenix for Miracle eSports. At least they're able to steal these elimination points away, right? And now for Global eSports, they need to face off against the formidable strike of HRZ. It might just sound too much, but the two-man squad, you need to pretty much try and make something out of nothing. A beautiful nade from Beast is going to find the confirmation as well. For Global eSports, the exact start they wanted to have inside of the fight. A few more nades being tossed. It's a complete artillery strike from the side of Global eSports, as they're now pretty desperate to find at least one of the openers. And even Lucifer, the only man left standing for HRZ. But this nade's going to find its mark, and that's going to be it for the players of HRZ. Lucifer knocked out as well, and the last man is way too far away.
Exactly, Arto, way too far away from this fight. Even Cyrax, as a matter of fact. It seems like TWOB, they are battling the circle as of now, but they don't really care. These two finishes, extremely crucial for Global eSports, but hopefully it gives them the confidence. We've seen this duo, Beast and Ninja Boy, pull off amazing stuff in the past. Their partnership, they not only just survive, but also garner a lot of finish points for this team. And I wouldn't be surprised if Global eSports actually come in clutch in this particular match. But look at this, Arto. 39 first aid kits on this man. Is this the highest number that you've seen on anyone so far?
I don't exactly remember, but I'm pretty sure I have seen highest. But hey, for now, MOGO eSports to spot at the players of RTGxIND, a team that's currently on the roll. RTGxIND, they've got the momentum to play with, but MOGO eSports is here to put a halt. Utilities being tossed as well, continuously from MOGO as well, considering they do want to find the opener, and even the Wall of Death now is going to be adding on the extra spice.
Exactly, Destro will be left behind. There's nothing that MOGO eSports can do to actually save their IGL. The rest of the 3 players, they go their merry ways, but finding a spot inside the circle is going to be extremely difficult. They are being peppered with bullets, and how long will this vehicle be able to survive is the question, but they finally make that ejection. Not really the best of positions at the circle, but it seems like now they find themselves in a sandwich spot. Not them, but Orangutan, aka OP, is going to be in the forefront of that nade. From one side, it's going to be Team Bliss. From the other, it's going to be Team MOGO eSports. And there are teams in the backlines as well. We'll just have to find out who they are. It's Hyderabad Hydras, and they're not safe either.
Even Team Bliss is wanting to chime inside of the action. Hyderabad Hydras, as they take an exit from the game. RTGxIND once again on the roll. The momentum is helping them secure these elimination points, and they're looking so confident. Bliss on the screen. Eggy up close and personal to a lot of that threat. As Power's there inside of the shack. Utils are being tossed, but no connections.
No connections as of now. MOGO eSports, finally, they are going to fall. S Power couldn't really do much, but Bliss This is brilliant stuff. Right at the edge of the circle, they know their backlines are covered. The blue zone is hugging them. But in spite of all that pressure, they are still inching forward. And MOGO eSports, they suddenly have been stopped. Another player is going to bite the dust as well. Eggy, extremely efficient. Now he knows exactly where he needs to toss the nade.
For Bliss as well, this game is quite desperately needed. Eggy's getting bounced on and he gets struck down. Justin, what a move that was, realizing where exactly the foe was. And now he pretty much buys enough time to get the revival on the fallen player.
Justin is going in for the revive. Eggy has been completely wiped off. Bliss, they are succumbing to the pressure. Talking about MOGO eSports as of now, they need to find an exit from this spot because even RTGxIND, they're looking for that opening. But Lobster, he's been brought down quite on the HP batters. He will be forced back as well, but look at this. Continuous bombardment from Bliss, and that is how MOGO eSports, they are going to get taken down as well. Even on RIVALZ, another table topper has been taken down. It has been an absolute big banger of a game coming in from 4Miracles, 34 points on board, and even for RTGxIND, 35 points. Inching closer towards competition, inching closer towards qualification, but now look at OG. With just one player surviving, I think the hopes are starting to die out, Necro.
Hands down. Team Bliss, the only way they can enter inside of the safety lines is by busting it open. The entire safety lines are going to be covered by the foes. Not with their physical presence, but they've got the line of sight. And Reckoning eSports is the only team in a comfy spot so far. Team Bliss, even they're starting to face the brunt. RTGxIND, they're taking those shots up against themselves from Reckoning eSports as the last man's going to get taken down by the Wall of Death.
Talking about the Wall of Death, Sam wants to battle it. He has those 17 first aid kits, and I believe majority of the crates all around him have been looted up as well. His teammates Turbo did try and buy some space inside the circle, but that was not really effective. Even KARUNADU eSports as well inside of the blue. These teams, they are trying to battle it out. Even Athanki, as a matter of fact, every single team with their one solo survivor, and then there is a Reckoning eSports. 5 finishes on this team, and Hunters is back in form, Necro.
The safe play style, it's working out perfectly well. And as you mentioned, Hunters is back in form. 5 eliminations accumulated so far. Global eSports, they make a big mistake, as now they're looking to collapse against the entire squad of Reckoning eSports. And now the fight's taken down to just a 1-on-4. Ninja Boy can't clutch it out. There's no way. One single man against the entirety of Reckoning eSports. It sounds a little bit too much to convert. But still, Ninja Boy, he does not have a lot of chances left anyways.
Absolutely. The lanky shoulders a lot of responsibilities, but through the smoke, it's going to be an explosion. The fireworks begin, and Reckoning eSports, they are marching their way inside the semi-finals right now. Questions were asked, but on the last 2 days, they made sure that the comeback was there. It did start from Viper, but then, of course, Hunters took onus on himself as well. But now, it's all down to Athanki. 4 eliminations for Team Orangutan, and they've got themselves a top 3 position already. Still looking to survive more than Bliss, trying to get that 1 extra position point. But now look at this, Athanki going in for the shots. Will he be able to get the finish as well? A couple of finish points on board, did get the knock, but Reckoning eSports still shut him down. And finally, we know who's going to get the chicken dinner, of course. It is going to be Reckoning eSports.
9 points accumulated from OG. Consistency's there on the board, but as I mentioned, they need a nuclear performance still just to give them that extra bit of push to the safety lines. Team Bliss, even this team is now going to be securing that second spot. Of course, it's not going to be taken away from them.
Absolutely. I mean, 10 first aid kits, it is going to be a long time before Bliss actually bites the dust. But I believe that Reckoning eSports, the kind of outfit they are, a couple of these players can actually go on the hunt. Trying to find out where exactly this player is can be a task, but since they have all those 4 players surviving, I can see Gravity Ichul already running around, trying to find where this opposition is going to be. There's no chance actually Bliss can actually get a couple of more points, but if he can find that isolated pick, maybe it can be a little better.
Too much to ask for. They've already secured 11 points in total.
Yeah.
And that's really good. Looking at Team Bliss, they were there in that mid-pack.
Yeah.
Just needed a few more points for Reckoning eSports. A man gets knocked out by the play zone. The elimination point's not going to be confirmed, but Sam, even he will be eliminated by the play zone itself.
Absolutely. Reckoning eSports, they finished things off in style quite comfortably, in fact. And it seems like the storyline that we were following, the comeback stories, somewhat it has been written. Bliss finding the second position for themselves, 11 points on board, just like you mentioned. But also Team Orangutan, they had about 4 elimination points and 5 position points, 9 points in total. I believe at the start of the game, they started off with 17. So 9 included, that comes to 26. Still 20 points shy of qualification, Necro, and they only have 2 matches left.
And a few more teams like Global Esports, GT, they need to move on forward with those points as well. But unfortunately, Global Esports failed because 2 of the players were knocked out in quite the uncertain ways.
Yeah.
And then the last 2 remaining players, they made the pounce against Reckoning Esports. I'm not sure what they were thinking, but they had no information too, and they still went for it. So we pretty much knew that's never going to come through, considering Reckoning Esports, they were looking in a top-notch form in that previous game. But then you move the conversation on towards GT as well. I mean, off the rip, they had quite a great start, right?
Yeah.
Taking down the entire squad, especially Dark Lord making that move, getting all those elimination points accumulated.
Absolutely. I mean, for Gujarat Tigers, I believe that they've done the heavy lifting. They've done the tough job already. They are somewhere in the high 30-point mark, so they know when they actually come back tomorrow, all they need to do is to try and accumulate those 10+ points. But we're going to have a look at the WWCD moment once again, just to look at exactly how things came down. And MOGO Esports did try to actually make that injection point. A couple of good performances from Justin as well. Look at this. This was an extremely courageous move because the nade was being cooked up, but he knew the timing of the pin so well that he absolutely destroyed that man. But again, one little shack and you know the nades are going to fly and there's no way you're going to survive.
Exactly, man. It was Team Bliss with the third party, right?
Yeah.
Claiming those elimination points and pretty much striking down the entirety of the opposing team, which was MOGO Esports. For MOGO Esports as well, today's day wasn't really that fluid, but knowing the fact that they were doing already okay in the overall standings, so it's completely fine.
Absolutely. But with that being said, I believe that majority of those storylines have been written, but one, GENxFM, they started their day off with those 4 elimination points, a flying finish against Insane Esports, quite literally to be honest, but that did not really surmount to a lot of points. I believe they did not walk away with a lot of finish points themselves, just getting eliminated. The task is cut out for them when they actually come back, and I believe barring a couple of 20 bombers for GENxFM to actually make a move inside of the semifinals, it is going to be extremely difficult, Necro.
I mean, the crazy part is you've only got 2 more games to go.
Yeah.
And even teams like Global Esports are on the struggling side of things, right? We never expected Global Esports to be there on the struggling side of the spectrum. I'm not even sure why they went for such a big change, man. iQOO just completely shifted out, especially when you know now your team's going to be in a desperate need for someone with a calm mindset and experience, but you still bring Arsalan back into playing for. I'm not exactly sure what was going on there, but yeah, I just hope it works out in the future, right?
Well, hope is all that Global Esports will be looking forward to, because on the point standings, not a lot has changed, ladies and gentlemen. It's still Reckoning Esports at the top, 20 total points acquired with that chicken dinner. Team Bliss did try to go in for that last attempt, 11 points secure. Team Orangutan, 9 points, but I don't believe this is going to be enough. For Global Esports, this is where problem really strikes, because now they barely, I believe, crossed that 30-point mark, or possibly nearing the 30-point mark. Definitely not close towards qualification, but as we flip pages, I believe this is where problems are going to be there for the likes of TCW, for the likes, I believe, for Insane Esports as well. Team Insane, the kind of position where they're in around the 25-26 position, 25-26 points mark, I'm not really sure what that move actually made sense.
Yeah, for Team Insane, I don't think so they expected a team to be there, right? They straight up moved on forward with the vehicles, they rammed over there, and then they just got greeted by the 4 players of GENxFM. So you cannot really say that, yeah, Team Insane knew what they were exactly doing. No, they were just cruising. All the 4 players in that one single vehicle, and you know it's a surprise package, right? Sometimes it can be a surprise for the opponents in a bad way, or sometimes it can be a surprise for the opponents too in a good way.
Absolutely. Neither, I think Insane Esports expected a building to be on the other side of the bridges as well, because I don't believe they wanted to actually land on the first floor themselves. But coming back to the match summary once again, 51 finishes in total. A lot of healings done in this one. 124 smokes that have been used, but 7 grenade finishes. And I believe majority of them came in from Reckoning Esports. They were absolutely bombarding the floor. But having said that, now the question comes back to this, is with just 2 more games left to go, these teams, Orangutan, Global Esports, are they really going to take an exit from iQOO BMPS 2024 inside of round 3? Or are we going to see a miracle tomorrow? What does your gut feeling say, Necro?
Maybe not for OG, considering they've already got the momentum, but for Global Esports, I do not know. If they keep on trying to pull off these type of shenanigans once again, just make those changes, especially when you know you're pretty much on the blink of being eliminated from the tournament.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's not something you're supposed to do, man. You're always supposed to stay to the comfort suit, But still, the players of Global Esports, they went for that change, and now it's completely hurting them. You can clearly see in the overall table as well. Now you move on the conversation towards teams like GENxFM, and you know it's done for. They can move up.
Absolutely. What teams like Team Insane, I still believe there's going to be a chance, but they need some nuclear performance, to be honest. Nuclear performances came in from the likes of Reckoning, came in from the likes of Gujarat Tigers as well, but there is going to be another group that is going to be playing their last 2 matches after this very short break.
Have you seen my phone?
Yes, I have. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, bro. Really? Hey, but have you all seen it? Mega Taskers win at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with 3D curved AMOLED display. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
The movie starts in 10. You can miss the beginning, or you can go ahead and challenge the clock. With an all-new Sprint EBT engine that goes 0 to 60 in 5.9 seconds. Presenting Hero Xtreme 125R. Challenge the Xtreme.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after a very short break. And of course, we did get to see Friday the 13th take place in front of us. Not really the luckiest day for Global Esports in the office, but now let's switch on the group once again and fix this. It seems like now we've got a couple of other of those unlucky peeps who need to actually bring their comeback story written once again. I'm talking about Carnival Gaming, 14 points on board and a blockbuster start to the tournament. What exactly happened in this term?
I think I'll answer this in 2 phases. First, let's talk about Global Esports. Still, those 7 points will be quite important considering the fact that they were playing without Mavi and still keeping their boats afloat, considering it could have been a huge disaster. Now, moving ahead to Carnival Gaming, we've seen them in round number 3. I don't know, there has been a bug that has been biting them. They've been trying something new, and that has clearly not been working out. It's high time they wake up to their senses, because if they don't, it seems like they might have to bid us adieu.
Absolutely. Well, talking about coming back to your senses, ladies and gentlemen, if you also want to just knock your oppositions out of their senses as well, why not try out our official smartphone partner of the iQOO BMPS 2024, the iQOO Z9S series. 15 of these devices are being given away, so you have nothing to worry about. All you've got to do is just go down to Google and search the iQOO Z9S series, and potentially you can be one of the 15 lucky winners to actually get your hands on the iQOO Z9S Pro. Power packed with features, fixes, has that amazing battery life, that flash charge capabilities as well, so you can game for hours without any worries whatsoever.
I can vouch, because I've honestly used this device and have taken it back to the hotel. Before I was ratted out, of course, but I think even one evening with the device was enough to say that for the ones entering into esports on a budget, if you want something sexy, if you want an all-round phone, I think this is the best in the segment. But moving on ahead, now this is not just about Carnival Gaming, right? We've got other big names that we're really concerned about, and this is one of those groups that's quite famous for their comeback stories. You've got Team Cosmic into the mix, you've got Raw Officials making a comeback, and if they have to hit, now the time is right.
Now the time is right, certainly. I mean, 4 matches left to go for all of these teams, while the rest of them, they've played their 6 matches. Now, only 2 teams are going to be extremely comfortable from this group. Look at that. Team Limra and Inferno squad are the only 2 teams who have played their 4 matches. But look at where they stand. I mean, 44 points and 43 points respectively. They know they've done the job already, and they are almost inching closer to the semi-finals run, of course, just writing their story. But I believe that these 2 teams can also try and flex their muscles a little bit inside of these 2 matches, because Miramar and Erangel are going to be played. This is going to be their home turf. Why not go a little aggressive and cause troubles for the outliers?
And this is exactly where you can try out new stuff. Especially if you are Team Limra or Inferno squad, you know that you've done the majority of the heavy lifting. But, you know, that also being set aside, one other thing that I really wanted to talk about is the cutoff. I think that is going to go a little bit higher. We were talking about the ranges of 40 to 45. Now I'm looking at 45 to 50, considering a lot of these teams have staged their comeback, especially Reckoning. Now they seem to have all their nerves calmed down, because for Global Esports, see, 32 points and still 2 more games remaining. I'd still fancy their chances, but this is where the real concern gets real for us. GENxFM, 9 points. I think their dreams are done and dusted. Even same goes for IMPRNT. For medal, they will be in action right now, and they also have to hit the ball out of the park.
Absolutely. Now, talking about hitting the ball out of the park, I believe, like, Raw officials, Team Cosmic, we know their comeback stories are extremely strong. They have that instinct as well. But like you said, right, if that has to begin, it has to begin right now, because with 4 matches left to go and these teams still in that single-digit point mark, certainly does not look like the best of positions. Now, we know, especially for someone like Raw officials, inside of round 2, 1 chicken dinner was enough. But like you said, since the cutoff is rising, your one blockbuster performance will not actually float your boat. You need to actually stack up performance after performance, and if they don't start now, it will be problematic.
It will be, because, you know, when you talk about Raw officials and how they've performed, round 1 was stellar. They started things off with the chicken dinner. They were looking so good. Cometh round number 2, they initially struggled, but they recovered. But we also need to understand the competition is higher than ever. Round 1, round 2, you had a lot of teams. So, yeah, now they've also been sliced apart. So, now this is where Raw officials, they need to channel their inner demons and get ahead. Because now, when you take a look at the matchup, the teams that are over here, I think Team XPark, they need a couple of points. And if they do, they're going to sail through. Carpediem is there, one of the most aggressive teams. They do not care who is in front of you. They just are always on the hunt. But this is where Salty, the real trouble arises. Medal eSports, Autobotz, Team Cosmic, Raw officials, CG, GLITCHREBORN, DOD, Blind. Everybody has to hit right now.
Absolutely. I think a majority of the teams in that second bracket, the 8 teams that you mentioned, they're all in troubled waters, even Autobotz as a matter of fact. For Carnival Gaming, I believe the conversation can be a little different, Fixes, because yes, definitely they were trying out new stuff. They definitely look to be in trouble. But when you look at their mojo, when you look at when they actually take those 44 fights, I don't believe that Carnival Gaming, they will have any problems when they get back to their defaults once again. Because again, you look at Goblin, he has been firing all cylinders throughout the tournament. He's still doing so. You look at Neo, yes, there were a couple of mishaps, but I believe on this player. I mean, this player can step up, shine through at any given moment in a tournament. And again, you have someone like Shogun who can always support you from the back lines. Yes, Hector has been falling short, but that man was also in the MVP list inside of round 1 and round 2. So I don't doubt any one of these athletes. I believe a couple of good games for Carnival Gaming. In fact, the good start today in the map of Miramar, they will be back in their full force.
Here's some stats and figures. Hector started off round 3 with 41 frags, and right now, after 4 games, he still has 41. So, goes on to show that Carnival Gaming have pretty much been absent. Goblin, he was the topper in terms of the iQOO MVP charts. He's also taken a dip. And I think the key word that you wanted to point out was those 4v4 fights. How often have we seen Carnival Gaming in round 3 actually engage in those? What we have seen otherwise is Hector opting for those heal battle strategies. Is this where he's starting to overthink? Because this has happened. I'll take you back to a recent third-party tournament finals. It was a big one, broadcasted on the national television and all of that. In that, Carnival Gaming were on the cusp of winning the entire thing.
Exactly.
That was that one final game. It was the game of Erangel. Hector, he somehow had a short circuit. He decided to completely change his style of play. He went quite defensive. when the likes of Team Entity, iQOO, Soul, they were also fighting for the prize when they decided to play aggressive. So I think this comes down to the mentality of what Hector wants to create, because like you said, I want to see Carnival Gaming engage in those 4v4 fights. I want to see Carnival Gaming get themselves the same kind of a will that Orangutan is trying to show, because even OG, they know they've got their backs against the wall, but they're not the ones shying away. We saw them. They single-handedly wiped out MOGO eSports in the blink of an eye. They went after Global eSports. You need that sort of an intent coming in from Carnival Gaming as well.
Exactly. Well, we'll find out if the fight or flight conversation that we're having in the morning is going to continue for Carnival Gaming in this map of Miramar.
All right, the flight path trajectory this time, truck stop towards Trailer Park, gives us a slight indication that it is going to be quite a turbulent glide, especially for the teams dropping down south. You're talking about Chumacera, Valle de Mar, Minas del Valle. All these areas are going to be far off from reach, and considering you've got the likes of NUMENxFOREVER, a team that got a chicken dinner yesterday in the game of Miramar, certainly have their eyes set on the big prize. And of course would want to push themselves off, but our eyes, Salty, will be fixated on the teams that are struggling. We're talking about Raw Officials, Team Cosmic, all of them. They have to stage a huge comeback.
Absolutely. I mean, you talk about Team Blind as well. I don't believe they are in an extremely comfortable spot after the 4 matches that they've played. They only have got 19 points, but we've seen Team Blind being extremely comfortable in those firefights. Especially OP, if you talk about him, we've seen some stellar performances throughout. And inside of round 1, they were almost about to top the charts as well. You talk about GLITCHxREBORN, their problems have continued through and throughout. Yes, you do get to see a couple of those consistent performances coming in from them. But it seems like GLITCHxREBORN, they haven't been able to find the consistency in those performances.
Yeah, for GLITCHxREBORN, they've pretty much been absent throughout the entire round number 3. The intent has clearly been missing. But you know, when you talk about Team Blind, they're starting off with what, 19 points?
Yeah.
Reckoning had 18 before the start of the day, and now they're sitting at 48. So if they can have such a day, who knows? Because right now, Team Blind might just be in some deep waters. Because look at this, quite an interesting build-up over there. You've got Team Cosmic right on your east, and then you've got Raw Officials on your west. And to make things worse, you've got Inferno squad right on the southern side. So even Phoenix eSports, they're not far away as well. And this is one of those circles where Team Blind can actually garner a lot of points, provided or given they have a good game.
Action replay of the first Miramar fixes that we just saw. Almost in terms of the circle itself, just moving on towards the south, Los Linus being the center, and like you said, the cluster towards that Puerto Paraíso region. Scrambled compounds, but there are multiple teams, Team Blind being one of them. But I believe that they will kind of glide inside of Los Linus as soon as they find that vehicle for themselves. Even the other teams, for Phoenix eSports as well as for Inferno squad, they can house themselves in Puerto Paraíso. But for every single team who has actually gone towards the northern side of things, I'm not really sure how this game is going to fare out. You've got Autobotz towards Ruins, which is the far corner of the map. They will have to rotate so much to enter this first circle itself. You've got GLITCHxREBORN in La Cabrera. You've got Toro Amada being occupied by Do or Die, and then Team Limra and Campo Militar. Team Limra, they do not really have a care in the world. They can do whatever they want. But for Team Blind, like you said, I mean, Reckoning's comeback, if you have to draw parallels fixes, it was staged by that one prodigy Viper yesterday, right? He did make sure that Reckoning were out of their slum. They find themselves a couple of points. And today, the same onus was carried forward by Hunters himself, who actually got himself 6 eliminations in one match. So, I believe that Blind eSports, if they have that guiding light themselves, they will be able to pull off. And I believe if there has to be some player, it has to be evil from the side.
I think keeping things short, at this point, Blind needs a hero.
Yeah.
Something that Reckoning had in the form of Viper, who was just too good yesterday, and somebody needs to light the torch. Somebody needs to give them that hope.
Yes.
One good game, and they need to cash in on that. So, for Blind, as things stands, yeah, it's not an impossible task, but it definitely is an arduous one. Because at this point, for Blind eSports, I do not know, especially after that great round 1 performance. Round 2, hasn't been that smooth of a ride for them. They've struggled there because now even we've got some bigger foes to worry about. We're also talking about Team X-Park because they're coming in, playing their final 4 games and have 24 points. And if they mess this one up, then things are going to look quite dire even for them because they've got quite a rocky path. They've got to deal with Silly, they've got to deal with Medal. Even Carnival Gaming is out there. For Medal, look at that. They've left Monte Nuevo. I do not know what's going on. I think it's the addition of Amit that has made them do so. But like you were talking about Autobotz, they might have to travel a long way. But this is one of those routes that I really like, considering they do not have to engage against a lot of those foes. If they want to take that southern route and inject themselves maybe through Partona or even through Minas del Valle, it still is a rotation that they can execute. But for the likes of Team X-Park that are around the central areas of the map, they have to be watching every single step that they take.
Absolutely. And I believe the Team X-Park, the kind of tendencies that they have, they might also kind of fancy their chances to capture the high grounds of Power Grid as well and get a couple of those finishes on board themselves. Now, for Team X-Park, I believe it's all about the snowball effect to get the ball rolling once they find a couple of finishes, once PrayGod and Sarang find their groove. I believe it is going to be an absolute steam engine, very difficult to stop. Same can be said for Carnival Gaming themselves. They always fancy the drop collision in Picado, especially when Miramar is coming around. But since both WSB as well as Sarkar Gaming are not involved in this particular lobby, they are going to find themselves absolutely chilling. But someone who's going to be chilling is going to be Hunters after his matches are completely done. 7 eliminations from the last game. Man did an amazing job in that last match. But once again, coming back to that conversation, I believe why a hero is required goes back to that same story of how Argentina actually won that World Cup, right? In their qualifiers, they were struggling. Messi was the one who actually lighted that guarding torch. And what basically happens is when a stalwart in your team starts to perform out of his mind, it kind of raises the mojo of every single one. Everyone gets that mental boost that, all right, fine, we've got a path right now. And we saw how the rest of the team improved along the journey, went on to win the World Cup as well. And that is the same mentality which I've been trying to preach here in BGMI as well.
I think a slightly different storyline because for Messi, they wanted to do it for Messi himself, which could have been the final World Cup for him. And yeah, of course, Messi, he's also, delivered there and things are different. But now when you talk about being a hero over here, yeah, somebody has to, step up to this occasion. For same goes for Carnival, same goes for X-Park. I wanted to talk about X-Park a little bit because even for X-Park, we've seen them getting caught astray during a lot of those 4v4 fights. One thing you must have noticed, Salty, is they kind of tend to engage in those 4v4 situations where more often than not, they have those casualties, early casualties, which sort of have been quite devastating. But right now, Team Blind Esports, they've got a great start. Already 2 players of Raw officials down on their knees as Evil could continue this onslaught. Anuj 2OP is taking quite a lot of damage over there. Diljit somehow needs to hold the fort.
Team Blind Esports, they definitely are looking to aggress because now they have identified the weaknesses. One of their players has been taken down. Raw officials, they're going to find the first pick against Saurav. And now it seems like Blind Official, they certainly can cruise through the rest of the 2 players, Daljit and Position. But I believe Blind Esports, they are also not going to overextend too much because we know inside of the map of Miramar, there are too many third-party potentials. For Anuj 2OP and Daljit, I think they will have to bring back their round 2 madness once again if they do want to qualify. But it's so difficult fixes right now.
Now it feels like it was all a fluke, to be honest. And that was just when the instincts kicked in. And I don't know, this might come out harsh, Salty, but I feel like it's really time we draw the curtains on Raw officials because we haven't seen that mindset coming in from their players. It feels like they're really lost during all these fights because, yes, one player gets taken down, the other player running out in the open. What were you even thinking when you realize that you share a drop with a certain team, and that is Blind Esports? Now, for Blind Esports, when you talk about them, of course, they've gotten this new banner, and Blind Esports has a rich history. In fact, they were the ones who won the previous BMPS 23. And this Blind Esports being Galaxy Esports, I remember in BGS 24 during the semi-finals. They were literally on the cusp of qualifying. You know what they did? They started to celebrate early. They started taking gliders. They started going here and there. And as a result, in the final game, they were just overtaken by Inferno squad. And as a result, they lost their spot for the grand finals. That was a tough pill to swallow. But here they are once again. This time again, fighting against all the odds for qualification. A good start, nonetheless.
I mean, good start for sure, but I hope that they've learned their lesson from that one. Can never really celebrate too early, can never really get disappointed too early as well, because one thing that I've learned in esports and sports as well, it's that till that final whistle, till that ending circle, you can never really count out, not just count out yourself, but also cannot count out the opposition as well. And for Carnival Gaming, I feel like that is the same mindset that they're going to be in. Looking for their rotation, so far they have been successful. They are inside that circle. But talking about the circle itself, once again moving towards the urban lands of Los Leones. But this time around, I really feel Fixes. I have a hunch that's going to move towards that shorelines once again, where Team Cosmic can actually find themselves a good spot. Speaking of Team Cosmic, what are the odds this team actually comes back from a single digit point mark to making a comeback?
And they also need a hero, and we know they have one of those players, Zod OP. We've seen him staging a lot of those magical things, and he's got what it takes. But for Team Cosmic, I think the climb is going to be so steep, considering where they're sitting at, single-digit points for them, just 7 to be honest. But this is also where, you know, we've seen Carnival Gaming make a quick rotation. NUMENxFOREVER have got nothing to really worry about. And if you do not want to worry about any sort of lags and any sort of the sweaty gameplay sessions, you might want to check out our official smartphone partner, the iQOO C9S series, which starts from just 18,999. And you talk about Carpediem. They've been having quite a phenomenal run. This team, they do not believe in getting any position points. All they believe in is going aggressive. See anyone, take them down.
Absolutely. But honestly speaking, I feel like Carpediem, they certainly are not operating at their 100% potential. Pokar and Kamla Boy, that has been like the limelight of Team X entity. I believe they are yet to kind of showcase their true potential. Pokar has been kind of out of touch lately. Even Kamla Boy, as a matter of fact, in a recently concluded third party, he was absolutely blowing the floor along with his teammate Max. But all of a sudden, it seems like these two players, they kind of have been stopped in their tracks. Fierce and Max, though, they have continued their run of form. So I really want to see Carpediem in their glory days once again, where, you know, all the players form out of their minds. But this team have actually done that. Team THW, they have been so good in this tournament.
And to be honest, they're quite salty people. Every time looking
they're my
for
friends, Fixes.
I love them. They're also my friends as well. But, you know, off the game, on the camera, they have always those witty, cunning answers. And they've got some rivalries on, and I get it. And this is a team that never shies away. To a point in that recently concluded third-party tournament, we were just eyeing out when do they get their first chicken dinner. And they got it in a map like Sandhawk, and that was the only one that they got. And barring that, just by the virtue of being so aggressive, being you know, just on the face of their opponents, I think this is a team that is meant to do that. I think this is what I like about Carpediem. They know that they've got a bunch of players who know how to hit.
Yeah.
And for Pokar to enable them to play according to their strengths, that is a good thing about Carpediem that we really appreciate, because this team is just newly formed and it is performing so much better than so many teams that have been there in the scene for quite some time. So goes on to say that sometimes position points is not what matters. Understanding what needs to be done, understanding how you want to play your players, that is the sign of a good IGL.
Absolutely. I mean, it seems like they've just made sure that if we can garner ourselves enough finish points every single game, it does not matter if we crash out in the first circle. Exactly. It does not matter if we crash out in the third circle as well. But, you know, I believe that credit has to be given to a player like Max. I believe that he does not get the amount of limelight that the other three get as well, because Max initially, when he used to play for OR, yes, he was aggressive, he was proving himself, but he was not half as effective as he is right now. being amidst three extremely aggressive people, extremely aggressive players, I believe he's kind of gelled up extremely well and now he's doing so fine.
I think when you talk about Max, I've been following this kid for quite some time. Right from his OR days, we've seen him have his spell at WindGod, and he was one of those only consistent players there.
Yeah.
And now finding a house in Carpediem, I think, this is how we describe him, right? A bunch of misfits put together. You've got Pokar, Gamla Boy taking an exit from Entity, and there were those other reasons. Then Max coming inside this roster, and then Fierce, one of the finest assaulters that BJMI has seen, who did have a little bit of that complacency set in, who had a little bit of that dip in form.
Yeah.
Something like Equinox, the dream team shattering and all of that. And now he's got that torch burning once again. He knows that he needs to redeem himself, and that's a good way to do so. And what's not really good is Raw officials losing out on their hero. Anuj TWOB down on his knees, almost bleeding. And there you have it. He pleads for mercy, mercy given, out of the lobby, and there is the circle shift. Carnival Gaming, they've got that smack center. They've got the right position. All they need to do now is, Salty, wait. Wait for those aggressors. Start building up slowly and surely. If they get this chicken dinner, it's going to ease up.
Absolutely. I mean, Carnival Gaming, they themselves have got the center, but with GLITCHx and Team Xspark approaching them, they certainly might be under the radar, might be facing a lot of the heat right now. Because, again, finding center in open circles like this means that you will be the focal point. You will be the center of attraction. And for Carnival Gaming, they don't really mind that. It's just that their triggers and their guns will have to go on a frenzy and they need to hit their shots. But look at this. Team Silly Esports finally finding themselves a little bit of that opening. Spots down Daljit from Team Raw officials, the last lone survivor. This man has had an extremely long game so far. His potential is going to have an extremely long game in the future as well if he manages to survive. But at what cost is going to be the question, because not only can he not garner finish points, but also not a lot of placement points will be awarded as well. But on the other side, look at this. Team TOD. Quite a smooth rotation inside the circle. And if you also want to rotate smoothly in your city rides, why not consider yourself the hero Xtreme 125R? Does an extremely brilliant job in providing a comfortable ride, and of course does give you the style points. If you want to impress those ladies out there in the city, why not take it out on a date?
You certainly can, and just be a gentleman, unlike Salty.
I am a gentleman, Fixes. Why are you trying to put me as a red flag in front of everyone?
It's not me. It's all the feedback that I get from the ladies. And
those are rumors.
Call it rumors, call it whatever you may. But now, when we talk about DOD as a team, right? They're sitting on 19 points. And I've got to say this. They've been quite inconsistent. Then there are those games where they go big, where they're like, they kind of have a jaws dropping, like, what did they just pull off? And then there are games like, what did they just pull off? So for DOD, I think they need to find that consistent run. And now already having lost out on one of their players is definitely not good. Because from this game, DOD, I think even their intentions were all about getting those 10+ points. Because at this point, just playing with 3 players, do not know really where they're going to end up. But for Team Cosmic, at least one good news. They've got that 1 finish point, even for Inferno squad. 1 finish point also to themselves. But I think it's all that eerie silence that has taken over Miramar.
Yeah.
It's like in just a wee while, we will have absolute pandemonium. And is Pokar stuck over here? Thank God. He knows his way out.
Absolutely. I mean, quite athletic in that way, but you spoke about do or die. The little name is do or die. So what else do you expect, right? There will be certain games they will do it. So in the other day, they will kind of crash out as well. But we get back to the conversation once again. The southern part of the circle. I wish if the observers can show us the map, there is something interesting happening here. So we kind of have a trifecta of multiple teams on that southern front. You mentioned about do or die. Right next to them, there's Inferno squad. Right up north, there's Team Cosmic. There's Team THW and Limra closing up as well. So this is going to be interesting on how these teams actually break through and how many of these teams can actually survive up until the next rendition of the circle.
It's going to be a Fury breach. No second thoughts about it, like you said, right? At least 5+ teams. And everybody's eyeing out for that hard shift, which hasn't really taken place, but which now does. Puts Blind in such a prime position. Carnival Gaming, they also have to race inside the circle, just on the peripheries, as now fights have already begun. THW eyeing out on the players of Team Limra. A couple of shots already fired, and now this is where Destiny, he needs to do something over here. He needs to somehow get that opener. Hesperos finally falling down. Team Limra now in a whole world of trouble.
Absolutely. THW, they're not looking to stop as of now. The first nade has been launched in, but it seems like Team Limra, they decide to actually escape. But Ninze is in position already. The shots have been fired. The second knock comes through. Dragon OP has been taken down. Ninze is not looking to stop. He's looking for more. And this is why I always say the southern lands, they are always extremely tricky. Now look at this. A third party has struck Team THW. But thankfully it seems like he's found himself that small little ridge. So definitely the revival is possible. But that knock allowed Team Limra to escape and survive with their two players.
I think right now THW need to hold on to their breath. Do not get overzealous. Do not get overexcited. Just play it calm and sound. Because for THW, I feel like the position they're at is pretty much quite decent. 33 points. All they need to do is get those conclusive points. But look at Daljit. He's hiding in open broad daylight. Show no mercy by the players of Inferno squads. And with Raw Official, I think things are looking really dire, Salty. And we were talking about drawing the curtains. I think it is time.
Yeah.
Because the points that they're sitting on, out on 6 points, and they need a lot. At least 40 plus the next 3 games. I think only a miracle is going to see them through.
Not even a miracle at this point, honestly. It's a most polite way to put it, but I don't really think Raw Officials, they are going to actually make the cut. But now look at this, Team Cosmic. They're going to find themselves at first finish. Again, it's the hero we were talking about. Zod will be finding that first connection, but they're not really against an opposition to scoff at. It is Team THW eSports. Destiny bites the dust. And I believe Team THW, they can also fancy their chances to actually take a step back. But now look at this, Carpediem on the onslaught. They've taken down Autobotz, which means Team Autobotz, they're also not in comfortable shoes. Team Cosmic, they plunge into warfare. Zordo finds another knock for himself. But Sam from the backlines does so much heavy lifting. But Team Cosmic, they still have got fuel in their tank. 2 players, they need to chime in. It's a 1v2 scenario. The shotgun sprays down. But it will be Team Cosmic who still managed to survive. And all their 4 players fixes their all standing tall.
They certainly are, but right now we've got another fight. We've got Phoenix eSports up against this push coming in from DOD. Avnish still leading the charge though, as now Snowjot is already cooked up that grenade, tosses it over, does not sail through, does not do a lot of that damage though, as Snowjot trying to get the smoke deployed, as now DOD any given point, they might want to breach in, find that perfect angle, but Goku, he's got his flanks covered. At this point, he just want to let the players of DOD try to charge in. And that is the idea for Phoenix eSports as the circle shifts away from them. Silly eSports having the best position inside the zone. Carnival Gaming, Carpediem, both of them want to get in. But where on earth is Team X-Park? They're right at the southern area.
I feel so sorry for Team X-Park, honestly. They made that such a long rotation right from Hashandal Patron to the extreme southern extremities of the map itself, and now find themselves again tricked and betrayed by the circle themselves. But now, at least they take up a stand against Team Cosmic. While for Team Cosmic, the stars have always aligned. They always have pulled that comeback, it seems like, against the lightning. There might be hiccups again. Spray God marches through. There is that virtual cover of the smoke. But it seems like Team X-Park, they don't really have the ideal positioning of where Team Cosmic and their players are. To come out of this pocket of space, it is going to be extremely difficult. But I don't see a way fixes. It is going to be an extremely hard call for Shadow. And I'm not really sure how is he going to put his troops inside the circle right now.
I think this is the right decision. Only if they had all their 4 men alive. A couple of moments earlier, we saw them engaging against Autobotz. And Carpediem also third-partied in that particular fight. Hence those 3 finishes for X-Park. They take a little bit of that casualty though. But when you look at their DNA, this is a team that always loves to play from the edges, loves to take those fights. And I think being in X-Park's shoes, I would like my chances. Look at Spray God. He wants to initiate this attack on the players of Team Cosmic, and indeed has given them that opener. Blink it and miss it moment. Instant finish converted there as Zoropi shows himself. SprayGod showing no mercy as Team Cosmic, one after the other. They are just getting obliterated. SprayGod, look at him. Solo HP, decides to just charge in, but eventually just loses out on his life. But still earns Team Xpark some crucial points out of those eliminations.
But also hands Team Cosmic a massive death blow themselves. But now it's all down to do or die. Bhalu did make sure that he actually takes down Shadow in the process. But now it seems like even that hope has been crushed down. Team Limra trying to move up north to the blue zone will start to engulf them. But it seems like majority of the teams are already starting to make that mad dash. Team Phoenix leapfrogs a couple of teams. But in the process, one of their players, Goku, will be taking down Snowjord. There is no way on earth that that man out in the open will be able to revive his fallen comrade. And now look at this, the pressure coming in from NUMENxFOREVER is also quite surmounting. Carnival Gaming on the other side. The Finnish feed is going on an absolute frenzy fixes. This game is coming to a blockbusting end.
Exactly. The bodies are starting to fall down like flies. But right now, as things are, NUMENxFOREVER, 2 finishes secured already. Medal eSports, they're also fighting for the survival. They're also fighting it out. And now eliminating the likes of Blind eSports, and quite clinically, this is going to set them up. One good chicken dinner, and they might also be back into this tournament. Have a really good position to play around, but they have to enter inside the circle, given the fact that Goblin, he's watching them. Neo, he's got a good flank angle. And right now, as things stand, for Xpark, Sarang has to be the hero once again. We have seen in multiple occasions when the situations are dire, he becomes the survival king. It's not just fetch them points, but also a lot of eliminations. So Team Xpark, 7 finishes. But can they get their 10 plus points? Because that is going to be quite crucial.
Crucial indeed. Talking about Carnival Gaming, they themselves have 3 eliminations on board as well. But now it's down to Carpediem. The nades do come in flying. OS will get taken down, pushing Newman back. Ash, quite low on HP, has been knocked down himself as well. And the Mafia, the only aggressive man, the only man who has been up there in the firing lines, has been shut down himself as well. Will try to go in for the revive because it's extremely important, but now Fierce charges in. He just runs over Carpediem without any fear in their eyes. Fierce is still taking them down. NUMENxFOREVER, they have been hunted. They've been absolutely shattered. And now look at this. The stats of Carpediem, 8 finishes on board, 4 players still standing. They are looking to dominate right now, Fixes.
NUMENxFOREVER just get devoured over there. We did talk about Medal eSports having had to get that trouble to deal against Goblin. His HP quite low, but Goblin just somehow makes it in the nick of time. But eventually the play zone is going to engulf him, take him down, and Top Dog says thank you for that freebie. Medal eSports soaring high with those 6 finishes. Carnival Gaming down to their last man, Neo, I believe. As of this point, you've got Carpediem absolutely devouring the players of NUMENxFOREVER a couple of moments earlier as Silly eSports. They've not had to move a muscle. But this is the moment where they make a move. And now look at this. They are being the ones charged at Fierce. What is this man on?
This man is on something absolutely different, but he will get punished. It is not a team to actually scoff at. Silly eSports might have actually entered this competition as an underdog, but now certainly have established themselves to be the pros. Their path to glory certainly has been full of ups and downs, but now they are at their absolute best. But will that be enough to actually clinch the chicken dinner is going to be the question. As nades do come flying in against Carpediem. Team Medal eSports want to really assert that authority with that man advantage that they have. Open areas for Carpediem, not really a lot of cover. The virtual smoke, it's going to go out as well. The vehicle, it's not going to do much. Max barely survives. What on earth was that?
Oh, not anymore. Top Dog just taking Max down over there, but Carpediem, do they have anything to worry about really? They get eliminated as Medal eSports. They make a comeback when the time was right, when the clock struck 9. They knew as the end was approaching, they had to go big. And this time they've done so. Silly eSports, they've also crossed past that 30-point marker. And now everything they get for themselves is an added bonus. It is going to be a 2-on-3 battle against the likes of Medal eSports. Make that a 2-on-4 especially for them, as Neo is still managing to somehow heal battle as Inferno. He decides to strike back somehow, trying to get the numbers back even.
Absolutely, the nade did connect. Top Dog will be pushed back. Silly Esports trying to make a move for themselves. The vehicle comes in. Metal Esports, they've been struck. Silly Esports, they come in like flash, then they finish off the opposition. Metal Esports, they've no clue on what just happened. But look at this, the second position finish for Carnival Gaming. 3 elimination once again. And it seems like the same adrenaline that ran through Orangutan and their veins are starting to chime in Carnival Gaming as well. Even if they are struggling on that finish department, they make sure that they still manage to survive. But is that going to be enough is going to be the question. But for now, Team Silly Esports, they certainly are going to be enjoying that beautiful, beautiful winner-winner chicken dinner fixes.
I really want to see the replay once again. I want to see how Silly Esports pulled that one off. It was a 2-on-4 situation, and still these kids managed to go after Metal Esports. I mean, they are the set pros, and they showed no mercy, no fear at all. It's such a crucial stage. I mean, we know they were playing without any pressure, but still, for Metal Esports, I really felt like this chicken dinner should have been coming, because you cannot afford to let go of those extra added points, because now they could have gotten this chicken dinner, which kind of ended up eventually for them getting around just 5 position points, which means they lost out on those 5 extra position points and a couple of finishes.
Absolutely.
Had that been the case, Metal Esports would have been at such a comfortable spot, because they have been struggling throughout. For Carnival Gaming though, 9 points out of this game, 6 out of survival, 3 out of those finishes, 14 and 9, 23 points. Still not a good position, but alright, a step in the right direction.
A step in the right direction. And this is one of the reasons why I was drawing parallels between Orangutan and Carnival, because again, you see the same instincts, right? Even if your gun power is not working out, you know, as a matter of fact, you need those placement points desperately. And that is what Orangutan did as well. Yes, they did not really have a really good in terms of finishes. They only had like, 4 finishes in the map of the Candy. But Atanki was the man who made sure that he kept on punching first hit gates after first hit gates. But enough about that conversation. I feel like for Metal Esports, this game was extremely crucial. This team has been a very shallow shadow of themselves for a while right now. For a very brief period, I felt like Metal Esports, this chicken could have bolstered their confidence. But now that they've lost it, I believe they're going to doubt themselves even further.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I want to see the replay once again. What really went wrong? See, Metal, they have all 4 of their players alive. Everything was looking sunny. And yeah, they dealt with the players of Carpediem also, put a stop at them. Still a very high frags game for Metal Esports, but this is where things started getting awry. Paradox decides to take a flank, he gets picked off. Even after Sahil OP gets a trade, and suddenly it's just iQOO and Inferno, and this grenade onto its Encore. It changes everything. And then the cojones on iQOO to decide to just push in on Metal Esports like that, I think that is quite baffling. But now coming back to the discussion that where we drew parallels with Carnival and Orangutan.
Yeah.
One thing I really want to add up, and it's a different opinion, a different take. I feel like the approach was quite different. When you look at OG, the first game they come to play in, you see them going extra aggressive. They were literally on the 6th gear. And the same thing happened even in Vikendi, where they were showing intents to fight. They went down hunting the players of Global Esports. They got the first knock. Yes, they were a little unlucky because from the backlines there were a couple of the other teams also going at their backs. But Carnival Gaming this time, again, a very different approach. All they were focusing on was having a good position, whilst OG was still looking down on taking those fights, building that morale up. CG, either ways, the result is same. They're kind of getting similar amount of points, sort of at the similar position as well. But who knows? One last game, and for Carnival Gaming, I think Erangel has been one of the strongest. So I really hope they strike.
I mean, with 23 points on board already, I believe that Carnival Gaming will finally have a little bit of a platform from where they can play from, right? They still know they need those 27 points on board to be extremely safe, but they also know that out of the 3 games that they're going to play, if they hit one chicken dinner should actually be enough for them. Ladies and gentlemen, since we're talking so much about points, let's just have a look at the point standings from the last game itself. We've got Silly Esports at the very top. I mean, this team, they are built different. 20 points total. Metal Esports with 14 points. Carpediem, I mean, we knew as a matter of fact this team is going to play extremely aggressive. The fact that they've got 4 position points does come to me as a surprise. Fixes were 13 total points from them. Carnival Gaming 9 total points, should have done better, but Team X-Park crossing the 30-point mark finally. I believe this team will consider themselves safe.
31 points is where they are sitting at, I believe, starting off with 24 points.
Yeah.
Add on 8 more. So at this point, considering to what really is going on with Team X-Park, is the same old problems. You could see SprayGod. He charged in on Team Cosmic.
Yeah.
All right. That was quite a gutsy move. But where is your backup? Where is your support player? Where is Joker? He's taking another fight, and then suddenly they decide to let Sarang go elsewhere. He wanted to survive, but eventually it was this players of Phoenix eSports. I think Cheyenne, that one grenade just took him away. So Team X-Park, yeah, the fighting points are there, but position points completely lacking. That will be shown in terms of the overall standings as well once it pops up. But one thing we can conclude from this Miramar, Blind eSports, they were off to a really good start. They were getting those squad wipes, but eventually they gassed out pretty soon. One team that really never had the ball rolling has to be Raw Officials. And I think it is high time that we can say that, yeah, they're not making it.
Possibly, but I still have my hopes high for Team Cosmic, honestly, Fixes. 7 points from this particular game, still not really comfortable on the overall standings, but at least you see good performances and good intent from them, right? Yeah. The way they actually dealt with, I believe, the likes of DOD, if I'm not mistaken, Team THW as well. They were pretty brilliant. Zod was extremely good with his nades as well. You've got lovely backup coming in from Crimson. The only performance, the only problem was SprayGod just pushing up, something which Team Cosmic did not expect. But 7 points in that particular game. I believe Team Cosmic, they are building that platform step by step. And we know they hit when they only have got 3 games on a back-to-back.
So Carnival Gaming, they almost made a comeback. X-Park also in the right directions. Medal eSports, this was a biggie from their side. Carpediem also have sailed through. But still, one more game remains. And all that action after this short little break.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, slider. Gonna make way for the mega tasker. Definitely know they go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
With my baby on the side, I move around with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Xtreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the Xtreme.
मम्मी का फोन है, एक मिनट। किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से? Take 63. Ouch. I'm not doing this. 300.
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है, लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार।
क्या हो रहा है?
कट, शूट कैंसिल। आना प्योर।
अबे बंद करो बे, आँख में छुप रहा है।
कट, शूट कैंसिल।
हार पूरी रात निकल गई। अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा, खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
With one more game left to go, the penultimate day of round 3 inside of iQOO BMPS has definitely come to a very nice ending so far. I mean, you look at this, you look at the scenario. Carnival Gaming, they're on the right track. Team Xpark on the right track. You've got a couple of other names as well who are sort of starting to make it, but there's still that big question mark. I think there can't really be bigger suspense as we build towards that final game. Can we fix this?
Yeah, it is going to give me a heartbreak. Reason one is that the cutoff is going high.
Yeah.
Especially for the teams. I personally really rooted that we want to see them come back because so many comebacks are being staged because I really did not see Medal eSports playing this well, did not see Team Cosmic also fighting, and this goes on to show that how much this tournament means to all these teams, that when they know that this could be their dying moments, this is where the entire flash is in front, it's kind of reeling in front of them, right? So they're giving it their last go and everybody is pushing far. But certain teams have failed in doing so, and we know what awaits them, right? Another time, next time. But for the kind of a storyline that's building up, this is the moment where Carnival Gaming, Xpark, everybody needs to go big. And if you talk about big things, this is a beautiful big phone. We've talked about the display size, but now this is the time we give a huge shout out to our official smartphone partner, the iQOO Z9S, which starts from just 18,999. And Salty and I, we've both been unlucky trying to go for the giveaway where you've got iQOO Z9S Pro for 15 lucky winners. All you gotta do is head over to its Google, search iQOO Z9S, partake in a small competition, and you might stand a chance to win one of these beauties.
Absolutely. I mean, big in terms of performance as well. The Snapdragon 7 Gen 3, it's so brilliant.
Yeah.
We actually synced it pretty well, honestly, Fixes. But coming back to syncing, it seems like Blind Esports, their ship is sinking right now because the last game, it wasn't really the best in terms of the points that they have acquired. Once again, we'll have a look at the overall standings and let's find out what the report card looks like. Silly Esports on a run. They're the only team who have played 5 games in this first page itself. We've got Carpediem and Numen also starting to make their move as well. So the top 16 teams inside of this ladder board, they certainly are quite comfortable. I would say that.
Yeah, I think for Carpediem and Numen, it's all about just getting that final blow. And if they can do it by the end of this Erangel, that would be lovely. But THW, 35 points. Look at how close the competition is. I mean, for Christ's sake, 4 teams are literally sitting at 36. And that goes on to show that things are really getting sweaty. Team Xpark, they've finally crossed that 30-pointer marker. Carnival Gaming, I still cannot see them somewhere around that 24 points. So we're going to get them to see in the next game. But Erangel is the map where they have to strike. Same goes for Phoenix Esports because they've also been having such a great run, and it would be a shame if they do not make it inside of the semis.
Absolutely. The competition is actually quite close. We saw teams on the 24th position. That is going to be the cutoff. Still around somewhere around that high 30-point mark. And now look at this. At the 40th point, you've got 18 points. So the difference is not that high. Carnival Gaming, just like you mentioned, 23 points for them. Medal eSports, 26 points for them. Extremely crucial last game. And I want to know from you, Fixes, you've been an ex-professional player, semi-professional player yourself. Should I call you semi-professional?
Whatever you call it.
Alright,
okay.
whatever it is. You've been there in the competitive circuit. In games like this, when the pressure is stacked up so much, what is the mentality of IGLs? Do you actually trust your gut so much to take those fights, or would you like to say that, alright boys, let's just try and get as many placement points as we possibly can, just end on a safe note?
I think to answer this is a personal official tournament experience I can share. We were just about to grace the LAN, and in that final day, we had 3 games to go, and all we needed was get 3 points. And I have to say, in 3 matches, we could just get 1. Missing out on just 2 points, that was shattering, because sometimes when you feel like you are the closest, that is where that sense of complacency sets in. You feel like, yeah, the next game we're gonna get it. Sometimes those single digit points are so difficult to obtain, especially if you just get clean wiped out in the final game. Suddenly you have got nothing to really latch onto. So that is the idea where, you know, I had my learnings where you were of the opinion, just play your normal game, because I felt very complacent. I thought, yeah, the task is done, and suddenly the competition just got a little bit higher. So that was the last where I realized that I'm done with my competitive career. I feel like my hands weren't working out, so I let my mouth do the talking, because that literally pays my bills. But you know, at this point, you know, my only suggestion for teams like Metal Esports is, yes, work in the right directions, just do not do what WindGod did. Because WindGod had a great start, but eventually they also collapsed in that second game. We want to see one team that is quite consistent. The ones like Reckoning, do very good back-to-back good games. This is what I want. I do not want, at this point, Metal to get a chicken dinner. I want them to replicate something that they did in the game of Miramar. And if they do so, 26 points, if they get around 13, 14 more, they've already hit 40.
Exactly. Now, the whole conversation comes to a point where majority of the teams who are still in those struggling shoes, who are still between the 30 to 20 point mark, I believe that safety cushion for them at the end of today would possibly be beyond that 35 point mark, where you know with the last 2 games yet to play, you need that 10 to 12 points, and that is something which is attainable even with just placement points. So they just have to time it to perfection. But ladies and gentlemen, the map of Erangel is getting dolled up, and fixes, the stakes are extremely high right now, because teams like Cosmic, teams like Raw Official, they know as a matter of fact their backs are against their wall, and especially a team like Cosmic, this is exactly where the 20 pointers come in through as well. We saw that inside of round 1. Hopefully inside of round 3 we get to see that. We'll see if the stars align for them on the map of Erangel. Well. The map of Erangel is back on live, and it seems like the flight path is taking us to some interesting location once again, a kind of an action replay of the first Erangel that we had just witnessed. It starts off from Primorsk and it moves on towards Lipovka. Now, majority of the teams who are looking towards that military-based drop, they are going to be fancying their chances because they know as a matter of fact it is going to be extremely close by. But if you want to go towards another land, or if you want to go towards somewhere near Georgopol, Yasnaya, Polyana, it will get extremely sweaty. Now, why do I say sweaty? Because there are certainly a lot of teams who are looking to hunt their brains out. Specifically talking about Team Blind Esports, Team Metal Esports, teams who are still around that danger zone. The middle pack, it is going to be so dicey. Talking about certain teams who are not going to be dicey, Team Silly Esports taking their landing towards the Primorsk region. They are going to be closely contested by the likes of Team THW. You've also got the likes of Team Limra. You've got Team Carnival Gaming as well. Towards Puchinki, you've got Carpediem and Team Phoenix Esports as well. So none of these teams have anything to actually worry about. But for Carnival Gaming, I believe this is the game where they actually have to break their shackles. They are playing with massive responsibility on their shoulders, and we know as a matter of fact, I mean, as long as you cannot play your natural game, you will never really make a comeback. Now imagine this, right? Inside of round 1, they knew as a matter of fact the lobby was not as difficult. They had a lot of space for themselves. They could express themselves freely, just walk into fights. Their confidence was absolutely soaring, but as soon as a round 3 struck and the lobbies got a little more sweaty, it got a little slower. It seems like Hector has sort of been rethinking his decision-making quite a lot. But we also have another interesting cluster on towards the right-hand side of the things. We've got towards Milta side, Team Raw Officials, as well as Team Metal Esports as well. Now, Metal Esports can definitely fancy their chances, try and get some early pickings if they do spot out Metal Esports. But on the other side of things, it seems like SprayGod, oh my god, with the Mini 14, he has gotten himself the first pick of this game itself.
How could we forget about this rivalry, right? Round 1, it was Blind Esports panning down the players of Team X-Pac, and now look at them trying to return the favor, repay it in kind. As Evil already done and dusted, and look at them. X-Pac like hungry hyenas. They want to make that plunge, they want to make that push. And for Blind Esports, this is where it gets very, very hurtful. They cannot afford to lose out on another man. Otherwise, their dreams might just get shattered.
Absolutely. He has been isolated in this hospital building, and there's absolutely nothing his teammates can potentially do. Now, one interesting possibility for Blind would be to try and stall this fight for as long as possible. Not a lot of utility on OP, but he does have that one nade and that one stun grenade. And if utilized properly, I believe he can definitely do some interesting stuff. But OP, he decides to actually walk back into this fight. Not a lot of weaponry. Has that one shotgun, the pump action shotgun and the QBZ. But look at those parkour moves. Definitely walks out in style. Blind Esports looking to regroup once again. But Fixes, crossing this road is going to be a massive challenge for OP.
I don't think, because for DP at this point, he's got that cover fire coming in from the backlines, but this response is surely going to help him, at least for Team Xpark, to kind of just put a stop. The wind's taken off their sails, because right now, look at this, the cover fire coming in from that backlines, especially from Nova and Saurav. Couple of more smokes deployed. And for Team Xpark, they really need to rethink this now. Considering the fact the moment DP makes an exit, this is what I was talking about, right? Build that smoky path, try to get out of there, reposition, reset, and get back into the fight, because this is going to be quite interesting. Team Xpark definitely not the force to be messed up with, but look at this, Carnival Gaming. Oh no! That was almost a crash and a half, and is Max still surviving? No, is going to be the answer. Gamla Boy quite far off, but fierce. He comes up to pick up the scraps, and Carnival Gaming, they might be in a whole world of trouble, Salty.
They are in a whole world of trouble right now, Fixes. It seems like Neo from the backlines has been extremely late. Carnival Gaming, they still want to take this fight, but not in the best of position. Fierce repositions himself masterfully, but finally chokes in that particular fight from the backlines. There is no cover fire from Gamla Boy as well. He needs to flee the area, but the damage has been done in Carnival Gaming. They are looking to seek revenge. They're not going to let Gamla Boy walk away with this. This is absolute criminal from Carpediem.
This is something that Carnival Gaming cannot afford to do right now at this very moment, but Hector still wants to fight this through. They've done some good damage on towards the players. Gamla Boy, the final player, surviving for Carpediem. But what do they have to lose? But Carnival Gaming a lot more. Certainly those casualties would be hurtful. But Hector, this is where he needs to see the end of this. Neo and Hector, both of them need to collect themselves. They need to gain that calm. And now Gamla Boy, is he going to clutch out? That is the big ask. A 1-on-2 situation with Neo already cooking up that grenade. They'll certainly decide to toss it away, but no damage done.
DBS up in arms, Gamla Boy looking to write a story, and the story will certainly be of that of a villain, because he wants to shatter dreams right now. Talking about Carnival Gaming, they're looking for redemption. This is a revenge story. The first shot connects. Gamla Boy quick on his feet. He wants to go around, wants to land up a nade as well, wants to make Carnival Gaming double think themselves. But will this nade land? Absolutely not. Neo still up and alive, does have the Scarl as well, does a lot of the damage, but Gamla Boy, he does not shy away from taking a fight. Man has no healing utility whatsoever, but I believe this monstrosity of a man is going to walk into a fight extremely soon. Once again, Fixes.
One of the most technically gifted player, Neo. Did you see how he thread the needle over there? But Gamla Boy knows that the more he delays, his chances keep on depleting. Does have that medkit lying in front of him, but such a shame, cannot go for it, as Gamla Boy still trying to chase down Neo in this situation. A 1v1 fight, and finally does have enough time to administer this. But Hector really needs to deploy all that calls at this point. Neo is not just fighting under heavy pressure, he's fighting against time, because Gamla Boy, this time he's looking also aggressive, because Neo, he is now taking some hefty amount of damage, will patch himself up. Gamla Boy decides to show up, but that's a brilliant move. Baiting that first aid out, drawing Gamla Boy, flushing him out in the open, so that he could land a slap on his face. But look at this, Team Xpark, they escaped from Team Blind, but here is DOD.
Yeah, they certainly do. Joker misses that opening shot, and now it seems like for Team Xpark, the problems are going to surmount. The nade has been laid upon, but Joker jumps down. Is he still going to find to manage the connection? Yes, he does! He actually moves on to actually go for the second one as well. Shots not connected, goes in for the confirmation, but here I believe he needs support. No, he doesn't. Through the window, gets another one, Fixes.
This is something that Joker really needs to deliver. This is where he has to justify his swap with Xpark. The only surviving member for Team Xpark right now does not have the best of HPs, but with that shotgun you would still fancy his chances. Just bobbing and weaving around. At this point it is a 1v1 situation against Clutcher. And Clutcher, he really needs to live up to his name.
Absolutely. He needs to go for the crate, needs to go in for the healing, but the play zone comes around. Joker instantly falls back. He knew that he was ready with that trigger itself, but now I feel it's enough. Needs to patch himself up, but for do or die, I believe that the damage has been done. Even for the likes of Carnival Gaming, the damage was done. Joker Tries to pop in that first hit kit. Knows exactly where the player is coming from. The footsteps have been heard. The point of connection is there. Joker confirms at 1v4. 4 finishes on this lad. Finds a revive as well on towards SprayGod. And it seems like both these two teams, they manage to fight off a massive scare. Carnival Gaming, Neo being their clutcher. And this time around, it's Joker.
I hear cries. I hear fans lamenting, the ones who were doubting Joker and his addition to Xpark. A slap on their faces at this point, because Joker, this has to be beautiful. This has to be impactful, Salty. Nothing taken away. So many question marks on this player. Ever since that swap with Ninja. Why let go of Ninja? Why bring in Joker? This is exactly why. He's been trained to do this. And he saves Xpark. I think that last glimmer of hope, the way he executed that clutch, every single moment of that fight was special, was beautiful. And right now, I do not know how Team Xpark managed to get themselves in such a situation. In fact, they were the ones trying to back off. All right, DOD came in their way. But this was a narrow escape for the Xpark nonetheless.
Exactly right. I mean, this is one of the reasons why I was drawing parallels between the two fights. Carpediem chasing against Carnival Gaming. They knew what was in store, right? For Carpediem, there is nothing to lose. They have garnered themselves the points already. For Carnival Gaming, if they actually go in for a drop clash and eliminate them, then it's one massive fall out of the competition for the semi-finals. They knew that threat, but the threat can also hit back, and that is exactly what happened. 4 eliminations for Carnival Gaming, 2 players still surviving, and exactly the same thing happened with Team Xpark as well.
See, look at this. Xpark still not out of the woods yet.
Yeah.
Blind eSports, they were carefully reading that finish feed over there, and they know that right now this is the moment to strike. Team Xpark, we've even seen yesterday in that game of Erangel, they went off, took down the players of THW, a little bit of that complacency set in after winning that fight, and then GLITCHxREBORN came out of nowhere. They have to be on their toes. Joker so far has been the hero of this script that Team Xpark have been trying to write for themselves. Especially kind of talking about them crossing the 30-pointer marker. But really want to see the replay once again. Joker, he started things off, and now Sarang and SprayGod out in the open. Had no answers, but then even Shadow falling down like that, it was all on these nimble shoulders. And boy, oh boy, did he strike.
Absolutely. I mean, especially this one, right? Let's have a look at it in slow motion. The jump shot through
that
the
was
window.
dirty.
That was so precise. And now look at this. The final shot. Joker, yes, he did miss that first shot. But after that, he made amends in ways that we cannot even fathom. But this man, now the expectations from the fans are going to be even higher. And he knows it, right? Team Xpark, they certainly were comfortable. And with 5 points, they are going to make themselves even more comfortable. But what they demand is touching that 40-point mark with 2 more games to go. But on the other side, we do have the iQOO MVP in front of our screens. We've got Carpediem's Max. We were talking about this player. Once again, he's the iQOO MVP with 5 eliminations. And then look at that, the top 5 players. You've got SprayGod in there as well. Brilliant against Team Cosmic. You've got Paradox from Team Metal eSports. And it seems like Paradox will have to repeat his performances if Metal want to resurrect their standings on the overall leaderboard.
Yeah, I think before this tournament began, there were question marks, there were doubts on Paradox himself, right?
Yeah.
Being one of the IGLs who might have lost his mojo, not anymore relevant into the current meta. And there you have him answering back to everybody. Now in the top fraggers list in the previous game, that's really good. As good as our official smartphone partner, the iQOO Z9S series, which starts from just 18,999. But even Metal eSports know that the task is not yet over. They've made some huge revamps. They've gotten in a new code, something that even Paradox was not a great fan of, because they like to play their own ways, but they realize, seems like it did not work out. Get in somebody like Amit, who also needs to prove himself back, and feels like that combination is starting to show some wonders. Yeah, they've made changes in their roster. Yeah, a couple of new players. Top Dog again making his way back into this roster. And for Metal eSports, they know that they have to get another good game if they need to cross that 40 points marker. But as things are, again, this is one of those certain circles. GLITCHxREBORN at a very good position. Raw officials, they've been defending the bridge. The onus is on the others, especially on Carnival Gaming. at this point as Team Limra, this time finding the players of Team Blind. Saurav already down on his knees, and Nova, in the blink of an eye, Dragon puts an end on him.
Exactly. Now for Team Blind, they already had their problems initiated. They had lost one of their players already, and now look at this. Just one player who is still standing. Hesperos will try to spray him down. Should not really be a very difficult trace. He managed to kind of whip that. DP still surviving. Not his vehicle though. It has been smoked off completely. Will manage to heal himself up somehow. But I believe for Blind Esports, the game is more or less done with Team Limra hot on their tails. They know, as a matter of fact, the inevitable is just about around the corner.
Yeah, the Ragnarok is coming, and it's going to be a very bitter ending unless DP had to say something about that. But let's talk about Team Limra for a while. Round number 1 was horrendous for them, especially that first half. And then it was Dragon. Especially when it comes down to Team Limra in the previous BGIS, we really saw Hesperos being the one pulling all of those clutches. And then in the finals, it was Gokul. I do not know. He had a spirit possessing him. But later on, Dragon, when you meet this lad outside of the game, he's a cutie.
Yeah.
And then suddenly, you look at him inside the server, he definitely is a demon. The way he's been playing, I was checking the iQOO MVP top fraggers list, and he had already crossed 40 frags throughout this tournament. So he's been the one who's been doing that dirty job, who's been doing majority of the heavy lifting, and Team Limra back into their senses. This is good stuff coming in from their side.
And honestly, Fixes, this is what I have been a big advocate for a very long time, right? Especially when you're playing long tournaments. We've spoken about this over and over again, that the time when you peak actually matters. You cannot make sure that you are in top form throughout a month-long period of a tournament, right? Something which happened to Carnival Gaming. They were at their peak right at the start, but immediately there was a downfall. A reverse happened with Team Limra, where they did have their fair share of struggles, but the learning curve was there, and now it seems like they're starting to redeem themselves.
Look at this. Look at the map feed. Hector and Neo. We all know what they're up to. They're collecting 40+ first aids. They know the zone is not theirs. Might as well get as many position points as they want. And another trivia, by the way. Do you know Poco and Dragon are brothers? Own brothers, in fact. For the ones who do not know, here's that one for you. And absolute gem of people, having had the opportunity to meet them and their owners even during the BGI's Grand Finals. Lovely people, I tell you. And it was such a heartbreak that they had to crash out of a recently held third-party tournament. We all wanted Team Limra. In fact, you know, they are like the beacon of hope, especially when you talk about that underdog story, right?
Yeah.
They bring in the hopes for all the audience. And there was a polling done where, you know, they were the ones who placed third, I guess. And you know, that is what we wanted to see from their side. And yeah, for Team Limra to gain their senses back when it matters the most in the official events, I think it feels good.
It certainly does feel good, right? I mean, of course, not as much as a ride on our official mobility partner here, Xtreme 160R4V. That's an absolute pleasure. But now look at this. You're talking about pleasure, it's also a pleasure to watch THW fight. They are being the gatekeepers. They want us to be the bad guys for the likes of Team Autobotz. For Team Autobotz, so far, the situation inside the overall standings has not been revived as of yet. Team THW want to make it even worse. Look at the way they're gatekeeping, right? Just trying to gain as much information, shoo away Autobotz, force them to take a longer rotation. And I believe that is exactly what Autobotz will do as well. But talking about Team THW themselves, how will they get inside this military base circle is still a mystery in my eyes, because rotations, I don't believe, are going to be viable so late in the game, Fixes.
I was, for a moment, just taken aback with what X-Park were really up to. But like you said about THW, not really very concerning though, because, you know, when you've got those military bases, if you missed out your lot on entering in fast, might as well just go in along with the circle. And for THW, this time, I think they've learned from their mistakes of what happened to them in the BGIS. Takes me back to the second semi-finals week where they were almost on the precipice of qualifying for the Grand Finals. And that almost staged a comeback. And then there was a game of Vikendi, and it was against another team, a name that I cannot really recollect. They were flying hot, and suddenly they get 1v4'd. And then somehow they decide to pick up a fight against Carnival Gaming and engage in a banter, as a result of which they get smacked back. And that was a very bitter lesson for THW. But this is the moment where they've really worked hard after that. And finally, the results are paying in dividends. So THW definitely look quite promising. But this is going to be quite an interesting crossover, because the moment they want to get past the bridge, you've got Carnival Gaming, you've got Limra. And then what is Xpark up to?
We'll find out as of now. It's just Joker who is still surviving, and it seems like Team Limra, they're hot on his tail so far. Poco WNL just going in after this lad. Joker himself just standing his ground. Way too much distance for both of these two teams to actually cover, because look at that. 1,500 meters, and not just 1,500 meters. There's also a waterway that actually stands in between their way as well. So for Joker, I believe it's going to be extremely hard, but this man is still striving. This man is not giving up. This is what I like, right?
The only concerning part is that Team Limra, they're not going to shy away from picking this fight, right? You've got Poco, he's been getting that revive on his fallen teammate, and for Joker, I do not fancy another 1v3, at least as of this point, because the circle has shrinked way too much. Does he have enough first hits? Because when we talk about the circle, this is one of those zones where Team Cosmic could actually emerge victorious. But look at that pour. Look at that flood that comes in from that southern side, Salty.
Yeah.
I cannot even somehow count the numbers over there as well as Inferno squad. They're under heavy fire. Owen already done and dusted. And for now, it's a fight against GLITCHxREBORN, where LeBron already down on his knees. But Goated, he certainly wants to flip the tables.
He wants to. But for Inferno squad, it seems like the first job in hand will be to try and regroup once again. GLITCHxREBORN with 2 players down, they 2 players on their knees. It should not actually be a very hard job. Another one bites the dust. The last player still surviving for GLITCHxREBORN. Goten healing himself up. It is an extremely ballsy move, but now look at this Vishu. He knows exactly where the 2 players are. He does have the utility as well, but can't pull the pin out. None of these 2 teams can. Shotguns, face to face. 1 man down. Vishu survives. GLITCHxREBORN. All 4 players are going to come back. Team Inferno squad. They mess up so bad, but it's all good in the hood for them. They've done the heavy lifting fixes.
That was good. That is not for the faint hearts. Something that Vishu just pulled off. But hold on. They're still not out of the woods yet, because Raw officials, they suddenly decided to wake up and they want to strike. They want to indulge themselves in this fight, and Superman, he gets that knock. And now LeBron, he has got to pull a 3-pointer. Does manage to get that revive on Duke though, but this fight is still far from being over.
Far from being over. The nade has been lobbed in, but look at this. The Molotov just completely burns. 1 player down to crisp. It was Duke. Another one goes down. GLITCHxREBORN can't really stop Raw officials. But at what cost? Raw officials finally, once again, they do tend to shine in their ending stages. They do tend to shine in their last games. And once again, in the last game of this day, they start off with 5 elimination points. They still have their 4 players left to go. But this performance, is it too late fixes? I believe the answer to that question should be yes.
I think at this point, the Chicken did a big one. 5 finishes secured already. 4 players surviving. If they get 5 more, and then a Chicken, then we're looking at 20 points accrued, and maybe they might have a little bit of that hope to latch onto. But for now, this circle is really set up for the likes of Phoenix eSports and Autobotz. Autobotz more, because now they've gotten that high ground to themselves. Look at now, so many teams coming in from that eastern side. You've got Team Cosmic, you've got Team Metal, and from the backlines, you also have Team Silly. And let's not forget, Team Limra also want a piece of the pie. Signature move from Team Limra, always around the edges, and suddenly they infiltrate inside the circle. Hesperos, yes, he gets taken down, but these are those trade potentials we talk about. Dragon providing that cover fire over there. They live to fight another day.
But at what cost is going to be the question. You've got Team Autobotz on top of the hill. They've got complete control of the circle, and quite brilliantly, they've also gained control over the other teams and their rotations. On the backlines, of course, NUMENxFOREVER, they're going to come up with peppery shots. Team Limra, they are going to bite the dust. In fact, it was Hesperos who was knocked down once again to find out if a revival is possible. But for NUMENxFOREVER, this is a team that has stayed silent the entirety of the day today. I really want to see what they can pull off. Of course, Mafia His weapons have not been singing the songs of death so far. Omega himself as well, majority of the job that was done by Ash as well as always. I seriously want to consider Mafia coming back into his prime potential. And now look at this, Carnival Gaming Neo. Has he been spotted? Yes, he has finally. He's up against an entire army. Raw officials get the first one, almost get the second one, but he will finally get confirmed. Hector, absolutely nothing for this lad left to do.
All he can do is bag a couple of those finishes. For a moment, with those 13 first hits, I thought that he's going to be a pacifist over here. But suddenly, Raw officials and their dreams of getting the chicken dinner is almost on the verge of a big collapse. Because up top, you could see NUMENxFOREVER. They also want to partake in this fight. RBOP, has his position been compromised? Seems like so. As Hector, he does not want to reveal himself. He knows all he's going to do is just keep on patching, keep on doing what he's been doing before. But for Raw officials, it is a spanner thrown into their works because now they've got to deal against the players of NUMENxFOREVER. They also have to get inside the circle. Oh, so much to do.
Too much to do, right? But the sad part for Hector was man only had those 23 bullets in his chamber. As of now, the M4 is going to run out for NUMENxFOREVER. I think they definitely have a lot in their arsenal. 4 players still surviving. But now look at this. It seems like Autobotz, they are in a world of trouble. Team Crimson, Team Cosmic, pardon me for that. They come in from absolutely nowhere and absolutely devastate the likes of Team Autobotz. Orlo is still on his knees. Out of nowhere, this team just comes in and absolutely gets control of the circle themselves.
We want Team Cosmic to win this one, don't we? We want them to make things spicy. We want them to keep the beacon alive. The hopes, especially loving every single bit coming from Team Cosmic. Every single time we rule them out, they have something to say about that. But now, Raw officials under heavy fire. They want to repay in kind. RBOP gets the better out of the players of Autobotz. In fact, Autobotz, despite being in such a promising spot, they have been eliminated from this game. Now, this is unbelievable. Why? Because Team Limra, how on earth, Salty? Please tell me, are they still breathing?
They certainly are breathing. As of now, 2 of their players, they are breathing, but for how long is going to be the question as Team Numen, they start their onslaught. There's that little bit of a silence inside of this lobby, but as the nades get cooked up, I believe there are going to be fireworks extremely soon as well. Team Phoenix eSports, not a lot of their space has been inside the circle itself. Honey being absolutely targeted. Raw officials, they definitely are trying to keep up the ante, but look at that, look at the high ground that Numen have acquired, right? They're going to get so much vantage point from this, and the onslaught from Raw officials, the airstrike just does not stop, right?
It certainly does not. Raw officials, they have to conjure something special, something really beautiful. Have to get their best artisans to work over here. As Team Limra, they finally see the end of things. They get eliminated, but still a valiant effort nonetheless, as they've already qualified for the semis. As Phoenix eSports, they also want to ensure, they also want to break through the doors of qualification. Now taking a fight against the players of Raw officials as the numbers keep on dwindling, but you still have the hero Arnold TWOB surviving. But is he going to shine once again? The ask is too high. He has to deliver.
Absolutely. Inside of the vehicle itself, Honey did find himself one knock, but from the back lines it is Team Cosmic, and look at the barrage of nades. And how on earth was Anuj managed to survive? I have no clue. He still managed to find that one finish point on top of Honey. Team Phoenix eSports, they have been taken down, but for Team Cosmic, 5 eliminations already, a dream run, possibly a comeback story that can be written in the cards, but it's not going to come easy. It is going to come when they take down an entire army of NUMENxFOREVER. These experienced lads, they come with a heavy baggage. Not having the trophy, not having that drought for a very long time. No love pushes up. The shotgun is not going to be there. The UMP is not going to be as lethal as he gets struck down by Omega. And he will get finished off as well, Pixis.
And things are looking quite dire for Team Cosmic, especially Crimson. He had such a nice opportunity before to take down Ash, but that's all she wrote for Team Cosmic. As they get picked off and NUMENxFOREVER get themselves another chicken dinner, especially when it was Ninju's birthday. They decided to keep him away, let him enjoy as always, and Ash together. They muster up, gather towards the end, and then get that chicken dinner. What I wanted to tell you about is the fact that Crimson, I felt like he saw that muzzle flash the moment Ash was speaking out. You could see those splinters coming out over there. I really thought he's going to spray, but no. Seems like the pressure got the better of the players of Team Cosmic there.
Absolutely. I mean, have to give it to the valiant efforts, because to actually find that spot inside of the circle, especially when Autobotz had the high ground, Numen was going all bonkers, there was that entire commotion happening between Phoenix and Team Raw Official as well. To find that spot and to actually come out on top, it was a valiant effort, but the point was simple, right? Numen, we just have the better in terms of the map coverage, better in terms of the circle coverage as well. They were always on trot to actually win it. But a lot of the storylines that we actually discussed before the start of the game, I believe that came down to a crashing end. Definitely NUMENxFOREVER, they're going to be cherishing this chicken dinner, but it seems Team Xpark, Carnival Gaming, for them the concerns have been rising, especially for Carnival Gaming.
For Carnival Gaming, we remember them taking down Carpediem.
Yeah.
They just had 2 more players surviving. Neo, it was a nice effort against Raw Officials. Did manage to take down 2 in the process. Hector also chimed in. But how many finishes did they accrue? We're going to talk about that a little while later as we take a look at the winner-winner chicken dinner moment. You know, this is where you could see, right? Phoenix eSports, they were holding on to it, the western side, for quite some time. And Anush TWOB, oh my god, just hiding inside that murky smoke. He decides to step out. But then the barrage of grenades coming from up top, I think was a little too much for him to handle over there. And then this rotation coming in from Omega, when the entire other players, I think Ash, he was drawing all that attention, constantly just firing down bullets on Team Cosmic, keeping them busy, whilst Omega just initiated the flank. And the moment he got that first knock, I think Team Cosmic pretty much made peace with their fate.
Absolutely. But talking about their fate, it seems like somehow when the matters actually get out of their hand, they bring up the courage, they muster up the courage to actually pull things back. Now, I'm not really sure how much will they be able to attain in the last 2 games which are still remaining. And I believe, if I'm not wrong, if I'm extremely not wrong, they probably are going to play the maps of Sanhok and Vikendi. And if they do so, I still believe that there is going to be that off chance that on the map of Sanhok, they can go all blitzkrieg and try and make that qualification happen. I'm gonna have my fingers crossed. I'm gonna pray in the morning tomorrow as well, something which I will do specifically for Team Cosmic, because I want that Cinderella run, that Leicester City run to continue.
You had to touch those nerves, right?
Yeah,
you had to remind the viewers before the broadcast ended that now they have to play in those off maps of Sanhok and Vikendi, where anything is possible. Thank you so much, Solvi.
Well, I mean, it is the reality, right? You have to face it. But again, for Team Carnival Gaming, I believe it is their turn as well to show up on those 2 maps and try and do what they haven't been doing so far, and that is to take these fights aggressive, because I'm not really sure what is going in Hector and his minds, but certainly something is massively wrong in such a massive difference in terms of approach.
I think we need to talk to Hector. I really need to DM him today and ask, why are you doing this? Stop giving us those heartaches. Because right now, as things stand in this particular game of Erangel, NUMENxFOREVER, yeah, the finishes might be less, but that is enough for them to see themselves through to the semis. And we would want even NUMENxFOREVER gracing the grand finals of the iQOO BMPS. Raw Officials, 12 points. I think better late than never. And even for Team Cosmic getting those 11, I don't know if that's going to be enough, but I really hope they make that big comeback. But Carnival Gaming certainly did get a lot of those points, especially from the finishes, even from Xpark. Them having crossed that 30+ marker and getting still those 7-8 points, I think they can really rest easy for a bit, because they still have 2 more games to go and they need around 8 to 9 points for qualification.
Possibly, we'll have to find that out. But even for Team Cosmic, right, they had 7 points from the last game, 11 points from this one, takes their total to about 18, and I believe they've crossed the 20-point marker, still need 20 more points to go. And like I said, right, one big chicken dinner is all the Team Cosmic needs. But for Team Blind Esports, I'm not really sure if that is going to be the same case, because this game being shut down, it certainly was not going to be in their plans. But talk about their plans. This was that one game where every team went absolutely berserk, right? There was not a lot of tactics being deployed. Everyone just wanted to go at each other's throats and necks. 56 eliminations altogether, 4 vehicle finishes. And of course, the least amount of smokes used, because why? We're not playing for placement, so only going for blood.
Yeah, exactly. You know, this is something that even had me startled. 95 smokes in Erangel. Are you even kidding me? Considering it was a southern circle. But I think, like you said, we've seen those tendencies now. You know, enough time for all those shenanigans. Enough times for dropping those smokes and all. Let's just see it through. Face to face, like men, like gladiators in arena. I think that's the exact intention. But jokes aside, I think Medal eSports and WindGod, similar storyline, one good game, the other one they dropped the ball, and I really feel salty. They should have capitalized on this one. This was supposed to be their circle, dropping down and over. Now, it's not really far to enter inside that central area where the circle formed, and even they were at a good spot, but then suddenly happened, and that collapse, I do not know what went wrong there.
It sometimes feels like Encore and Paradox, they are pretty slow in order to gauge what the parameters around them are, slow to react as well to it. And I believe that has been the problem. Not really getting to have an idea of where the teams are coming from, where the third party is coming from as well. Usually they get blindsided, but certainly we are not going to get blindsided by the overall standings, ladies and gentlemen. Silly eSports back on the top there where they actually belong. 56 points for them at the end of 6 games. 8-bit TWOB, Team Limra, Numen, they are going to fancy their chances, especially NUMENxFOREVER. Nobody expected this team to be inside the top 5, but here they are.
Look at them having the highest position points, 32. They still want to defy the meta. But 8-bit, they certainly had a ball today. But Xpark, 37 points. I think this is a really good position to be at. Carnival Gaming, they've crossed that 30-pointer marker. But still, with 2 games to go, they need that one big game. But for FSC Sports, Global Esports, Medal Esports, all these teams, Legacy Esports, insane as well. And look at so many of those bigger names that we thought would be easily sailing through. Now, doubts will also be on MOGO Esports because today's games have been horrendous for them.
Absolutely. Now, if I remember correctly, Fixes, the points that we had at position 24th, right, it was somewhere around that low 20s part. And now the amount of increment that we actually got to see at the end of the day was just 10 points. So if we actually see a cutoff near that 44-45 point mark, then there is definitely going to be problems, especially for these teams out there. WindGod at 27 points. You've got Team Lolzzz as well, 26 points. Orangutan, today they did manage to show some courage, but it is not going to be enough. And Team Cosmic as well. This is what I've been saying, right? The platform has been set for all of these teams. Honored Rivals, Blind, Team Cosmic, and Orangutan. Tomorrow is going to be the day whoever seizes the opportunity, whoever can actually dunk in front of 1.5 people live audience, I believe they are the ones who will actually make through to the semi-finals. But that one chicken is still needed.
I think this is where, when you are on the path to glory, this is the right moment. I mean, if you are OG, if you are the likes of WindGod, you've been in this situation multiple times, and this is where they have to deliver, they have to strike. You cannot stay passive anymore. You've got to fight it out throughout. And as we take a look at the iQOO MVP contenders, pray God, he is going to seize that top spot again. 57 finishes, all courtesy to his heroics that he showcased in the game of Miramar. Admino at 55, not a lot of difference though. And these are those usual suspects that we kind of acquainted to, because Goblin, he's a pro series, and Goblin, it is another love story. Ninja Boy, against all odds, he somehow has kept himself at the 5th spot.
We have representatives from Team Xpark, Hero Xtreme, Godlike, Carnival Gaming, iQOO Soul, and Global Esports. And this battle has been phenomenal. But the only point of concern is I want this battle to actually last till the Grand Finals. Fixes, with the amount of question marks that is going to be there on top of Carnival Gaming and even for Team Global Esports. I'm not really sure if these players are going to be feeling extremely comfortable. Ninja Boy has to do something tomorrow. Come out with their guns blazing. But, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on and see where the casters have really done an extremely bad job. Poor job in terms of prediction once again. Carnival Gaming, Necro and Spiro, not really the best of starts. Maisie did predict Gujarat Tigers. They did get themselves at one chicken dinner. Ravan, with an extremely safe pick, TWOB, they are already qualified. Why did he go with that?
I have no clue. Usually he's the one who always goes with Hero Xtreme Godlike. And you go on to ask why. Because Punk is there. We're all a believer. He's got a cult following of his own right now. Especially after he revived Hero Xtreme Godlike. He's pretty much been like that phoenix who just raises them from the ashes. And he's been doing quite a commendable job at that. But now with just 2 more games to go for every single one of those teams. And this is going to be a photo finish. I'm telling you, the difference is going to be somewhere around that 1-pointer marker. Today, to sum up this entire day, it was all about the day of comebacks for the ones that were struggling. They did it. But there were a handful few that got left out. And for tomorrow, the ask is going to be so high. It is already giving me those heartaches.
Talking about heartaches, it seems like there are, hopefully, I pray that there are no big names who actually miss out on, but there certainly are going to be the deserving top 16 that we're going to get after the end of the semi-finals who move to Kochi, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be an absolute blockbuster fixes. I hope you guys have a ball over there as well. But having said that, today, the story was set to come in and actually prove yourself if you're worthy of being at Kochi right now. Few teams did that, namely Gujarat Tigers, but like we mentioned, something was left about for Orangutan, for Blind, for other teams. The journey is going to continue tomorrow. Last 2 games remaining, ladies and gentlemen. Round 3 is coming to a fabulous end. We'll meet you same place, same time tomorrow.
than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, slider. Gonna make way for the mega tasker. And fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
मम्मी का फोन है एक मिनट किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से टेक 63 आउच आई एम नॉट डूइंग दिस 300
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार क्या हो रहा है कट शूट कैंसिल आना प्योर
अबे बंद करो बे आंख में छुप रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल
हार पूरी रात निकल गई अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
ये है बदनसीब लाल इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए
कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे तू मेरी मान बस स्पिन करता जा
अरे मिल गया
लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग